Chapter 12, Part 4 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beth Ann. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 12, Part 4. Intercourse with Livingstone at Ujiji. Livingstone's own story of his journeys, his troubles, and disappointments. Livingstone admits the Nile sources have not been found, though he has traced the Lualaba through 7 degrees of latitude, flowing north, and, though he has not a particle of doubt of its being the Nile, not yet can the Nile question be said to be resolved and ended. For 2 reasons. 1. He has heard of the existence of 4 fountains, 2 of which gave birth to a river flowing north, Webb's River, or the Lualaba, and to a river flowing south, which is the Zambezi. He has repeatedly heard of these fountains from the natives. Several times he has been within 100 and 200 miles from them, but something always interposed to prevent his going to see them. According to those who have seen them, they rise on either side of a mound or level which contains no stones. Some have called it an ant hill. One of these fountains is said to be so large that a man standing on one side cannot be seen from the other. These fountains must be discovered, and their positions taken. The doctor does not suppose them to be south of the feeders of Lake Bangweolo. In his letter to the Herald, he says, "These 4 full-grown gushing fountains, rising so near each other, and giving origin to 4 large rivers, answers in a certain degree to the description given of the unfathomable fountains of the Nile, by the Secretary of Minerva in the city of Sais in Egypt, to the father of all travelers, Herodotus." For the information of such readers as may not have the original at hand, I append the following from Cary's translation of Herodotus. With respect to the sources of the Nile, no man of all the Egyptians, Libyans, or Grecians, with whom I have conversed, ever pretended to know anything, except the registrar of Minerva's treasury at Sais in Egypt. He, indeed, seemed to be trifling with me when he said he knew perfectly well, yet his account was as follows: that there are 2 mountains rising into a sharp peak, situated between the city of Syene and Thebes and Elephantine. The names of these mountains are the one Crophi, the other Mophi. That the sources of the Nile, which are bottomless, flow from between these mountains, and that half of the water flows over Egypt and to the north, and the other half over Ethiopia and the south. The fountains of the Nile are bottomless, he said. Psammetichus, king of Egypt, proved by experiment. For, having caused a line to be twisted many thousand fathoms in length, he let it down, but could not find a bottom. Such, then, was the opinion the registrar gave, if indeed he spoke the real truth. Proving, in my opinion, that there are strong whirlpools and an eddy here, so that the water beating against the rocks, a sounding line, when let down, cannot reach the bottom. I was unable to learn anything more from anyone else, but this much I learnt by carrying my researches as far as possible, having gone and made my own observations as far as Elephantine, and beyond that observing information from hearsay. As one ascends the river above the city of Elephantine, the country is steep. Here, therefore, it is necessary to attach a rope on both sides of a boat, as one does with an ox and a plough, and so proceed. But if the rope should happen to break, the boat is carried away by the force of the stream. This kind of country lasts for a 4 days' passage, and the Nile here winds as much as the Meander. There are 12 shone, which it is necessary to sail through in this manner, and after that you will come to a level plain where the Nile flows round an island. Its name is Tachamso. Ethiopians inhabit the country immediately above the Elephantine, and one half of the island. The other half is inhabited by Egyptians. Near to this island lies a vast lake, on the borders of which Ethiopian nomads dwell. After sailing through this lake you will come to the channel of the Nile, which flows into it. Then you will have to land. Near to this island lies a vast lake, on the border of which Ethiopian nomads dwell. After sailing through this lake you will come to the channel of the Nile, which flows into it. Then you will have to land and travel 40 days by the side of the river, for sharp rocks rise in the Nile, and there are many sunken ones, through which it is not possible to navigate a boat. Having passed this country in the 40 days, you must go on board another boat, and sail for 12 days. And then you will arrive at a large city called Mrera. This city is said to be the capital of all Ethiopia. The inhabitants worship no other gods than Jupiter and Bacchus, but these they honor with great magnificence. They have also an oracle of Jupiter, and they make war whenever that god bids them by an auricular warning, and against whatever country he bids them. Sailing from this city, you will arrive at the country of Automoli, in the space of time equal to that which took you in coming from Elephantine to the capital of the Ethiopians. These Automoli are called by the name of Asmak, which, in the language of Greece, signifies those that stand at the left hand of the king. These, to the number of 240,000 of the Egyptian war tribes, revolted to the Ethiopians on the following occasion. In the reign of King Psammetichus, garrisons were stationed at Elephantine against the Ethiopians, and another at the Pelusian Daphne against the Arabians and Syrians, and another at Mrera against Libya. And even in my time garrisons of the Persians are stationed in the same places as they were in the time of Psammetichus, for they maintain guards at Elephantine and Daphne. Now these Egyptians, after they had been on duty 3 years, were not relieved. Therefore, having consulted together and come to a unanimous resolution, they all revolted from Psammetichus, and went to Ethiopia. Psammetichus, hearing of this, pursued them, and when he overtook them he entreated them by many arguments, and adjured them not to forsake the gods of their fathers, and their children and wives. But one of them is reported to have uncovered, and to have said, that wheresoever these were, there they should find both children and wives. These men, when they arrived in Ethiopia, offered their services to the king of the Ethiopians, who made them the following recompense. There were certain Ethiopians disaffected towards him. These he bade them expel, and take possession of their land. By the settlement of these men among the Ethiopians became more civilized, and learned the manners of the Egyptians. Now, for a voyage and land journey of 4 months, the Nile is known in addition to the parts of the stream that is in Egypt. For, upon computation, so many months are known to be spent by a person who travels from Elephantine to Automoli. This river flows from the west and the setting of the sun, but beyond this no one is able to speak with certainty, for the rest of the country is desert by reason of the excessive heat. But I have heard the following account from certain Cyrenians, who say that they went to the oracle of Ammon, and had a conversation with Etearchus, king of the Ammonians, and that, among other subjects, they happened to discourse about the Nile, that nobody knew its sources. Whereupon Etearchus said that certain Asmoneans once came to him. This nation is Libyan, and inhabits the Syrtis, and the country for no great distance eastward of the Syrtis, and that when these Asmoneans arrived and were asked if they could give any further information touching the deserts of Libya, they answered that there were some daring youths amongst them, sons of powerful men, and that they, having reached man's estate, formed many other extravagant plans, and moreover chose 5 of their number, by lot, to explore the deserts of Libya, to see if they could make any further discovery than those who had penetrated the farthest. For as respects the parts of Libya among the northern sea, beginning from Egypt to the promontory of Solus, where is the extremity of Libya, Libyans and various nations of Libyans reach all along it, except those parts which are occupied by Grecians and Phoenicians. But as respects the parts above the sea, and those nations which reach down to the sea, in the upper parts Libya is infested by wild beasts, and beyond that is sand, dreadfully short of water and utterly desolate. They further related that when the young men deputed by their companions set out, well furnished with water and provisions, they passed first through the inhabited country, and having traversed this, they came to the region infested by wild beasts, and after this they crossed the desert, making their way towards the west, and, when they had traversed much sandy ground, during a journey of many days, they at length saw some trees growing in a plain, and that they approached and began to gather the fruit that grew on the trees. And while they were gathering, some diminutive men, less than men of middle stature, came up, and having seized them, carried them away, and that the Nasmonians did not at all understand their language, nor those who carried them off the language of the Nasmonians. However, they conducted them through vast morasses, and when they had passed these, they came to a city in which all the inhabitants were of the same size as their conductors, and black in color. And by this city flowed a great river, running from the west to the east, and that crocodiles were seen in it. Thus far I have set forth the account of Etearchus the Ammonian, to which may be added, as the Cyrenaeans assured me, that he said, the Nasmonians all returned safe to their own country, and that the men whom they came to were all necromancers. Etearchus also conjectured that this river which flows by their city is the Nile, and reason so evinces, for the Nile flows from Libya, and intersects it in the middle, and, as I conjecture, inferring things unknown from things known, it sets out from a point corresponding with the Ister. For the Ister, beginning from the Celts and the city of Pyrenea, divides Europe in its course, but the Celts are beyond the Pillars of Hercules, and border on the territory of the Cynesians, who lie in the extremity of Europe to the westward, and the Ister terminates by flowing through all Europe into the Euxine Sea, where a Milesian colony is settled in Istria. Now the Ister, as it flows through a well-peopled country, is generally known, but no one is able to speak about the sources of the Nile, because Libya, through which it flows, is uninhabited and desolate. Respecting this stream, therefore, as far as I was able to reach by inquiry, I have already spoken. It, however, discharges itself into Egypt, and Egypt lies, as near as may be, opposite to the mountains of Cilicia, from whence to Sinope on the Euxine Sea is a 5 days' journey in a straight line to an active man, and Sinope is opposite to the Ister, where it discharges itself into the sea. So I think that the Nile, traversing the whole of Libya, may be properly compared with the Ister. Such, then, is the account that I am able to give respecting the Nile. End of Herodotus' account. 2. Webb's River must be traced to its connection with some portion of the old Nile. When these 2 things have been accomplished, then, and not till then, can the mystery of the Nile be explained. The 2 countries through which the marvelous lacustrine river, the Lualaba, flows, with its manifold lakes and broad expanse of water, are Rua, the Urua of Speak, and Manyuema. For the first time Europe is made aware that between the Tanganika and the known sources of the Congo there exist teeming millions of the Negro race, who never saw or heard of the white people who make such a noisy and busy stir outside of Africa. Upon the minds of those who had the good fortune to see the first specimens of these remarkable white races in Dr. Livingstone, he seems to have made a favorable impression, though, through misunderstanding his object and coupling him with the Arabs who make horrible work there, his life was sought after more than once. These two extensive countries, Uhha and Manyuema, are populated by true heathens, governed, not as the sovereignties of Karagwe, Urundi, and Uganda, by despotic kings, but each village by its own sultan or lord. 30 miles outside of their own immediate settlements, the most intelligent of these small chiefs seem to know nothing. 30 miles from the Lualaba, there are but few people who have ever heard of the great river. Such ignorance among the natives of their own country naturally increased the labors of Livingstone. Compared with these, all the tribes and nations in Africa with whom Livingstone came in contact may be deemed civilized, yet, in the arts of home manufacture, these wild peoples of Manyuema were far superior to any he had seen. Where other tribes and nations contented themselves with hides and skins of animals thrown negligently over their shoulders, the people of Manyuema manufactured a cloth from fine grass, which may favorably compare with the finest grass cloth of India. They also know the art of dyeing them in various colors, black, yellow, and purple. The Wangwana, or freedmen, of Zanzibar, struck with the beauty of the fabric, eagerly exchanged their cotton cloths for fine grass cloth. And on almost every black man from Manyuema I have seen this native cloth converted into elegantly made damaris, Arabic, short jackets. These countries are also very rich in ivory. The fever for going to Manyuema to exchange tawdry beads for its precious tusks is of the same kind as that which impelled men to go to the gulches and placers of California, Colorado, Montana, and Idaho, after nuggets to Australia and diamonds to Cape Colony. Manyuema is at present the El Dorado of the Arab and the Wamremi tribes. It is only about 4 years since that the first Arab returned from Manyuema, with such wealth of ivory, and reports about the fabulous quantities found there, that ever since the old beaten tracks of Karagwe, Uganda, Ufipa, and Marunga have been comparatively deserted, the people of Manyuema, ignorant of the value of the precious article, reared their huts upon ivory stanchions. Ivory pillars were common sights in Manyuema, and, hearing of these, one can no longer wonder at the palace of Solomon. For generations they have used ivory tusks as doorposts and to support the eaves, until they had become perfectly rotten and worthless. But the advent of the Arabs soon taught them the value of the article. It has now risen considerably in price, though still fabulously cheap. At Zanzibar, the value of ivory per facila of 35 pounds weight is from $50 to $60, according to its quantity. In Unyanyembe, it is about 1 to 10 per pound. But in Manyuema, it may be purchased for from half a cent to 14 cents worth of copper per pound of ivory. The Arabs, however, have the knack of spoiling markets by their rapacity and cruelty. With muskets, a small party of Arabs is invincible against such people as those of Manyuema, who, until lately, never heard the sound of a gun. The discharge of a musket inspires mortal terror in them, and it is almost impossible to induce them to face the muzzle of a gun. They believe that the Arabs have stolen the lightning, and that against such peoples the bow and arrow can have little effect. They are by no means devoid of courage, and they have often declared that, were it not for the guns, not one Arab would leave the country alive. This tends to prove that they would willingly engage in fight with strangers who had made themselves so detestable, were it not that the startling explosion of gunpowder inspires them with terror. Into what country soever the Arabs enter, they contrive to render their name and race abominated. But the mainspring of it all is not the Arab's nature, color, or name, but simply the slave trade. So long as the slave trade is permitted to be kept up at Zanzibar, so long will these otherwise enterprising people, the Arabs, kindle against them the hatred of the natives throughout Africa. On the main line of travel from Zanzibar into the interior of Africa, these acts of cruelty are unknown, for the very good reason that the natives, having been armed with guns and taught how to use these weapons, are by no means loath to do so whenever an opportunity presents itself. When, too late, they have perceived their folly in selling guns to the natives, the Arabs now begin to vow vengeance on the person who will in future sell a gun to a native. But they are all guilty of the same mistake, and it is strange they did not perceive that it was folly when they were doing so. In former days the Arab, when protected by his slave escort armed with guns, could travel through Useguhha, Urori, Ukonongo, Ufipa, Karagwa, Unyanyembe, and Uganda, with only a stick in his hand. Now, however, it is impossible for him or anyone else to do so. Every step he takes, armed or unarmed, is fraught with danger. The Useguhha near the coast detain him and demand the tribute, or give him the option of war. Entering Ugogo, he is subjected every day to the same oppressive demand, or to the fearful alternative. The Wanyamwezi also show their readiness to take the same advantage. The road to Karagwa is besieged with difficulties. The terrible Marumba stands in the way, defeats their combined forces with ease, and makes raids even to the doors of their houses in Unyanyembe. And should they succeed in passing Mirambo, a chief Swaruru stands before them, who demands tribute by the bale, and against whom it is useless to contend. These remarks have reference to the slave trade inaugurated in Manyuema by the Arabs. Harassed on the road between Zanzibar and Unyanyembe by minatory natives, who with bloody hands are ready to avenge the slightest affront, the Arabs have refrained from kidnapping between the Tanganyika and the sea. But in Manyuema, where the natives are timid, irresolute, and divided into small weak tribes, they recover their audacity and exercise their kidnapping propensities unchecked. The accounts which the doctor brings from the new region are most deplorable. He was an unwilling spectator of a horrible deed, a massacre committed on the inhabitants of a populous district, which had assembled in the market-place on the banks of the Lualaba, as they had been accustomed to do for ages. It seems that the Wanyuema are very fond of marketing, believing it to be the summum bonum of human enjoyment. They find endless pleasure in chaffering with might and main for the least mite of their currency, the last bead, and when they gain the point to which their peculiar talents are devoted, they feel intensely happy. The women are excessively fond of this marketing, and as they are very beautiful, the market-place must possess considerable attractions for the male sex. It was on such a day, amidst such a scene, that Bagamoyo, a half-caste Arab, with his armed slave escort, commenced an indiscriminate massacre by firing volley after volley into the dense mass of human beings. It is supposed that there are about 2,000 present, and at the first sound of the firing these poor people all made a rush for their canoes. In the fearful hurry to avoid being shot, the canoes were paddled away by the first fortunate few who got possession of them. Those that were not so fortunate sprang into the deep waters of the Lualaba, and though many of them became an easy prey to the voracious crocodiles which swarmed to the scene, the majority received their deaths from the bullets of the merciless Bagamoyo and his villainous band. The doctor believes, as do the Arabs themselves, that about 400 people, mostly women and children, lost their lives, while many more were made slaves. This outrage is only one of many such he has unwillingly witnessed, and he is utterly unable to describe the feelings of loathing he feels for the inhuman perpetrators. Slaves from Unyanyembe command a higher price than those of any other country, because of their fine forms and general docility. The women, the doctor said repeatedly, are remarkably pretty creatures, and have nothing, except the hair, in common with the negroes of the west coast. They are of a very light color, have fine noses, well cut and not over full lips, while the prognathous jaw is uncommon. These women are eagerly sought after as wives by the half-caste of the east coast, and even the pure Omani Arabs do not disdain to take them in marriage. To the north of Unyanyembe, Livingstone came to the light-complexioned race, of the color of Portuguese, or our own Louisiana quadroons, who are very fine people, and singularly remarkable for commercial cuteness and sagacity. The women are expert divers for oysters, which are found in great abundance in the Lualaba. Rua, at the place called Katanga, is rich in copper. The copper mines of this place have been worked for ages. In the bed of the stream, gold has been found, washed down in pencil-shaped pieces, or in particles as large as split peas. 2 Arabs have gone thither to prospect for this metal, but, as they are ignorant of the art of gulch mining, it is scarcely possible that they will succeed. From these highly important and interesting discoveries, Dr. Livingstone was turned back, when almost on the threshold of success, by the positive refusal of his men to accompany him further. They were afraid to go on unless accompanied by a large force of men, and as these were not procurable in Unyanyembe, the doctor reluctantly turned his face toward Ujiji. It was a long and weary road back. The journey had now no interest for him. He had traveled the road before when going westward, full of high hopes and aspirations, impatient to reach the goal which promised him rest from his labors. Now, returning unsuccessful, baffled and thwarted, when almost in sight of the end, and having to travel the same path back on foot, with disappointed expectations and defeated hopes preying on his mind. No wonder that the old brave spirit almost succumbed, and the strong constitution almost went to wreck. Livingstone arrived at Ujiji, October 16th, almost at death's door. On the way he had been trying to cheer himself up, since he had found it impossible to contend against the obstinacy of his men, with, "It won't take long, 5 or 6 months more, it matters not, since it cannot be helped. I have my goods at Ujiji, and can hire other people and make a new start again." These are the words and hopes by which he tried to delude himself into the idea that all would be right yet. But imagine the shock he must have suffered when he found that the man whom he entrusted his goods for safekeeping had sold every bell for ivory. The evening of the day Livingstone had returned to Ujiji, Susi and Chuma, 2 of his most faithful men, were seen crying bitterly. The doctor asked of them what ailed them, and was then informed, for the first time, of the evil tidings that awaited him. Said they, "All our things are sold, sir. Sherif has sold everything for ivory." Later in the evening Sherif came to see him, and shamelessly offered his hand. But Livingstone repulsed him, saying he could not shake hands with a thief. As an excuse, Sherif said he had divined on the Koran, and that this had told him that the Hakim, Arabic for doctor, was dead. Livingstone was now destitute. He had just enough to keep him and his men alive for about a month, when he would be forced to beg from the Arabs. The doctor further stated that when Speke gave the altitude of the Tanganyika at only 1,800 feet above the sea, Speke must have fallen into that error by a frequent writing of the Anno Domini, a mere slip of the pen, for the altitude, as he makes it out, is 2,800 feet by boiling point, and a little over 3,000 feet by barometer. The doctor's complaints were many because slaves were sent to him in charge of goods, after he had so often implored the people at Zanzibar to send him free men. A very little effort on the part of those entrusted with the dispatch of supplies to him might have enabled them to procure good and faithful freemen, but if they contented themselves, upon the receipt of the letter from Dr. Livingstone, with sending to Lutta Dunjee for men, it is no longer a matter of wonder that dishonest and incapable slaves were sent forward. It is no new fact that the doctor has discovered, when he states that a negro freeman is 100 times more capable and trustworthy than a slave. Centuries ago, Eumaeus, the herdsman, said to Ulysses, "Jove fixed it certain that whatever day makes man a slave takes half his worth away." We passed several happy days at Ujiji, and it was time we were now preparing for our cruise on the Tanganyika. Livingstone was improving every day under the different diet which my cook furnished him. I could give him no such suppers as that which Jupiter and Mercury received at the cottage of Bacchus and Philemon. We had no berries of chaste Minerva, pickled cherries, endive, radishes, dried figs, dates, fragrant apples, and grapes. But we had cheese, and butter which I had made myself, new-laid eggs, chickens, roast mutton, fish from the lake, rich curds and cream, wine from the Guinea palm, eggplants, cucumbers, sweet potatoes, peanuts, and beans, white honey from Ukonongo, luscious singwe, a plum-like fruit from the forest of Ujiji, and corn scones and dampers in place of wheaten bread. During the noontide heats we sat under our veranda discussing our various projects, and in the early morning and evening we sought the shores of the lake, promenading up and down the beach to breathe the cool breezes which ruffled the surface of the water and rolled the unquiet surf far up on the smooth and whitened shore. It was the dry season, and we had most lovely weather. The temperature never was over 80 degrees in the shade. The market-place overlooking the broad silver water afforded us amusement and instruction. Representatives of most of the tribes dwelling near the lake were daily found there. There were the agricultural and pastoral Wajiji, with their flocks and herds. There were the fishermen from Ukonongo and Kaoli, from beyond Bangui, and even from Urundi, with their white bait, which they called dogra, the silurus, the perch, and other fish. There were the palm oil merchants, principally from Ujiji and Urundi, with great 5-gallon pots full of reddish oil, of the consistency of butter. There were the salt merchants from the salt plains of Uvinza and Uhha. There were the ivory merchants from Uvira and Usoa. There were the canoe makers from Ugoma and Urundi. There were the cheap jack peddlers from Zanzibar selling flimsy prints, and brokers exchanging blue matunda beads for sami-sami, and sungomazi and sofi. The sofi beads are like pieces of thick clay pipe stem about half an inch long, and are in great demand here. Here were found Ugogo, Unyanyembe, Ugoma, Uvira, Useguhha, Urundi, Ujiji, Uhha, Uvinza, Useguhha, Ukwere, Ukawendi, Arabs, and Waswahili, engaged in noisy chaffer and barter. Bareheaded and almost bare-bodied, the youths make love to dark-skinned and woolly-headed Felicis, who knew not how to blush at the ardent gaze of love, as their white sisters. Old matrons gossiped as the old women do everywhere. The children played and laughed and struggled as children of our own lands, and the old men, leaning on their spears or bows, were just as garrulous in the Palace de Ujiji as aged elders in other climes. End of Chapter 12, Part 4.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anton Epp. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 13, Part 1. Our cruise on the Lake Tanganyika, exploration of the north end of the lake, the RUSIZI is discovered to enter into the lake, return to Ujiji. Quote, I distinctly deny that any misleading by my instructions from the Royal Geographical Society as to the position of the White Nile made me unconscious of the vast importance of ascertaining the direction of the RUSIZI River. The fact is, we did our best to reach it and we failed. End quote. Burton's Zanzibar. Quote, the universal testimony of the natives to the RUSIZI River being an influent is the most conclusive argument that it does run out of the lake. End quote. Specca. Quote, I therefore claim for the Lake Tanganyika the honor of being the southernmost reservoir of the Nile until some more positive evidence by actual observation shall otherwise determine it. End quote. Findley, R.G.S. Had Livingstone and myself, after making up our minds to visit the northern head of the Lake Tanganyika, been compelled by the absurd demands or fears of a crew of Ujiji to return to Unyanyembe without having resolved the problem of the RUSIZI River, we had surely deserved to be greeted by everybody at home with a universal giggling and cackling. But Captain Burton's failure to settle it by engaging Ujiji and that ridiculous savage chief, Kenena, had warned us of the negative assistance we could expect from such people for the solution of a geographical problem. We had good enough sailors with us, who were entirely under our commands. Could we but procure the loan of a canoe, we thought all might be well. Upon application to Said bin Majid, he at once generously permitted us to use his canoe for any service for which we might require it. After engaging 2 Ujiji guides at 2 doti each, we prepared to sail from the port of Ujiji in about a week or so after my entrance into Ujiji. I have already stated how it was that the doctor and I undertook the exploration of the northern half of the Tanganika and the river RUSIZI, about which so much had been said and written. Before embarking on this enterprise, Dr. Livingstone had not definitely made up his mind which course he should take, as his position was truly deplorable. His servants consisted of Susi, Chumha, Hamyoda, Gardner, and Halama, the female cook and wife of Hamoida. To these was added Kaif Halek, the man whom I compelled to follow me from Unyanyembe to deliver the Livingstone letters to his master. Whither could Dr. Livingstone march with these few men and the few tablecloths and beads that remained to him from the store squandered by the imbecile sheriff? This was a puzzling question. Had Dr. Livingstone been in good health, his usual hardihood and indomitable spirit had answered it in a summary way. He might have borrowed some cloth from Said bin Majid at an exorbitant price, sufficient to bring him to Unyanyembe and the sea coast. But how long would he have been compelled to sit down at Ujiji, waiting and waiting for the goods that were said to be at Unyanyembe, a prey to high expectations, hoping day after day that the war would end, hoping week after week to hear that his goods were coming? Who knows how long his weak health had borne up against the several disappointments to which he would be subjected. Though it was with all due deference to Dr. Livingstone's vast experience as a traveler, I made bold to suggest the following courses to him, either of which he could adopt. First, to go home, and take the rest he so well deserved, and, as he appeared then, to be so much in need of. Second, To proceed to Unyanyembe, receive his goods, and enlist pagazis sufficient to enable him to travel anywhere, either to Manyema or Rua, and settle the Nile problem, which he said he was in a fair way of doing. Third, to proceed to Unyanyembe, receive his caravan, enlist men, and try to join Sir Samuel Baker, either by going to Maunza and sailing through Ukwere or Victoria Nyanza in my boats, which I should put up to Matisa's place at Uganda, thus passing by Mirambo and Suraru of Usui, who would rob him if he took the usual caravan road to Uganda, thence from Matisa to Kamrasi, king of Uyoro, where he would of course hear of the great white man who is said to be with a large force of men of Gondokoro. Fourth, to proceed to Unyanyembe, receive his caravan, enlist men, and return to Ujiji, and back to Manyema by way of Useguhha. Fifth, to proceed by way of the RUSIZI through Rwanda, and so on to Itara, Unyoro, and Baker. For either course, whichever he thought most expedient, I and my men would assist him as escort and carriers to the best of our ability. If he should elect to go home, I informed him that I should be proud to escort him and consider myself subject to his commands, traveling only when he desired and camping only when he gave the word. Sixth, the last course which I suggested to him was to permit me to escort him to Unyanyembe. There he could receive his own goods, and where I could deliver up to him a large supply of first-class cloth and beads, guns and ammunition, cooking utensils, clothing, boats, tents, etc., and where he could rest in a comfortable house while I would hurry down to the coast, organize a new expedition composed of 50 or 60 faithful men, well armed, by whom I could send an additional supply of needful luxuries in the shape of creature comforts. After long consideration, he resolved to adopt the last course, as it appeared to him to be the most feasible one, and the best, though he did not hesitate to comment upon the unaccountable apathy of his agent at Zanzibar, which had caused him so much trouble and vexation, and weary marching of hundreds of miles. Our ship, though nothing more than a cranky canoe hollowed out of a noble umvuli tree of Ngoma, was an African Argo bound on a nobler enterprise than its famous Grecian prototype. We were bound upon no mercenary errand, after no gold and fleece, but perhaps to discover a highway for commerce which should bring the ships of the Nile up to Ujiji, Usowa, and the far Marungo. We did not know what we might discover on our voyage to the northern head of the Tanganika. We supposed that we should find the Rusizi to be an effluent of the Tanganika, flowing down to the Albert or the Victoria Nyanza. We were told by natives and Arabs that the Rusizi ran out of the lake. Said bin Majid had stated that his canoe would carry 25 men and 3,500 pounds of ivory. Acting upon this information, we embarked 25 men, several of whom had stored away bags of salt for the purposes of trade with the natives. But upon pushing off from the shore near Ujiji, we discovered that the boat was too heavily laden, and was down to the gunwale. Returning inshore, we disembarked 6 men and unloaded the bags of salt, which left us with 16 rowers, Salim, Farajij, the cook, and the 2 Ujiji guides. Having thus properly trimmed our boat, we again pushed off, and steered her head for Bangwe Island, which was distant 4 or 5 miles from the bunder of Ujiji. While passing this island, the guides informed us that the Arabs and Ujiji took shelter on it during an incursion of the Watuta, which took place some years ago when they came and invaded Ujiji, and massacred several of the inhabitants. Those who took refuge on the island were the only persons who escaped the fire and sword with which the Watuta had visited Ujiji. After passing the island and following the various bends and indentations of the shore, we came in sight of the magnificent bay of Kigoma, which strikes one at once as being an excellent harbor from the variable winds which blow over the Tanganika. About 10 a.m. we drew in towards the village of Kigoma, as the east wind was then rising and threatened to drive us to sea. With those traveling parties who were not in much hurry, Kigoma is always the first port for canoes bound north from Ujiji. The next morning at dawn we struck tent, stowed baggage, cooked and drank coffee, and set off northward again. The lake was calm. Its waters, of a dark green color, reflected the serene blue sky above. The hippopotami came up to breathe in alarmingly close proximity to our canoe, and then plunged their heads again, as if they were playing hide and seek with us. Arriving opposite the high wooded hills of Bemba, and being a mile from shore, we thought it a good opportunity to sound the depth of the water, whose color seemed to indicate great depth. We found 35 fathoms at this place. Our canoeing of this day was made close inshore, with a range of hills, beautifully wooded and clothed with green grass, sloping abruptly, almost precipitously, into the depths of the fresh water sea, towering immediately above us, and as we rounded the several capes or points, roused high expectation of some new wonder, or some exquisite picture being revealed as the deep folds disclosed themselves to us. Nor were we disappointed. The wooded hills, with a wealth of boscage of beautiful trees, many of which were in bloom, and crowned with floral glory, exhaling an indescribably sweet fragrance, lifting their heads in varied contour, one pyramidal, another a truncated cone, one table-topped, another ridgy, like the steep roof of a church, one a glorious heave with an even outline, another jagged and savage, interested us considerably, and the pretty pictures, exquisitely pretty, at the head of the several bays, evoked many an exclamation of admiration. It was the most natural thing in the world that I should feel deepest admiration for these successive pictures of quiet, scenic beauty, but the doctor had quite as much to say about them as I had myself, though, as one might imagine, satiated with pictures of this kind, far more beautiful, far more wonderful, he should long ago have expended all his powers of admiring scenes in nature. From Bagamoyo to Ujiji I had seen nothing to compare to them. None of these fishing settlements, under the shade of a grove of palms and plantations, banyans and mimosa, with cassava gardens in the right and left of palmy forests, and patches of luxuriant grain looking down upon a quiet bay, whose calm waters at the early morn reflected the beauties of the hills, which sheltered them from the rough and boisterous tempest that so often blew without. The fishermen evidently think themselves comfortably situated. The lake affords them all the fish they require, more than enough to eat, and the industrious a great deal to sell. The steep slopes of the hills, cultivated by the housewives, contribute plenty of grain, such as dourra and Indian corn, besides cassava, groundnuts or peanuts, and sweet potatoes. The palm trees afford oil, and the plantains an abundance of delicious fruit. The ravines and deep gullies supply them with the tall, shapely trees from which they cut out their canoes. Nature has supplied them bountifully with all that a man's heart or stomach can desire. It is while looking at what seems both externally and internally complete and perfect happiness that the thought occurs, how must these people sigh when driven across the dreary wilderness that intervenes between the lake country and the sea coast, for such homes as these. Those unfortunates who, bought by the Arabs for a couple of doti, are taken away to Zanzibar to pick cloves, or to do hamal work. As we drew near Nyasanga, our second camp, the comparison between the noble array of picturesque hills and receding coves, with their pastoral and agricultural scenes, and the shores of old Pontus, was very great. A few minutes before we hauled our canoe ashore, two little incidents occurred. I shot an enormous dog-faced monkey, which measured from nose to end of tail 4 feet 9 inches. The face was 8.5 inches long. Its body weighed about 100 pounds. It had no mane or tuft at the end of the tail, but the body was covered with long, wiry hair. Numbers of these specimens were seen, as well as of the active cat-headed and longer-tailed smaller ones. The other was in sight of a large lizard, about 2 foot 6 inches long, which waddled into cover before we had well noticed it. The doctor thought it to be the Monitor terrestris. We encamped under a banyan tree. Our surroundings were the now light grey waters of the Tanganika, an amphitheatral range of hills, and the valley of Nyasanga, situated at the mouth of the rivulet Nyasanga, with its grove of palms, thicket of plantains, and plots of grain and cassava fields. Near our tent were about half a dozen canoes, large and small, belonging to the villagers. Our tent door fronted the glorious expanse of fresh water, inviting the breeze, and the views of distant Ugoma and Ukaramba, and the island of Muzimu, whose ridges appeared of a deep blue color. At our feet were the clean and well-washed pebbles, borne upward into tiny lines and heaps by the restless surf. A search amongst these would reveal to us the material of the mountain heaps, which rose behind us and to our right and left. There was schist, conglomerate sandstone, a hard white clay, an ochreish clay containing much iron, polished quartz, etc. Looking out of our tent, we could see a line on each side of us of thick, tall reeds, which forms something like a hedge between the beach and the cultivated area around Nyasanga. Among birds seen here, the most noted were the merry wagtails, which are regarded as good omens and the messengers of peace by the natives, and any harm done to them is quickly resented, and is finable. Except to the mischievously inclined, they offer no inducement to commit violence. On landing they flew to meet us, balancing themselves in the air in front, within easy reach of our hands. The other birds were crows, turtle doves, fishhawks, kingfishers, ibis nigra and ibis religiosa, flocks of whydah birds, geese, darters, paddy birds, kites, and eagles. At this place the doctor suffered from dysentery. It is his only weak point, he says, and, as I afterwards found, it is a frequent complaint with him. Whatever disturbed his mind, or any irregularity in eating, was sure to end in an attack of dysentery, which had lately become of a chronic character. The third day of our journey on the Tanganika brought us to Zassi River and village, after a 4 hours' pull. Along the line of road, the mountains rose 2,000 and 2,500 feet above the waters of the lake. I imagined the scenery getting more picturesque and animated at every step, and though it is far lovelier than anything seen near Lake George or on the Hudson. The cozy nooks at the head of the many small bays constitute most admirable pictures, filled in as they were with the ever-beautiful feathery palms and broad green plantain fronds. These nooks have all been taken possession of by fishermen, and their conically beehive-shaped huts always peep from under the frondage. The shores are thus extremely populous. Every terrace, small plateau, and bit of level ground is occupied. Zassi is easily known by a group of conical hills which rise nearby, and are called Kirasa. Opposite to these, at a distance of about a mile from shore, we sounded and obtained 35 fathoms, as on the previous day. Getting out a mile further, I let go the whole length of my line, 115 fathoms, and obtained no bottom. In drawing it up again, the line parted, and I lost the lead, with 3/4 of the line. The doctor stated, apropos of this, that he had sounded opposite the lofty Kabogo, south of Ujiji, and obtained the great depth of 300 fathoms. He had also lost his lead in 100 fathoms of his line, but he had nearly 900 fathoms left, and this was in the canoes. We hope to use this long-sounding line in going across from the eastern to the western shore. On the 4th day we arrived in Nyabigma, a sandy island in Urundi. We had passed the boundary line between Ujiji and Urundi half an hour before arriving at Nyabigma. The Mshala River is considered by both nations to be the proper divisional line, though there are parties of Warundi who have emigrated beyond the frontier into Ujiji. For instance, the Mutwari and villagers of the populous Kagunga, distant an hour north from Zassi. There are also several small parties of Wajiji who have taken advantage of the fine lands in the deltas of the Kasokwi, Namusinga, and Lauba rivers, the first two of which enter the Tanganika in this bay, near the head of which Nyabigma is situated. From Nyabigma, a pretty good view of the deep curve in the great mountain range which stretches from Cape Kazinga and terminates at Cape Kasofu may be obtained, a distance of 20 or 25 miles. It is a most imposing scene, this great humpy, ridgy, and irregular line of mountains. Deep ravines and chasms afford outlets to the numerous streams and rivers which take their rise in the background. The pale fleecy ether almost always shrouds its summit. From its base extends a broad alluvial plain, rich beyond description, teeming with palms and plantains, and umbrageous trees. Villages are seen in clusters everywhere. Into this alluvial plain run the Luaba or Ruaba River on the north side of the Cape Kitunda, and the Kasokwi, Namsinga, and Mshala rivers on the south side of the cape. All the deltas of rivers emptying into the Tanganika are hedged in on all sides with a thick growth of mateta, a gigantic species of grass, and papyrus. In some deltas, as that of Luamba and Kasokwe, morasses have been formed in which the matet and papyrus jungle is impenetrable. In the depths of them are quiet and deep pools, frequented by various aquatic birds, such as geese, ducks, snipes, widgeons, kingfishers and ibis, cranes and storks, and pelicans. To reach their haunts is, however, a work of great difficulty to the sportsman in quest of game, a work often attended with great danger, from the treacherous nature of these morasses, as well as from the dreadful attacks of fever which in these regions invariably follow wet feet and wet clothes. At Nyabigma we prepared by distributing 10 rounds of ammunition to each of our men for a tussle with the Warundi of 2 stages ahead, should they invite it by a too forward exhibition of their prejudice to strangers. At dawn of the 5th day we quitted the haven of Nyabigma Island, and in less than an hour had arrived off Cape Kitunda. This cape is a low platform of conglomerate sandstone, extending for about 8 miles from the base of the great mountain curve which gives birth to the Luaba and its sister streams. Crossing the deep bay, at the head of which is the delta of the Luaba, we came to Cape Kasofu. Villagers are numerous in this vicinity. From hence we obtained a view of a series of points or capes, Kigongo, Katunga, and Baguluka, all of which we passed before coming to a halt at the pretty position of Mukungu. At Mukungu we were stopped on the 5th day. We were asked for honga, or tribute. The cloth and beads upon which we substituted during our lake voyages were mine, but the doctor, being the elder of the two, more experienced, and the big man of the party, had the charge of satisfying all such demands. Many and many a time had I gone through the tedious and soul-wearying task of settling the honga, and I was quite curious to see how the great traveller would perform the work. The Mateko, a man inferior to a Mutwari, of Makunga, asked for 2.5 dotai. This was the extent of the demand which he made known to us a little after dark. The doctor asked if nothing had been brought to us. He was answered no, it was too late to get anything now, but if we paid the honga, the Mateko would be ready to give us something when we came back. Livingstone, upon hearing this, smiled, and the Mateko, being then and there in front of him, he said to him, "Well, if you can't get us anything now, and intend to give us something when we return, then we had better keep the honga until then." The Mateko was rather taken aback at this, and demurred to any such proposition. Seeing that he was dissatisfied, we urged him to bring one little sheep, for our stomachs were nearly empty, having been waiting for more than half a day for it. The appeal was successful, for the old man hastened and brought us a lamb and a 3-gallon pot of sweet but strong zaga, or palm toddy, and in return the doctor gave him 2.5 doti of cloth. The lamb was killed, and our digestions being good, its flesh agreed with us, but alas for the effects of zaga, or palm toddy. Susi, the invaluable adjunct of Dr. Livingstone, and Bombay, the head man of my caravan, were the two charged with watching the canoe, but having imbibed too freely of this intoxicating toddy, they slept heavily, and in the morning the doctor and I had to regret the loss of several valuable and indispensable things, among which may be mentioned the doctor's 900 fathom sounding line, 500 rounds of pin rim, and central fire cartridges for my arms, and 90 musket bullets, also belonging to me. Besides these, which were indispensable in hostile Warundi, a large bag of flour and the doctor's entire stock of white sugar were stolen. This was the 3rd time that my reliance in Bombay's trustworthiness resulted in a great loss to me. For the 99th time I had to regret bitterly having placed such entire confidence in Speck's loud commendation of him. It was only the natural cowardice of ignorant thieves that prevented the savages from taking the boat and its entire contents, together with Bombay and Susi as slaves. I can well imagine the joyful surprise which must have been called forth at the sight and exquisite taste of the doctor's sugar, and wonder with which they must have remarked the strange ammunition of Wasungu. It is to be sincerely hoped that they did not hurt themselves with the explosive bullets and rim cartridges through any ignorance of the nature of the deadly contents, in which ease the box and its contents would prove a very Pandora's casket. Much grieved at our loss, we set off on the 6th day at the usual hour on our watery journey. We coasted close to the several low headlands formed by the rivers Kigwena, Kikuma, and Kisunwe, and when any bay promised to be interesting, steered the canoe according to its indentations. While traveling on the water, each day brought forth similar scenes. On our right rose the mountains of Urundi, now and then disclosing the ravines through which the several rivers and streams issued into the great lake. At their base were the alluvial plains, where flourished the oil palm and grateful plantain, while scores of villagers were grouped under their shade. Now and then we passed long narrow strips of pebbly or sandy beach, whereupon markets were improvised for selling fish and the staple products of the respective communities. Then we passed broad swampy morasses formed by the numerous streams which the mountains discharged, where the matet and papyrus flourished. Now the mountains approached to the water, their sides descending abruptly to the water's edge. Then they receded into deep folds, at the base of which was sure to be seen an alluvial plain from 1 to 8 miles broad. Almost constantly we observed canoes being plunged vigorously close to the surf in fearless defiance of catastrophe, such as a capsize and gobbling up by voracious crocodiles. Sometimes we sighted a canoe a short distance ahead of us, whereupon our men, with song and chorus, would exert themselves to the utmost to overtake it. Upon observing our efforts, the natives would bend themselves to their tasks, and paddling, standing and stark naked, gave us ample opportunities for studying at our leisure comparative anatomy. Or we saw a group of fishermen lazily reclining in puris naturalibus on the beach, regarding with curious eye the canoes as they passed their neighborhood. Then we passed a flotilla of canoes, their owners sitting quietly in their huts, busily plying the rod and hook or casting their nets, or a couple of men arranging their hook or casting their nets, or a couple of men arranging their long drag nets close inshore for a haul, or children sporting fearlessly in the water with their mothers looking on approvingly from under the shade of a tree, from which I infer that there are not many crocodiles in the lake, except in the neighborhood of the large rivers. End of chapter 13, part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anton Epp. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 13, Part 2. Our cruise on the Lake Tanganyika. Exploration of the north end of the lake. The RUSIZI is discovered to enter into the lake. Return to Ujiji. After passing the low headland of Kisunwe, formed by the Kisunwe River, we came in view of Murembwe Cape, distant about 4 or 5 miles, the intervening ground being lowland, a sand and pebbly beach. Close to the beach are scores of villages, while the crowded shore indicates the populousness of the place beyond. About halfway between Cape Kisunwe and Murembwe is a cluster of villages called Bikari, which has a Mutwari who is in the habit of taking honga. As we were rendered unable to cope for any length of time with any mischievously inclined community, all villages having a bad reputation with the Ujiji were avoided by us. But even the Ujiji guides were sometimes mistaken, and led us more than once into dangerous places. The guides evidently had no objections to halt at Bikari, as it was the second camp from Ukonongo, because with them a halt in the cool shade of plantains was infinitely preferable to sitting like carved pieces of wood in a cranky canoe. But before they stated their objections and preferences, the Bikari people called to us in a loud voice to come ashore, threatening us with the vengeance of the great Wami if we did not halt. As the voices were anything but siren-like, we obstinately refused to accede to the request. Finding threats of no avail, they had recourse to stones, and accordingly flung them at us in a most hearty manner. As one of them came within a foot of my arm, I suggested that a bullet be sent in return in close proximity to their feet. But Livingstone, though he said nothing, yet showed plainly enough that he did not quite approve of this. As these demonstrations of hostility were anything but welcome, and as we saw signs of it almost every time we came opposite a village, we kept on our way until we came to Murembwe Point, which, being a delta of a river of the same name, as well as protected by a breadth of thorny jungle, spiky cane, and a thick growth of reed and papyrus, from which the boldest Murundi might well shrink, especially if he called to mind that beyond this inhospitable swamp were the guns of the strangers his like had so rudely challenged. We drew our canoe ashore here, and, on a limited area of clean sand, Faraji, our rough and ready cook, lit his fire, and manufactured for us a supply of most delicious mocha coffee. Despite the dangers which still beset us, we were quite happy, and seasoned our meal with a little moral philosophy, which lifted us unconsciously into infinitely superior beings to the pagans by whom we were surrounded, upon whom we now looked down, under the influence of mocha coffee and moral philosophy, with calm contempt, not unmixed with a certain amount of compassion. The doctor related some experiences he had had among the people of similar disposition, but did not fail to ascribe them, with the wisdom of a man of ripe experience, to the unwise conduct of the Arabs and half-castes. In this opinion I unreservedly concur. From Murembwe Point, having finished our coffee and ended our discourse on ethics, we proceeded on our voyage, steering for Cape Senteki, which, though it was 8 or 10 miles away, we hoped to make before dark. The Wangwana pulled with right good will, but 10 hours went by, and the night was drawing near, and we were still far from Senteki. As it was a fine moonlit night, and we were fully alive to the dangerous position in which we might find ourselves, they consented to pull an hour or two more. About 1 p.m. we pulled inshore for a deserted spot, a clean shelf of sand, about 30 feet long by 10 deep, from which a clay bank rose about 10 or 12 feet above, while on each side there were masses of disintegrating rock. Here we thought that by preserving some degree of silence we might escape observation, and consequent annoyance for a few hours, when, being rested, we might continue our journey. Our kettle was boiling for tea, and the men had built a little fire for themselves, and had filled their black earthen pot with water for porridge, when our outlooks perceived dark forms creeping towards our bivouac. Being hailed, they at once came forward and saluted us with the native wake. Our guides explained that we were Wangwana, and intended to camp until morning, when, if they had anything to sell, we should be glad to trade with them. They said they were rejoiced to hear this, and after they had exchanged a few words more, during which time we observed that they were taking mental notes of the camp, they went away. Upon leaving, they promised to return in the morning with food, and make friends with us. While drinking our tea, the lookouts warned us of the approach of a second party, which went through the same process of saluting and observing as the first had done. These also went away, over exuberant, as I thought, and were shortly succeeded by a third party, who came and went as the others had. From all this we inferred that the news was spreading rapidly through the villages about, and we noticed 2 canoes passing backwards and forwards with rather more haste than we deemed usual or necessary. We had good cause to be suspicious. It is not customary for people, at least between Ujiji and Zanzibar, to be about visiting and saluting after dark, under any pretense. It is not permitted to persons to prowl about camp after dark without being shot at, and this going backward and forward, this ostentatious exuberance of joy at the arrival of a small party of Wangwana, which in many parts of Urundi would be regarded as a very common event, was altogether very suspicious. While the doctor and I were arriving at the conclusion that these movements were preliminary to, or significant of, hostility, a fourth body, very boisterous and loud, came and visited us. Our supper had been by this time dispatched, and we thought it high time to act. The fourth party having gone with extravagant manifestations of delight, the men were hurried into the canoe, and, when all were seated, and the lookouts embarked, we quietly pushed off, but not a moment too soon. As the canoe was gliding from the darkened light that surrounded us, I called the doctor's attention to several dark forms, some of whom were crouching behind the rocks on our right, and others scrambling over them to obtain good or better positions. At the same time, people were approaching from the left of our position in the same suspicious way, and directly a voice hailed us from the top of the clay bank overhanging the sandy shelf where we had lately been resting. "Neatly done," cried the doctor, as we were shooting through the water, leaving the discomfited would-be robbers behind us. Here again my hand was stayed from planting a couple of good shots, as a warning to them in the future from molesting strangers, by the more presence of the doctor, who, as I thought, if it were actually necessary, would not hesitate to give the word. After pulling 6 hours more, during which we had rounded Cape Senteki, we stopped at the small fishing village of Mugeyo, where we were permitted to sleep unmolested. At dawn we continued our journey, and about 8 a.m. arrived at the village of the friendly Mutware of Magala. We had pulled for 18 hours at a stretch, which at the rate of 2.5 miles per hour would make 45 miles. Taking bearings from our camp at Cape Magala, one of the most prominent points in traveling north from Ujiji, we found that the large island of Muzimu, which had been in sight ever since rounding Cape Bangwe near Ujiji Bunder, bore about south-southwest, and that the western shore had considerably approached to the eastern, the breadth of the lake being at this point about 8 or 10 miles. We had a good view of the western highlands, which seemed to be of an average height, about 3,000 feet above the lake. Luhanga Peak, rising a little to the north of west from Magala, might be about 500 feet higher, and Sumburizi, a little north of Luhanga, where lived Imruta, Sultan of Uvira, the country opposite to this part of Urundi, about 300 feet higher than the neighboring heights. Northward from Magala Cape, the lake streamed away between two chains of mountains, both meeting in a point about 30 miles north of us. The Warundi of Magala were very civil and profound starers. They flocked around the tent door and most pertinaciously gazed on us, as if we were subjects of the most intense interest, but liable to sudden and eternal departure. The Mutware came to see us late in the afternoon, dressed with great pomp. He turned out to be a boy whom I had noticed in the crowd of gazers for his good looks and fine teeth which he showed, being addicted to laughing continually. There was no mistaking him, though he was now decorated with many ivory ornaments, with necklaces, and with heavy brass bracelets and iron wire anklets. Our admiration of him was reciprocated, and in return for our 2 doti of cloth and a fundo of samsam, he gave a fine, fat, and broad-tailed sheep and a pot of milk. In our condition, both were extremely acceptable. At Magala, we heard of a war raging between Mukamba, for whose country we were bound, and Warumshanya, a sultan of an adjoining district, and we were advised that, unless we intended to assist one of these chiefs against the other, it would be better for us to return. But as we had started to solve the problem of the Rusizi River, such considerations had no weight with us. On the 8th morning from leaving Ujiji, we bade farewell to the hospitable people of Magala, and set off for Mukamba's country, which was in view. Soon after passing the boundary between Urundi proper and what is known as Useguhha, a storm from the southwest arose, and the fearful yawing of our canoe into the wave trough warned us from proceeding further. So we turned her head for Kasuka village, about 4 miles north, where Mugiri in Ujiji begins. At Kasuka, a Mugwana living with Makumba came to see us, and gave us details of the war between Makamba and Warumashayana, from which it seemed that these two chiefs were continually at loggerheads. It is a tame way of fighting, after all. One chief makes a raid into the other's country, and succeeds in making off with a herd of cattle, killing 1 or 2 men who have been surprised. Weeks or months elapse before the other retaliates, and effects a capture in a similar way, and then a balance is struck in which neither is the gainer. Seldom do they attack each other with courage and hearty goodwill, the constitution of the African being decidedly against any such energetic warfare. This Mgwana, further, upon being questioned, gave us information far more interesting, viz. About the Rusizi. He told us positively, with the air of a man who knew all about it, and as if anybody who doubted him might well be set down as an egregious ass, that the Rusizi River flowed out of the lake, away to Suna's Mitisa's country. Where else could it flow to, he asked. The doctor was inclined to believe it, or perhaps he was more inclined to let it rest as stated until our own eyes should confirm it. I was more inclined to doubt, as I told the doctor. First, it was too good to be true. Second, the fellow was too enthusiastic upon a subject that could not possibly interest him. His barakalas and inshallahs were far too fervid, his answers too much in accordance with our wishes. The doctor laid great stress on the report of a Mugwana he met far south, who stated that the grandfather or father of Ramanika, present king of Karagwa, had thought of excavating the bed of the Katanguli River in order that his canoes might go to Ujiji to open a trade. From this, I imagine, coinciding as it did with his often expressed and present firm belief that the waters of the Tanganika had an outlet somewhere, the doctor was partial to the report of the Mugwana, but as we proceed we shall see how all this will end. On the 9th morning from Ujiji, about 2 hours after sunrise, we passed the broad delta of the Mugiri, a river which gives its name also to the district on the eastern shore ruled over by Mukamba. We had come directly opposite the most southern of its 3 mouths when we found quite a difference in the colour of the water. An almost straight line, drawn east and west from the mouth, would serve well to mark off the difference that existed between the waters. On the south side was pure water of a light green. On the north side it was muddy, and a current could be distinctly seen flowing north. Soon after passing the first mouth we came to a second, and then a third mouth, each only a few yards broad, but each discharging sufficient water to permit our following the line of the currents several rods north beyond the respective mouths. Beyond the third mouth of the Mugiri a bend disclosed itself, with groups of villages beyond on its bank. These were Mukambas, and in one of them lived Mukamba, the chief. The natives had never yet seen a white man, and of course, as soon as we landed, we were surrounded by a large concourse, all armed with long spears, the only weapon visible amongst them save a club stick, and here and there a hatchet. We were shown into a hut which the doctor and I shared between us. What followed on that day I have but a dim recollection, having been struck down by fever, the first since leaving Unyanyembe. I dimly recollect trying to make out what age Mukamba might be, and noting that he was good-looking withal, and kindly disposed towards us. And during the intervals of agony and unconsciousness, I saw, or fancied I saw, Livingstone's form moving towards me, and felt, or fancied I felt, Livingstone's hand tenderly feeling my hot head and limbs. I had suffered several fevers between Bagamoyo and Unyanyembe, without anything or anybody to relieve me of the tedious racking headache and pain, or to illuminate the dark and gloomy prospect which must necessarily surround the bedside of the sick and solitary traveller. But though this fever, having enjoyed immunity from it for 3 months, was more severe than usual, I did not much regret its occurrence, since I became the recipient of the very tender and fatherly kindness of the good man whose companion I now found myself. The next morning, having recovered slightly from the fever, when Mukamba came with a present of an ox, a sheep, and a goat, I was able to attend to the answers which he gave to the questions about the RUSIZI river and the head of the lake. The ever-cheerful and enthusiastic Ngwana was there also, and he was not a whit abashed when, through him, the chief told us that the RUSIZI, joined by the Ruanda or Luanda, at a distance of 2 days' journey by water, or 1 day by land from the head of the lake, flowed into the lake. Thus our hopes, excited somewhat by the positive and repeated assurances that the river flowed out away towards Karagwa, collapsed as speedily as they were raised. We paid Mukamba the honga, consisting of 9 dotai, 9 fundo of samsam, linghongyo, muzurio, ntigi. The printed handkerchiefs, which I had in abundance at Unyanyembe, would have gone well here. After receiving his present, the chief introduced his son, a tall youth of 18 or thereabouts, to the doctor as a would-be son of the doctor, but with a good-natured laugh the doctor scouted all such relationship with him, as it was instituted only for the purpose of drawing more cloth out of him. Mukamba took it in good part, and did not insist on getting more. Our second evening at Mukamba's, Susi, the doctor's servant, got gloriously drunk, through the chief's liberal and profuse gifts of pombe. Just at dawn neat morning I was awakened by hearing several sharp, crack-like sounds. I listened, and I found the noise was in our hut. It was caused by the doctor, who, towards midnight, had felt some one come and lie down by his side on the same bed, and thinking it was me, he had kindly made room, and laid down on the edge of the bed. But in the morning, feeling rather cold, he had been thoroughly awakened, and on rising on his elbow to see who his bedfellow was, discovered, to his great astonishment, that it was no other than his black servant, Susi, who, taking possession of his blankets, and folding them about himself most selfishly, was occupying almost the whole bed. The doctor, with that gentleness characteristic of him, instead of taking a rod, had contented himself with slapping Susi on the back, saying, "Get up, Susi, will you? You are in my bed. How dare you, sir, get drunk in this way, after I have told you so often not to? Get up, won't you? Take that, and that, and that." Still Susi slept and grunted, so the slapping continued until even Susi's thick hide began to feel it. He was thoroughly awakened to the sense of his want of devotion and sympathy for his master in the usurping of even his master's bed. Susi looked very much crestfallen after this expose of his infirmity before the little master, as I was called. The next day at dusk, Mukama came to bid us a good-bye, and requested that as soon as we reached his brother Ruhinga, whose country was at the head of the lake, we should send our canoe back for him, and that in the meanwhile we should leave 2 of our men with him, with their guns, to help defend him in case Warumashiyana should attack him as soon as we were gone. We embarked and pulled across. In 9 hours we had arrived at the head of the lake, Ujeguhha, the country of Ruhinga, Mukamba's elder brother, and looking back to where we had come from, we perceived that we had made a diagonal cut across from southeast to northwest, instead of having made a direct east and west course, or in other words, from Ujiji, which was at least 10 miles from the northernmost point of the eastern shore, we had come to Ujeguhha, situated at the northernmost point of the western shore. Had we continued along the eastern shore and so rounded the northern side of the lake, we should have passed by Mukanegi, the country of Waruma Shenya, and Usubura and Simva, his ally and friend. But by making a diagonal course, as just described, we had arrived at the extreme head of the lake without any difficulty. The country in which we now found ourselves, Uguhha, is situated in the delta of the RUSIZI River. It is an extremely flat country, the highest part of which is not 10 feet above the lake, with numerous depressions in it overgrown with the rankest of matet grass and the tallest of papyrus, and pond-like hollows filled with stagnant water which emit malaria wholesale. Large herds of cattle are reared on it, for where the ground is not covered with marshy plants, it produces rich, sweet grass. The sheep and goats, especially the former, are always in good condition, and though they are not to be compared with English or American sheep, they are the finest I have seen in Africa. Numerous villages are seen on this land because the intervening spaces are not occupied with the rank and luxuriant jungle common in other parts of Africa. Were it not for the Euphorbia colqual of Abyssinia, which some chief has caused to be planted as a defense around the villages, one might see from one end of the Uguhha to the other. The waters along the head of the lake, from the western to the eastern shores, swarm with crocodiles. From the banks I counted 10 heads of crocodiles, and the RUSIZI, we were told, was full of them. Ruhinga, who came to see us soon after we had taken up our quarters in his village, was a most amiable man, who always contrived to see something that excited his risibility. Though older by 5 or 6 years, he said he was 100 years old, than Mukamba, he was not half so dignified, nor regarded with so much admiration by his people or his younger brother. Ruhinga had a better knowledge, however, of the country than Mukamba, and was able to impart his knowledge of the country intelligently. After he had done the honours as chief to us, presiding us with an ox and a sheep, milk and honey, we were not backward in endeavouring to elicit as much information as possible out of him. The summary of the information derived from Ruhinga may be stated as follows. The country bordering the head of the lake from Urundi proper, on the eastern shore, to Uvira on the western, is divided into the following district. First, Mugiri, governed by Mukamba, through which issued into the lake the small rivers of Mugiri and Mpanda. Second, Mukanigi, governed by Warumashanya, which occupied the whole of the northeastern head of the lake, through which issued into the lake the small rivers of Karindwa and Mugera wa Kanigi. Third, on the eastern half of the district, at the head of the lake, was Usumbura, governed by Simve, ally and friend of Warumashanya, extending to the eastern bank of the RUSIZI. Fourth, commencing from the western bank of the RUSIZI to the extreme northwestern head of the lake, was Uguhha, Ruhinga's country. Fifth, from Uvira on the west, running north past Uguhha and overlapping it on the north side as far as the hills of Chamati, was Ruwenga, also a country governed by Mukamba. Beyond Ruwenga, from the hills of Chamati to the Ruanda River, was the country of Chamati. West of Ruwenga, comprising all the mountains for 2 days' journey in that direction, was Uashi. These are the smaller subdivisions of what is commonly known as Ruwenga and Usigi. Ruwenga comprises the countries of Ruwenga and Uguhha. Usigi, the countries of Usumbura, Makanigi, and Mugiri. But all these countries are only part and parcel of Urundi, which comprises all that country bordering the lake from Umshala River on the eastern shore to Uvara on the western, extending over 10 days' journey direct north from the head of the lake, and 1 month in the northeastern direction to Murukuku, the capital of Umwetsi, Sultan of all Urundi. Direct north of Urundi is Rwanda, also a very large country. End of chapter 13, part 2. Chapter 13, Part 3 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anton Epp. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 13, Part 3. Our Cruise on the Lake Tanganyika. Exploration of the north end of the lake, the RUSIZI is discovered to enter into the lake, return to Ujiji. The RUSIZI River, according to Ruhinga, rose near a lake called Kivo, which he said is as long as from Mugahawa to Mugiri, and as broad as from Mugahewa to Warumashanya's country, or, say, 18 miles in length by about 8 in breadth. The lake is surrounded by mountains on the western and northern sides. On the southwestern side of one of these mountains issues the RUSIZI. At first a small rapid stream, but as it proceeds towards the lake, it receives the rivers Kagunisi, Kaburan, Mohira, Nyamagana, Nyakagunda, Ruviro, Rofubu, Kavimvira, Moyove, Ruhuha, Mukindu, Sanga, Rubirizi, Kiriba, and, lastly, the Rwanda River, which seems to be the largest of them all. Kivo Lake is so called from the country in which it is situated. On one side is Mutumbi, probably the Utubi of Speck and Baker. On the west side is Rwanda. On the east is Urundi. The name of the chief of Kivo is Kwansibura. After so many minute details about the river Rusizi, it only remained for us to see it. On the second morning of our arrival at Mugahewa, we mustered 10 strong paddlers and set out to explore the head of the lake and the mouth of the RUSIZI. We found that the northern head of the lake was indented with 7 broad bays, each from 1.5 to 3 miles broad. That long broad spits of sand, overgrown with mateta, separated each bay from the other. The first, starting from west to east, at the broadest part, to the extreme southern point of Mugahewa, was about 3 miles broad, and served as a line of demarcation between Mukamba's district of Ruwenga and Mugahewa of Ruhinga. It was also 2 miles deep. The second bay was a mile from the southern extremity of Mugahewa to Ruhinga's village at the head of the bay, and it was a mile across to another spit of sand which was terminated by a small island. The third bay stretched for nearly a mile to a long spit, at the end of which was another island, 1.25 miles in length, and was the western side of the fourth bay, at the head of which was the delta of the RUSIZI. This fourth bay, at its base, was about 3 miles in depth, and penetrated half a mile further inland than any other. Soundings indicated 6 feet deep, and the same depth was kept within a few hundred yards of the principal mouth of the RUSIZI. The current was very sluggish, not more than a mile an hour. Though we constantly kept our binoculars searching for the river, we could not see the main channel until within 200 yards of it, and then only by watching what outlet the fishing canoes came out. The bay at this point had narrowed from 2 miles to about 200 yards in breadth. Inviting a canoe to show us the way, a small flotilla of canoes preceded us, from the sheer curiosity of the owners. We followed, and in a few minutes were ascending the stream, which was very rapid, though but about 10 yards wide and very shallow, not more than 2 feet deep. We ascended about half a mile, the current being very strong, from 6 to 8 miles an hour, and quite far enough to observe the nature of the stream at its embouchure. We could see that it widened and spread out in a myriad of channels, rushing by isolated clumps of sedge and matete grass, and that it had the appearance of a swamp. We had ascended the central or main channel. The western channel was about 8 yards broad. We observed, after we had returned to the bay, that the easternmost channel was about 6 yards broad and about 10 feet deep, but very sluggish. We had thus examined each of its 3 mouths, and settled all doubts as to the RUSIZI being effluent or influent. It was not necessary to ascend higher, there being nothing about the river itself to repay exploration of it. The question, was the RUSIZI an effluent or an influent, was answered forever. There was now no doubt any more on that point. In size it was not to be compared with the Malagarazi River, neither is it, or can it be, navigable for anything but the smallest canoes. The only thing remarkable about it is that it abounds in crocodiles, but not one hippopotamus was seen, which may be taken as another evidence of its shallowness. The bays to the east of the RUSIZI are of the same conformation as those on the west. Carefully judging from the width of the several bays from point to point, and of the several spits which separate them, the breadth of the lake may be said to be about 12 to 14 miles. Had we contented ourselves with simply looking at the conformation and the meeting of the eastern and western ranges, we should have said that the lake ended in a point, as Captain Speke had sketched it on his map. But its exploration dissolved that idea. Chamanti Hill is the extreme northern termination of the western range, and seems, upon a superficial examination, to abut against the Ramata mountains of the eastern range, which are opposite Chamati. But a valley about a mile in breadth separates the two rivers, and through this valley the Rusizi flows towards the lake. Note: after the patient investigation of the north end of the lake and satisfying ourselves by personal observation that the Rusizi ran into the lake, the native rumour which Sir Samuel Baker brought home that the Tanganika and the Albert Nyanza have a water connection still finds many believers. End note. Though Chamati terminates the western range, the eastern range continues for miles beyond, northwesterly. After its issue from this broad gorge, the Rusizi runs seemingly in a broad and mighty stream, through a wide alluvial plain, its own formation in 100 channels until, approaching the lake, it flows into it by 3 channels only, as above described. I should not omit to state here that though the Doctor and I have had to contend against the strong current of the Rusizi River as it flows swift and strong into the Tanganika, the Doctor still adheres to the conviction that, whatever part the Rusizi plays, there must be an outlet to the Tanganika somewhere, from the fact that all freshwater lakes have outlets. The Doctor is able to state his opinions and reasons far better than I can find for him, and, lest I misconstrue the subject, I shall leave it until he has an opportunity to explain them himself, which his great knowledge of Africa will enable him to do with advantage. One thing is evident to me, and I believe to the Doctor, that Sir Samuel Baker will have to curtail the Albert Nyanza by 1, if not 2 degrees of latitude. That well-known traveller has drawn his lake far into the territory of the Warundi, while Rwanda has been placed on the eastern side, whereas a large portion of it, if not all, should be placed north of what he has designated on his map as Useguhha. The information of such an intelligent man as Ruhinga is not to be despised, for if Lake Albert came within 100 miles of the Tanganika, he would surely have heard of its existence, even if he had not seen it himself. Originally he came from Mutumbi, and he has travelled from that country into Mugihewa, the district he now governs. He has seen Mwezi, the great king of Urundi, and describes him as a man about 40 years old, and as a very good man. Our work was now done. There was nothing more to detain us at Mugihewa. Ruhinga had been exceedingly kind, and given us one ox after another to butcher and eat. Makamba had done the same. Their women had supplied us with an abundance of milk and butter, and we had now bounteous supplies of both. The Doctor had taken a series of observations for latitude and longitude, and Mugihewa was made out to be in 3 degrees 19 minutes south latitude. On the 7th December, early in the morning, we left Mugihewa, and rowing past the southern extremity of the Katangara Islands, we approached the highlands of Uashi, near the boundary line between Makamba's country and Uvira. The boundary line is supposed to be a wide ravine, in the depths of which is a grove of tall, beautiful, and straight-stemmed trees, out of which the natives make their canoes. Passing Kanyama-Bengu River, which issues into the lake close to the market ground of Kirabula, the extreme point of Burton and Speck's explorations of the Tanganika, we steered south along the western shore of the lake for half an hour longer to Kavimba, where we halted to cook breakfast. The village where lived Mruta, the king of Uvira, was in sight of our encampment, and as we observed parties of men ascending and descending the mountains, which much more often than we thought augured good to ourselves, we determined to continue on our course south. Besides, there was a party of disconsolate-looking Ujiji here, who had been plundered only a few days before our arrival, for attempting, as the Wavira believed, to evade the honga payment. Such facts as these, and our knowledge of the general state of insecurity in the country, resulting from the many wars in which the districts of the Tanganika were engaged, determined us not to halt at Kavimba. We embarked quickly in our boat before the Wavira had collected themselves, and headed south against the strong gale, which came driving down on us from the southwest. After a hard pull of about 2 hours in the teeth of the storm, which was rapidly rising, we pointed the head of the boat into a little quiet cove, almost hidden in tall reeds, and disembarked for the night. Cognizant of the dangers which surrounded us, knowing that savage and implacable man was the worst enemy we had to fear, we employed our utmost energies in the construction of a stout fence of thorn bushes, and then sat down to supper after our work was done, and turned in to sleep, but not before we had posted watchmen to guard our canoe, lest the daring thieves of Uvira might abstract it, in which case we should have been in a pretty plight, and in most unenviable distress. At daybreak, leaving Kukumba Point after our humble breakfast of coffee, cheese, and dourra cakes was dispatched, we steered south once more. Our fires had attracted the notice of the sharp-eyed and suspicious fishermen of Kukumba, but our precautions and the vigilant watch we had set before retiring had proved an effectual safeguard against the Kavira thieves. The western shores of the lake as we proceeded were loftier and more bold than the wooded heights of Urundi and the bearded knolls of Ujiji. A black ridge, the vanguard of the mountains which rise beyond, disclosed itself between the serrated tops of the front line of the mountains, which rose to a height of from 2,500 to 3,000 feet above the lake. Within the folds of the front line of mountains rise isolated hills of considerable magnitude, precipitous and abrupt, but scenically very picturesque. The greater part of these hills have the rounded and smooth top, or are tabularly summited. The ridge enfolding these hills shoots out, at intervals, promontorial projections of gradual sloping outlines, which on the map I have designated capes, or points. When rounding these points, up went our compasses for the taking of bearings, and observing the directions of all prominent objects of interest. Often these capes are formed by the alluvial plains, through which we may be sure a river will be found flowing. These pretty alluvial plains, enfolded on the south, the west, and the north by a grand mountain arc, presented the most luxurious and enchanting scenery. The vegetation seems to be of spontaneous growth. Groups of the Laus guineensis palm embowering some dun-brown village, an array of majestic, superb growth of mvuli trees, a broad extent covered with vivid green sorghum stalks, parachute-like tops of mimosa, the line of white sand on which native canoes are drawn far above the reach of the plangent, uneasy surf, fishermen idly reeling in the shade of the tree. These are the scenes which reveal themselves to us as we voyage in our canoes on the Tanganika. When wearied with the romance of wild tropic scenes such as these, we have but to lift our eyes to the great mountain tops looming darkly and grandly on our right, to watch the light penciling of the cirrus brushing their summits as it drifted toward the north by the rising wind, to watch the changing forms which the clouds assume, from the fleecy horizontal bars of the cirrus to the denser, gloomier cumulus, prognosticator of storm and rain, which soon settles into a portentous group, Alps above Alps, one above the other, and we know the storm which was brewing is at hand, and that it is time to seek shelter. Passing Mkwamba, we saw several groves of the tall mvuli tree. As far as Bemba and Wabembe occupy the mountain summits, while the Wavira cultivate the alluvial plains along the base and lower slopes of the mountains. At Bemba we halted to take in pieces of pipe clay, in accordance with the superstition of the Ujiji, who thought us certain of safe passage and good fortune if we complied with the ancient custom. Passing Nguvi, we came to a deep bend which curved off to Cape Kabogi at the distance of 10 miles. About 2/3 of the way we arrived at a group of islets, 3 in number, all very steep and rocky, the largest about 300 feet in length at the base and about 200 feet in breadth. Here we made preparations to halt for the night. The inhabitants of the islands were a gorgeously feathered old cock, which was kept as a propitiatory offering to the spirit of the island, a sickly yellow-looking thrush, a hammer-headed stork, and 2 fish-hawks, who, finding we had taken possession of what had been religiously reserved for them, took flight to the most western island, where from their perches they continued to eye us most solemnly. As these islands were with difficulty pronounced by us as Unyanyembe, the doctor, seeing that they were the only objects we were likely to discover, named them the New York Herald Islets, and, in confirmation of the new designation given them, shook hands with me upon it. Careful dead reckoning settled them to be in latitude 3 degrees 41 minutes south. The summit of the largest island was well adapted to take bearings, and we improved the opportunity, as most extensive views of the broad and lengthy lake and surrounding lines of imposing mountains were attainable. The Ramata Hills were clearly visible and bore north-northeast from it. Kataganga Cape, southeast by south. Sentakayi, east-southeast. Magala, east by north. Southwestern point of Muzumi bore south. Northern point of Muzubi Island, south-southeast. At dawn on the 9th December, we prepared to resume our voyage. Once or twice in the night, we had been visited by fishermen, But our anxious watchfulness prevented any marauding. It seemed to me, however, that the people of the opposite shore, who were our visitors, were eagerly watching any opportunity to pounce on our canoe, or take us boldly for a prey, and our men were considerably affected by these thoughts, if we may judge from the hearty goodwill with which they rode away from our late encampment. Arriving at Cape Kabogi, we came to the territory of the Wasansi. We knew we were abreast of a different tribe by the greeting Moholo, which a group of fishermen gave us, as that of the Wavira was wake, like that of Urundi, Useguhha, and Uhha. We soon sighted Cape Luvumba, a sloping projection of a mountain ridge which shot far into the lake. As a storm was brewing, we steered for a snug little cove that appeared before a village, and, drawing our canoe from the water, began to set the tent, and make other preparations for passing the night. As the natives appeared quiet and civil enough, we saw no reason to suspect that they entertained any hostility to Arabs and Wawanga. Accordingly, we had our breakfast cooked, and as usual laid down for an afternoon nap. I soon fell asleep, and was dreaming away in my tent, in happy oblivion of the strife and contention that had risen since I had gone to sleep, when I heard a voice hailing me with, "Master, master, get up, quick! Here is a fight going to begin." I sprang up, and snatching my revolver belt from the gun stand, walked outside. Surely, there appeared to be considerable animus between the several factions, between a noisy, vindictive-looking set of natives of the one part, and our people of the other part. 7 or 8 of our people had taken refuge behind the canoe, and had their loaded guns half pointing at the passionate mob, which was momentarily increasing in numbers. But I could not see the doctor anywhere. "Where is the doctor?" I asked. "He has gone over the hill, sir, with his compass," said Selim. "Anybody with him?" "Susi and Chuma." "You, Bombay, send 2 men off to warn the doctor, and tell him to hurry up here." But just at this period the doctor and his 2 men appeared on the brow of the hill, looking down in a most complacent manner upon the serio-comic scene that the little basin wherein we were encamped presented. For, indeed, despite the serious aspect of it, there was much that was comical blended with it, in a naked young man who, perfectly drunk, barely able to stand on his feet, was beating the ground with his only loin-cloth, screaming and storming away like a madman, declaring by this and by that, in his own choice language, that no Mugwana or Arab should halt one moment on the sacred soil of Usansi. His father, the Sultan, was as inebriated as himself, though not quite so violent in his behaviour. In the meantime the doctor arrived upon the scene, and Selim had slipped my Winchester rifle, with the magazine full of cartridges, into my hand. The doctor calmly asked what was the matter, and was answered by the Ujiji guides that the people wished us to leave, as they were on hostile terms with the Arabs, because the eldest son of the Sultan of Muzumi, the large island nearly opposite, had been beaten to death by a Baluch named Kamis at Ujiji, because the young fellow had dared to look into his harem, and ever since peace had been broken between the Wasansi and Arabs. After consulting with the guides, the doctor and I came to the conclusion that it were better that we should endeavour to pacify the Sultan by a present, rather than to take offence at a drunken boy's extravagant freak. In his insane fury, he had attempted to slash at one of my men with a billhook he carried. This had been taken as a declaration of hostilities, and the soldiers were ready enough to engage in war, but there was no necessity to commence fighting with a drunken mob, who could have been cleared off the ground with our revolvers alone, had we desired it. The doctor, baring his arm, said to them that he was not Mugwana, or an Arab, but a white man, that Arabs and Wagawana had no such colour as we had. We were white men, different people altogether from those whom they were accustomed to see, that no black men had ever suffered injury from white men. This seemed to produce great effect, for after a little gentle persuasion, the drunken youth, with his no less inebriate sire, were induced to sit down and talk quietly. They frequently referred to Mombo, the son of Kasisa, Sultan of Muzumi, who was brutally murdered. Yes, brutally murdered, they exclaimed several times in their own tongue, illustrating by a faithful pantomime how the unfortunate youth had died. Livingstone continued talking with him in a mild, paternal way, and their loud protestations against Arab cruelty were about to subside, when the old Sultan suddenly rose up and began to pace about in an excited manner, and in one of his perambulations deliberately slashed his leg with the sharp blade of his spears, and then exclaimed that the Wagwana had wounded him.
At this cry, one half of the mob hastily took to flight, but one old woman, who carried a strong staff with a carved lizard's body on its top, commenced to abuse the chief with all the power of her voluble tongue, charging him with a desire to have them all killed, and another woman joined in with her in advising him to be quiet and accept the present we were willing to give. But it is evident that there was little need to cause all men present in that little hollow to begin a most sanguinary strife. The gentle, patient bearing of the doctor had more effect than anything else in making all forbear bloodshed while there was left the least chance of an amicable settlement, and in the end it prevailed. The Sultan and his son were both sent on their way rejoicing. While the doctor conversed with them and endeavored to calm their fierce passions, I had the tent struck and the canoes launched, and the baggage stowed, and when the negotiations had concluded amicably, I begged the doctor to jump into the boat, as this apparent peace was simply a lull before a storm. Besides, said I, there are 2 or 3 cowardly creatures in the boat who, in case of another disturbance, would not scruple to leave both of us here. From Cape Luvumba, about 4:30 p.m., we commenced pulling across. At 8 p.m. we were abreast of Cape Panza, the northern extremity of the island of Muzimu. At 6 a.m. we were southward of Bakari and pulling for Mukungu in Urundi, at which place we arrived at 10 a.m. Having been 17 hours and a half in crossing the lake, which, computing at 2 miles an hour, may be said to be 35 miles direct breadth, and a little more than 43 miles from Cape Luvumba. On the 11th of December, after 7 hours pulling, we arrived at the picturesque Zasi again. On the 12th, at the pretty Cape of Nisanga, and at 11 a.m. we had rounded past Bangwe, and Ujiji was before us. We entered the port very quietly, without the usual firing of guns, as we were short of powder and ball. As we landed, our soldiers and the Arab magnates came to the water's edge to greet us. Mabruki had a rich budget to relate to us of what had occurred during our absence. This faithful man, left behind in charge of Livingstone's house, had done most excellently. Kalulu had scalded himself, and had a frightful raw sore on his chest in consequence. Mabruki had locked up Mrera in chains for wounding one of the asses. Bilali, the stuttering coward, a bully of women, had caused a tumult in the marketplace, and had been sharply belaboured with the stick by Mabruki. And, above all, most welcome was a letter I received from the American Consul of Zanzibar, dated June 11th, containing telegrams from Paris as late as April 22nd of the same year. Poor Livingstone exclaimed, "And I have none. What a pleasant thing it is to have a real and good friend." Our voyage on the Tanganika had lasted 28 days, during which time we had traversed over 300 miles of water. End of Chapter 13, Part 3.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 14, Part 1. Our Journey from Ujiji to Unyanyembe. We felt quite at home when we sat down on our black bearskin, gay Persian carpet, and clean new mats, to rest with our backs to the wall, sipping our tea with the air of comfortable men, and chat over the incidents of the picnic, as Livingstone persisted in calling our journey to the RUSIZI. It seemed as if old times, which we loved to recall, had come back again, though our house was humble enough in its aspect, and our servants were only naked barbarians. But it was near this house that I had met him, Livingstone, after that eventful march from Unyanyembe. It was on this same veranda that I listened to that wonderful story of his about those far, enchanting regions west of the lake Tanganika. It was in this same spot that I first became acquainted with him, and ever since my admiration has been growing for him, and I feel elated when he informs me that he must go to Unyanyembe under my escort and at my expense. The old mud walls, and the bare rafters, and the ancient thatched roof, and this queer-looking old veranda, will have an historical interest for me while I live, and so, while I can, I have taken pains and immortalized the humble old building by a sketch. I have just said that my admiration for Livingstone has been growing. This is true. The man that I was about to interview so calmly and complacently, as I would interview any prominent man with the view of specially delineating his nature or detailing his opinions, has conquered me. I had intended to interview him, report in detail what he said, picture his life and his figure, then bow him in my au revoir and march back. That he was specially disagreeable and brusque in his manner, which would make me quarrel with him immediately, was firmly fixed in my mind. But Livingstone, true, noble, Christian, generous-hearted, frank man, acted like a hero, invited me to his house, said he was glad to see me, and got well on purpose to prove the truth of his statement, "You have brought new life unto me," and when I fell sick with the remittent fever, hovering between life and death, he attended me like a father, and we have now been together for more than a month. Can you wonder, then, that I like this man, whose face is the reflex of his nature, whose heart is essentially all goodness, whose aims are so high, that I break out impetuously sometimes, "But your family, doctor, they would like to see you, oh, so much. Let me tempt you to come home with me. I promise to carry you every foot of the way to the coast. You shall have the finest donkey to ride that is in Unyanyembe. Your wants, you have but to hint them, and they shall be satisfied. Let the sources of the Nile go. Do you come home and rest, then, after a year's rest and restored health, you can return and finish what you have to do." But ever the answer was, "No, I should like to see my family very much indeed. My children's letters affect me intensely, but I must not go home. I must finish my task. It is only the want of supplies that has detained me. I should have finished the discovery of the Nile by tracing to its connection with either Baker's Lake or Petherick's branch of the Nile. If I had only gone 1 month further, I could have said, 'The work is done.'" Some of these men who had turned the doctor back from his interesting discoveries were yet in Ujiji, and had the government Enfield rifles in their hands, which they intended to retain until their wages had been paid to them, but as they had received $60 advance each at Zanzibar from the English consul, with the understanding entered into by contract that they should follow their master wherever he required them to go, and as they had not only gone where they were required to proceed with him, but had baffled and thwarted him, it was preposterous that a few men should triumph over the doctor, by keeping the arms given to him by the Bombay government. I had listened to the Arab sheikhs, friends of the doctor, advising them in mild tones to give them up. I had witnessed the mutineers' stubbornness, and it was then, on the Berzani of Said bin Majid's house, that I took advantage to open my mind on the subject, not only for the benefit of the stubborn slaves, but also for the benefit of the Arabs, and to tell them that it was well that I had found Livingstone alive, for if they had but injured a hair of his head, I should have gone back to the coast, to return with a party which would enable me to avenge him. I had been waiting to see Livingstone's guns returned to him every day, hoping that I should not have to use force, but when a month or more had elapsed, and still the arms had not been returned, I applied for permission to take them, which was granted. Susie, the gallant servant of Dr. Livingstone, was immediately dispatched with about a dozen armed men to recover them, and in a few minutes we had possession of them without further trouble. The doctor had resolved to accompany me to Unyanyembe, in order to meet his stores, which had been forwarded from Zanzibar, November 1st, 1870. As I had charge of the escort, it was my duty to study well the several routes to Unyanyembe from Ujiji. I was sufficiently aware of the difficulties and the responsibilities attached to me while escorting such a man. Besides, my own personal feelings were involved in the case. If Livingstone came to any harm through any indiscretion of mine while he was with me, it would immediately be said, "Ah, had he not accompanied Stanley, he would have been alive now." I took out my chart, the one I had made myself, in which I had perfect faith, and I sketched out a route which would enable us to reach Unyanyembe without paying a single cloth as tribute, and without encountering any worse thing than a jungle, by which we could avoid all the Uvinza and the plundering Uhha. This peaceable, secure route led by water south along the coast of Ukonongo and Ukawendi to Cape Tongwe. Arriving at Cape Tongwe, I should be opposite the village of Itaga, Sultan Mrera, in the district of Rusawa of Ukawendi, after which we should strike my old road, which I had traversed from Unyanyembe when bound for Ujiji. I explained it to the doctor, and he instantly recognized its feasibility and security, and if I struck Mrera, as I proposed to do, it would demonstrate whether my chart was correct or not. We arrived at Ujiji from our tour of discovery, north of the Tanganika, December 13th, and from this date the doctor commenced writing his letters to his numerous friends, and to copy into his mammoth Let's diary from his field books the valuable information he had acquired during his years of travel south and west of the Tanganika. I sketched him while sitting in his shirt sleeves in the veranda, with his Let's diary on his knee, and the likeness on the frontispiece is an admirable portrait of him, because the artist who has assisted me has with an intuitive eye seen the defects in my own sketch, and by this I am enabled to restore him to the reader's view exactly as I saw him, as he pondered on what he had witnessed during his long marches. Soon after my arrival at Ujiji he had rushed to his paper, and indebted a letter to James Gordon Bennett, Esquire, wherein he recorded his thanks, and after he had finished it, I asked him to add the word Junior to it, as it was young Mr. Bennett to whom he was indebted. I thought the letter admirable, and requested the doctor not to add another word to it. The feelings of his heart had found expression in the grateful words he had written, and if I judged Mr. Bennett rightly, I knew he would be satisfied with it. For it was not the geographical news he cared so much about, as the grand fact of Livingstone's being alive or dead. In this latter part of December he was writing letters to his children, Sir Roderick Murchison, and to Lord Granville. He had intended to have written to the Earl of Clarendon, but it was my sad task to inform him of the death of that distinguished nobleman. In the meantime I was preparing the expedition for its return march to Unyanyembe, apportioning the bales and luggage, the doctor's large tin boxes, and my own among my men, for I had resolved upon permitting the doctor's men to march as passengers, because they had so nobly performed their duty to their master. Said bin Majid had left December 12 for Mirambo's country, so to give the Black Bonaparte battle for the murder of his son Saoud in the forests of Wilyankura, and he had taken with him 300 stout fellows, armed with guns, from Ujiji. The stout-hearted old chief was burning with rage and resentment, and a fine warlike figure he made with his 7-foot gun. Before we departed for the RUSIZI I had wished him bon voyage, and expressed a hope that he would rid the Central African world of the tyrant Mirambo. On the 20th of December the rainy season was ushered in with heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and hail, the thermometer falling to 66 degrees Fahrenheit. The evening of this day I was attacked with urticaria, or nettle rash, for the third time since arriving in Africa, and I suffered a woeful sickness, and it was the forerunner of an attack of remittent fever which lasted 4 days. This is the malignant type which has proved so fatal to so many African travellers on the Zambesi, the White Nile, the Congo, and the Niger. The head throbs, the pulses bound, the heart struggles painfully, while the sufferer's thoughts are in a strange world, such as only a sick man's fancy can create. This was the 4th attack of the fever since the day I met Livingstone. The excitement of the march, and the high hope which my mind constantly nourished, had kept my body almost invincible against an attack of fever while advancing towards Ujiji, but 2 weeks after the great event had transpired my energies were relaxed, my mind was perfectly tranquil, and I became a victim. Christmas came, and the doctor and I had resolved upon the blessed and time-honoured day being kept as we keep it in Anglo-Saxon lands, with a feast such as Ujiji could furnish us. The fever had quite gone from me the night before, and on Christmas morning, though exceedingly weak, I was up and dressed, and lecturing Faraji, the cook, upon the importance of this day to white men, and endeavouring to instil into the mind of the sleek and pampered animal some cunning secrets of the culinary art. Fat, broad-tailed sheep, goats, zaga and pombe, eggs, fresh milk, plantains, singwa, fine cornflour, fish, onions, sweet potatoes, etc. were procured in the Ujiji market, and from good old Maoni Keri. But alas for my weakness! Faraji spoiled the roast, and our custard was burned. The dinner was a failure. That the fat-brained rascal escaped a thrashing was due only to my inability to lift my hands for punishment, but my looks were dreadful and alarming, and capable of annihilating anyone except Faraji. The stupid, hard-headed cook only chuckled, and I believe he had the subsequent gratification of eating the pies, custards, and roast that his carelessness had spoiled for European palates. Said bin Majid, previous to his departure, had left orders that we should be permitted to use his canoe for our homeward trip, and Moeni Kheri kindly lent his huge vessel for the same purpose. The expedition, now augmented by the doctor and his 5 servants, and their luggage, necessitated the employment of another canoe. We had our flocks of milch goats and provision of fat sheep for the jungle of Ukawendi, the transit of which I was about to attempt. Good Halima, Livingstone's cook, had made ready a sackful of fine flour, such as she only could prepare in her fond devotion for her master. Hamoydah, her husband, had also freely given his assistance and attention to this important article of food. I purchased a donkey for the doctor, the only one available in Ujiji, lest the doctor might happen to suffer on the long march from his ancient enemy. In short, we were luxuriously furnished with food, sheep, goats, cheese, cloth, donkeys, and canoes, sufficient to convey us a long distance. We needed nothing more. The 27th of December has arrived. It is the day of our departure from Ujiji. I was probably about to give an eternal farewell to the port whose name will forever be sacred in my memory. The canoes, great lumbering hollow trees, are laden with good things. The rowers are in their places, the flag of England is hoisted at the stern of the doctor's canoe, the flag of America waves and rustles joyously above mine, and I cannot look at them without feeling a certain pride that the 2 Anglo-Saxon nations are represented this day on this great inland sea, in the face of wild nature and barbarism. We are escorted to our boats by the great Arab merchants, by the admiring children of Unyanyembe, by the freemen of Zanzibar, by wondering Ugogo and Ujiji, by fierce Warinda, which are in this day quiet, even sorrowful, that the white men are going. Whither? They all ask. At 8 a.m. we start, freely distributing our farewells as the Arabs and quidnuncs wave their hands. On the part of 1 or 2 of them there was an attempt to say something sentimental and affecting, especially by the convicted sinner Mohammed bin Salih, but though outwardly I manifested no disapprobation of his words, or of the emphatic way in which he shook my hand, I was not sorry to see the last of him, after his treachery to Livingstone in 1869. I was earnestly requesting to convey to Unyanyembe mengi salams to everybody, but had I done so, as he evidently desired me to do, I would not have been surprised at being regarded by all as hopelessly imbecile. We pushed off from the clayey bank at the foot of the market-place, unencumbered with luggage, under the leadership of gigantic Asmani and Bombay, commenced their journey southward along the shores of the lake. We had arranged to meet them at the mouth of every river, to transport them across from bank to bank. The doctor, being in Said bin Majid's boat, which was a third or so shorter than the one under my command, took the lead, with the British flag held aloft by a bamboo, streaming behind like a crimson meteor. My boat, manned by Ujiji sailors, whom we had engaged to take the canoes back from Tongwe Cape to Ujiji Bunder, came astern, and had a much taller flagstaff on which was hoisted the ever beautiful stars and stripes. Its extreme height drew from the doctor, whose patriotism and loyalty had been excited, the remark that he would cut down the tallest palmyra for his flagstaff, as it was not fitting that the British flag should be so much lower than that of the United States. Our soldiers were not a whit behind us in light-heartedness at the thought of going to Unyanyembe. They struck up the exhilarating song of the Zanzibar boatmen, with the ecstatic chorus, Kina Nderere Kitunga, rowing away like madmen until they were compelled to rest from sheer exhaustion, while the perspiration exuded from the pores of their bodies in streams. When refreshed, they bent back to their oars, raising the song of the Mrema, O Mama, Redemikai, which soon impelled them to an extravagant effort again. It was by this series of ferocious spurts, racing, shouting, singing, perspiring, laughing, groaning, and puffing, that our people vented their joyous feelings, as the thought filled their minds that we were homeward bound, and that by the route I had adopted between us and Unyanyembe there was not the least danger. "We have given the Uhha the slip, ha ha! The Uvinza will trouble us no more, ho ho! The Myanvu can get no more cloth from us, hi bye, and Kiala will see us no more, never more, he he!" they shouted with wild bursts of laughter, seconded by tremendous and rapid strokes with their oars, which caused the stiff old canoes to quiver from stem to stern. Our party ashore seemed to partake of our excitement, and joined in the wild refrain of the mad African song. We watched them urging their steps forward to keep pace with us, as we rounded the capes and points, and rowed across the bays whose margins were sedge and rush and weed. The tiny and agile Kalulu, little Balali, and Majwara were seen racing the herds of goats, sheep, and donkeys which belonged to the caravan, and the animals even seemed to share the general joy. Nature also, proud wild Nature, with the lofty azure dome upheaved into infinity, with her breadth and depth of vivid greenness and enormous vastness on our left, with her immense sheet of bright glancing water, with her awful and intense serenity, she partook of and added to our joy. At about 10 a.m. we arrived at Karindo's, an old chief, noted for his singular kindness to Dr. Livingstone, while he bore animosity to the Arabs. To the Arabs this was unaccountable. To the doctor it was plain. He had but spoken kind and sincere words, while all the Arabs spoke to him as if he were not even a man, least of all a chief. Karindo's place is at the mouth of the Ujeji, which is very wide. The river oozes out through a forest of Ishanomene pith tree. This was a rendezvous agreed upon between shore and lake parties, that the canoes might all cross to the other side, distant a mile and a half. The mouth of the Ujeji forms the bay of Ukaranga, so named because on the other side, whither we were about to cross our party, was situated the village of Ukaranga, a few hundred yards from the lake. All the baggage was taken out of the largest canoe, and stowed snugly in the smaller one, and a few select oarsmen having taken seats, pushed off with the doctor on board, who was to superintend pitching the encampment at Ukaranga, while I remained behind to bind the fractious and ill-natured donkeys, and stow them away in the bottom of the larger canoe, that no danger of upsetting may be incurred, and a consequent gobbling up by hungry crocodiles, which were all about us waiting their opportunity. The flock of goats were then embarked, and as many of our people as could be got in. About 30 still remained behind with myself, for whom my canoe was to return. We all arrived safe at Ukaranga, though we got dangerously near a herd of hippopotami. The crossing of the wide mouth, the Ujeji being then in flood, was effected in about 4 hours. The next day, in the same order as on our departure from Ujiji, we pursued our way south, the lake party keeping as close as possible to the shore, yet when feasible, wind and weather permitting, we struck off boldly across the numerous small bays which indent the shores of the Tanganika. The shores were beautifully green, the effect of the late rains. The waters of the lake were a faithful reflex of the blue firmament above. The hippopotami were plentiful. Those noticed on this day were coloured with reddish rings round the base of their ears and on the neck. One monster, coming up rather late, was surprised by the canoe making full for him, and in great fright took a tremendous dive which showed the whole length of his body. Half-way between the mouth of the Malagarazi and that of the Ujeji, we saw a camp on shore, that of Mohammed bin Gharib, a Mswahili, who figured often in Livingstone's verbal narrative to me of his adventures and travels as one of the kindest and best of the Muslims in Central Africa. He appeared to me a kindly disposed man, with a face seldom seen, having the stamp of an unusual characteristic on it, that of sincerity. The vegetation of the shores as we proceeded was truly tropical, each curve revealed new beauties. With the soft chalky stone, of which most of the cliffs and bluffs are made, seen as we neared the mouth of the Malagarazi, the surf has played strange freaks. We arrived at the mouth of the Malagarazi about 5 p.m., having rowed 18 miles from Ukaranga. The shore party arrived, very much fatigued, about 5 p.m. The next day was employed in crossing the caravan across the broad mouth of the Malagarazi to our camp, a couple of miles north of the river. This is a river which a civilized community would find of immense advantage for shortening the distance between the Tanganika and the coast. Nearly 100 miles might be performed by this river, which is deep enough at all seasons to allow navigation as far as Kiala, in Uvinza, whence a straight road might be easily made to Unyanyembe. Missionaries also might reap the same benefit from it for conversion tours to Uvinza, Uhha, and Ugala. Pursuing our way on the 30th, and rounding the picturesque capes of Kagongo, Mviga, and Kavo, we came, after about 3 hours' rowing, in sight of villages at the mouth of the swift and turbid Rugofu. Here we again had to transport the caravan over the crocodile-infested mouth of the river. On the morning of the 31st we sent a canoe with men to search for food in 2 or 3 villages that were visible on the other side. 4 doti purchased just sufficient for 4 days for our caravan of 48 persons. We then got under way, having informed the Kirongozi that Irimbo was our destination, and bidding him keep as closely as possible to the lake shore, where it was practicable, but if not, to make the best he could of it. From the debouchement of the Rugufu, the headwaters of which we had crossed on our random route to Ujiji, to Urimba, a distance of 6 days by water, there are no villages, and consequently no food. The shore party, however, before leaving Ujiji had 8 days' rations, and on this morning 4 days, distributed to each person, and therefore was in no danger of starvation should the mountain headlands, now unfolding, abrupt and steep, one after another, prevent them from communicating with us. It must be understood that such a journey as this had never been attempted before by any Arab or Muswahili, and every step taken was in sheer ignorance of where the road would lead the men ashore. Rounding Kivo's steep promontory, whose bearded ridge and rugged slope, wooded down to the water's edge, whose exquisite coves and quiet recesses might well have evoked a poetical effusion to one so inclined, we dared the chopping waves of Kivo's Bay, and stood direct for the next cape, Mizohazy, behind which, owing to wind and wave, we were compelled to halt for the night. End of chapter 14, part 1. Chapter 14, part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 14, Part 2. Our Journey from Ujiji to Unyanyembe. After Mizohazy is the bold cape of Kabogo, not the terrible Kabogo around whose name mystery has been woven by the superstitious natives, not the Kabogo whose sullen thunder and awful roar were heard when crossing the Rugufu on our flight from the Uhha, but a point in Ukaranga, on whose hard and uninviting rocks many a canoe has been wrecked. We passed close to its forbidding walls, thankful for the calm of the Tanganika. Near Kabogo are some very fine mvule trees, well adapted for canoe building, and there are no loud-mouthed natives about to haggle for the privilege of cutting them. Along the water's edge, and about 3 feet above it, was observed very clearly on the smooth face of the rocky slopes of Kabogo the high water mark of the lake. This went to show that the Tanganika, during the rainy season, rises about 3 feet above its dry season level, and that, during the latter season, evaporation reduces it to its normal level. The number of rivers which we passed on this journey enabled me to observe whether, as I was told, there was any current setting north. It was apparent to me that, while the southwest, south, or southeast winds blew, the brown flood of the rivers swept north. But it happened that, while passing, once or twice, the mouths of rivers, after a puff from the northwest and the north, that the muddied waters were seen southward of the mouths, from which I conclude that there is no current in the Tanganika, except such as is caused by the fickle winds. Finding a snug nook of bay at a place called Segunda, we put in for lunch. An island at the mouth of the bay suggested to our minds that this was a beautiful spot for a mission station. The grandly sloping hills in the background, with an undulating shelf of land well wooded between them and the bay, added to the attractions of such a spot. The island, capable of containing quite a large village, and perfectly defensible, might, for prudence's sake, contain the mission and its congregation. The landlocked bay would protect their fishery and trade vessels, more than sustain 100 times the number of the population of the island. Wood for building their canoes and houses is close at hand, the neighbouring country would afford game in abundance, and the docile and civil people of Ukaranga but wait religious shepherds. From beautiful Segunda, after a brief halt, we set off, and after 3 hours arrived at the mouth of the river Uloesia. Hippopotami and crocodiles being numerous, we amused ourselves by shooting at them, having also a hope of attracting the attention of our shore party, the sound of whose guns we had not heard since leaving the Rugufu. On the 3rd of January we left Uloesia, and passing by Cape Herembe were in the Bay of Tongwe. This bay is about 25 miles broad, and stretches from Cape Herembe to Cape Tongwe. Finding themselves so near their destination, Urimba being but 6 miles from Herembe Point, the men of both boats bent themselves to their oars, and, with shouts, songs, and laughter, encouraged each other to do their utmost. The flags of the 2 great Anglo-Saxon nations rippled and played in the soft breeze, sometimes drawing near caressingly together, again bending away like 2 lovers coy to unite. The tight little boat of the doctor would keep ahead, and the crimson and crossed flag of England would wave before me, and it seemed to say that the beautiful laggard astern, "Come on, England leads the way." But was it not England's place to be in the front here? She won the right to it by discovering the Tanganika. America came but second. Urimba, though a large district of Ukawendi, has a village of the same name peopled by refugees from Yamba, who found the delta of the Lajori through the unhealthiest of spots, equal to that of the Rusizi, far preferable to the neighbourhood of Sultan Pumbura, of southern Kawendi. A good chase by the victors seems to have given a shock to their systems, for they are very timid and distrustful of strangers, and would by no means permit us to enter their village, of which, to say the truth, I was very glad, after a glance at the reeking corruption on which they were encamped. In the immediate neighbourhood, nay, for a couple of miles on either side, I should suppose that to a white man it were death to sleep a single night. Leading the way south of the village, I found a fit camping place at the extreme southeast corner of Tongwe Bay, about 1.5 miles due west of the lofty peak of Kivanga, or Kakunga. By an observation taken by the doctor, we found ourselves to be in latitude 5 degrees 54 minutes south. None of the natives had heard of our shore party, and as the delta of the Logira and Mogambazi extended for about 15 miles, and withal was the most impassable of places, being perfectly flat, overgrown with the tallest of matete, echinome, and thorny bush, and flooded with water, it was useless to fatigue our men searching for the shore party in such an inhospitable country. No provisions were procurable, for the villages were in a state of semi-starvation, the inhabitants living from hand to mouth on what reluctant fortune threw into their nets. On the 2nd day of our arrival at Urimbe I struck off into the interior with my gun-bearer, Kalulu, carrying the doctor's splendid double-barrel rifle, a Riley No. 12, on the search for venison. After walking about 1 mile I came to a herd of zebras. By creeping on all fours I managed to come within 100 yards of them, but I was in a bad spot. Low prickly shrubs, and tsetse flies alighting on the rifle sight, biting my nose, and dashing into my eyes, completely disconcerted me, and, to add to my discontent, my efforts to disengage myself from the thorns alarmed the zebras, which all stood facing the suspicious object in the bush. I fired at the breast of one, but, as might be expected, missed. The zebras galloped away to about 300 yards off, and I dashed into the open, and hastily cocking the left-hand trigger, aimed at a proud fellow trotting royally before his fellows, and by a good chance set a bullet through his heart. A fortunate shot also brought down a huge goose, which had a sharp horny spur on the forepart of each wing. This supply of meat materially contributed towards the provisioning of the party for the transit of the unknown land that lay between us and Mrera, in Rusawa, Kawendi. It was not until the third day of our arrival at our camp at Unyanyembe that our shore party arrived. They had perceived our immense flag hoisted on a 20-foot long bamboo above the tallest tree near our camp, as they surmounted the sharp, lofty ridge behind Unyanyembe, 15 miles off, and had at first taken it for a huge bird, but there were sharp eyes in the crowd, and guided by it, they came to camp, greeted us as only lost and found men are greeted. I suffered from another attack of fever at this camp, brought on by the neighborhood of the vile delta, the look of which sickened the very heart in me. On the 7th of January we struck camp, and turned our faces eastward, and, for me, home. Yet, regretfully, there had been enough happiness and pleasure, and of pleasantness of social companionship found on the shores of the lake for me. I had seen enough lovely scenes which, siren-like, invited one to quiet rest, gentle scenes where there was neither jar nor tumult, neither strife nor defeat, neither hope nor disappointment, but rest a drowsy, indolent, yet pleasant rest. And only a few drawbacks to these. There was fever, there were no books, no newspapers, no wife of my own race and blood, no theatres, no hotels, no restaurants, no East River oysters, no mince pies, neither buckwheat cakes, nor anything much that was good for a cultivated palate to love. So, in turning to say farewell to the then placid lake and the great blue mountains, that grew bluer as they receded on either hand, I had the courage to utter that awful word tearlessly and without one sigh. Our road led up through the valley of the Logiri, after leaving its delta, a valley growing ever narrower until it narrowed into a ravine, choked by the now roaring, bellowing river, whose resistless rush seemed to affect the very air we breathed. It was getting oppressive, this narrowing ravine, and opportunely the road breasted a knoll, when a terrace, then a hill, and lastly a mountain, where we halted to encamp. As we prepared to select a camping place, the doctor silently pointed forward, and suddenly a dead silence reigned everywhere. The quinine which I had taken in the morning seemed to affect me in every crevice of my brain, but a bitter evil remained, and though I trembled under the heavy weight of the Riley rifle, I crept forward to where the doctor was pointing. I found myself looking down a steep ravine, on the bank of which a fine buffalo cow was scrambling upward. She had just reached the summit, and was turning round to survey her enemy, when I succeeded in planting a shot just behind the shoulder blade, and close to the spine, evoking for her a deep bellow of pain. "She is shot! She is shot!" exclaimed the doctor. "That is a sure sign you have hit her." And the men even raised a shout at the prospect of meat. A second, planted at her spine, brought her to her knees, and a third ended her. We thus had another supply of provisions, which, cut up and dried over a fire, as the Wangwana are accustomed to do it, would carry them far over the unpeopled wilderness before us. For the doctor and myself we had the tongue, the hump, and a few choice pieces salted down, and in a few days had prime corned beef. It is not inapt to state that the rifle had more commendations bestowed on it than the hunter by the Wangwana. The next day we continued the march eastward, under the guidance of our kirongozi, but it was evident, by the road he led us, that he knew nothing of the country, though, through his volubility, he had led us to believe that he knew all about the Ngando, Yamba, and Pumburu's districts. When recalled from the head of the caravan, we were about to descend into the rapid Logiri, and beyond it were 3 ranges of impassable mountains, which we were to cross in a northeasterly direction, quite out of our road. After consulting with the doctor, I put myself at the head of the caravan, and followed the spine of the ridge, struck off due east, regardless of how the road ran. At intervals a travelled road crossed our path, and after following it a while, we came to the ford of the Logiri. The Logiri rises south and southeast of the Kakunda Peak. We made the best we could of the road after crossing the river, until we reached the main path that runs from Kara to the Ngando and Pumbura, in southern Kawendi. On the 9th, soon after leaving camp, we left the travelled path, and made for a gap in the area of hills before us, as Pumbura was at war with the people of Unyanyembe, a district of northern Kawendi. The country teemed with game, the buffaloes and zebras were plentiful. Among the conspicuous trees were the hyphaenae and borassus palm trees, and a tree bearing a fruit about the size of a 600-pounder cannon ball, called by some natives mbaya, according to the doctor, the seeds of which are roasted and eaten. In the Kiswahili tongue, mbaya, baya mean bad, unpleasant. They are not to be recommended as food to Europeans. On the 10th, putting myself at the head of my men, with my compass in hand, I led the way east for 3 hours. A beautiful parkland was revealed to us, but the grass was very tall, and the rainy season, which had commenced in earnest, made my work excessively disagreeable. Through this tall grass, which was as high as my throat, I had to force my way, compass in hand, to lead the expedition, as there was not the least sign of a road, and we were now in an untravelled country. We made our camp on a beautiful little stream flowing north, one of the feeders of the Rugufu River. The 11th still saw me plunging through the grass, which showered drops of rain on me every time I made a step forward. In 2 hours we crossed a small stream, with slippery, cyanitic rocks in its bed, showing the action of furious torrents. Mushrooms were in abundance, and very large. In crossing, an old pagazi of Unyanyembe, weather-beaten, uttered in a deplorable tone, "My kibuyu is dead," by which he meant that he had slipped, and in falling had broken his gourd, which in Kiswahili is kibuyu. On the eastern bank we halted for lunch, and after an hour and a half's march arrived at another stream, which I took to be the Mtambu, at first from the similarity of the land, though my map informed me that it was impossible. The scenery around was very similar, and to the north we had sighted a similar tabular hill to the Magdala Mount I had discovered north of Mrera, while going to the Malagarazi. Though we had travelled only 3½ hours, the doctor was very tired, as the country was exceedingly rough. The next day, crossing several ranges, with glorious scenes of surpassing beauty everywhere around us, we came in view of a mighty and swift torrent, whose bed was sunk deep between enormous lofty walls of sandstone rock, where it roared and brawled with the noise of a little Niagara. Having seen our camp prepared on a picturesque knoll, I thought I would endeavour to procure some meat, which this interesting region seemed to promise. I sallied out with my little Winchester along the banks of the river eastward. I travelled for an hour or two, the prospect getting more picturesque and lovely, and then went up a ravine which looked very promising. Unsuccessful, I strode up the bank, and my astonishment may be conceived when I found myself directly in front of an elephant, who had his large broad ears held out like studding sails, the colossal monster, the incarnation of might of the African world. Methought, when I saw his trunk stretched forward, like a warning finger, that I heard a voice say, "Sista Venator," but whether it did not proceed from my imagination no, I believe it proceeded from Kalulu, who must have shouted, "Tembo, Tembo, Banayango! Lo, an elephant, my master!" For the young rascal had fled as soon as he had witnessed the awful colossus in such close vicinage. Recovering from my astonishment, I thought it prudent to retire also, especially with a pea-shooter loaded with treacherous sawdust cartridges in my hand. As I looked behind, I saw him waving his trunk, which I understood to mean, "Good-bye, young fellow, it is lucky for you went in time, for I was going to pound you to a jelly." As I was congratulating myself, a wasp darted fiercely at me and planted its sting in my neck, and for that afternoon my anticipated pleasures were dispelled. Arriving at camp I found the men grumbling, their provisions were ended, and there was no prospect for 3 days at least of procuring any. With the improvidence usual with the gluttons, they had eaten their rations of grain, all their store of zebra and dried buffalo meat, and were now crying out that they were famished. The tracks of animals were numerous, but it being the rainy season the game was scattered everywhere, whereas had we travelled during the dry season through these forests, our larders might have been supplied fresh each day. Sometime about 6 p.m., as the doctor and I were taking our tea outside the tent, a herd of elephants, 12 in number, passed about 800 yards off. Our Fundi, Asmani, and Mabruki Kisesa were immediately dispatched in pursuit. I would have gone myself with the heavy rally rifle, only I was too much fatigued. We soon heard their guns firing, and hoped they were successful, as a plentiful supply of meat might have then been procured, while we ourselves would have secured one of the elephant's feet for a nice delicate roast, but within an hour they returned unsuccessful, having only drawn blood, some of which they exhibited to us on a leaf. It requires a very good rifle to kill an African elephant. A No. 8 bore with a Fraser's shell, planted in a temple, I believe, would drop an elephant each shot. Faulkner makes some extraordinary statements about walking up in front of an elephant and planting a bullet in his forehead, killing him instantly. The tale, however, is so incredible that I would prefer not to believe it, especially when he states that the imprint of the muzzle of his rifle was on the elephant's trunk. African travellers, especially those with a taste for the chase, are too fond of relating that which borders on the incredible for ordinary men to believe them. Such stories must be taken with a large grain of salt, for the sake of the amusement they afford to readers at home. In future, whenever I hear a man state how he broke the back of an antelope at 600 yards, I shall incline to believe a cipher had been added by the slip of a pen, or attribute it to a typographical error, for this is almost an impossible feat in an African forest. It may be done once, but it could never be done twice running. An antelope makes a very small target at 600 yards distance, but then all these stories belong by right divine to the chasseur who travels to Africa only for the sake of sport. On the 13th we continued our march across several ridges, and the series of ascents and descents revealed to us valleys and mountains never before explored, streams rushing northward swollen by the rains, and grand primeval forests, in whose twilight shade no white man ever walked before. On the 14th the same scenes were witnessed, an unbroken series of longitudinal ridges, parallel one with another and with Lake Tanganyika. Eastward the faces of these ridges present abrupt scarps and terraces, rising from deep valleys, while the western declivities have gradual slopes. These are the peculiar features of Ukawendi, the eastern watershed of the Tanganyika. In one of these valleys on this day we came across a colony of reddish-bearded monkeys, whose howls or bellowing rang amongst the cliffs as they discovered the caravan. I was not able to approach them, for they scrambled up trees and barked their defiance at me, then bounded to the ground as I still persisted in advancing, and they would have soon drawn me in pursuit if I had not suddenly remembered that my absence was halting the expedition. About noon we sighted our Magdala, the grand towering mount whose upright frowning mass had attracted our eyes, as it lifted itself from above the plain in all its grandeur, when we were hurrying along the great ridge of Rusawa towards the Crocodile River. We recognized the old mystic beauty of the tree-clad plain around it. Then it was bleached, and a filmy haze covered it lovingly, now it was vivid greenness. Every vegetable, plant, herb, and tree had sprung into quick life, the effect of the rains. Rivers that ran not in those hot summer days now fumed and rushed impetuously between thick belts of mighty timber, brawling hoarsely in glades. We crossed many of these streams, all of which are feeders of the Rugufu. Beautiful, bewitching Ukawendi! By what shall I gauge the loveliness of the wild, free, luxuriant, spontaneous nature within its boundaries? By anything in Europe? No. By anything in Asia? Where? India, perhaps. Yes, or say Mingrelia and Emeritia. For there we have foaming rivers, we have picturesque hillocks, we have bold hills, ambitious mountains, and broad forests, with lofty, solemn rows of trees, with clean and straight stems, through which you can see far, lengthy vistas, as you see here. Only in Ukawendi you can almost behold the growth of vegetation. The earth is so generous, nature so kind and loving, that without entertaining any aspiration for a residence, or a wish to breathe the baleful atmosphere longer than is absolutely necessary, one feels insensibly drawn towards it, as the thought creeps into his mind that though all is foul beneath the captivating, glamorous beauty of the land, the foulness might be removed by civilized people, the whole region made as healthy as it is productive. Even while staggering under the pressure of the awful sickness, with mind getting more and more embittered, brain sometimes reeling with the shock of the constantly recurring fevers, though I knew how the malaria, rising out of that very fairness, was slowly undermining my constitution and insidiously sapping the powers of mind and body, I regarded the alluring face of the land with a fatuous love, and felt a certain sadness steal over me as each day I was withdrawing myself from it, and felt disposed to quarrel with the fate that seemed to eject me out of Ukawendi. On the 9th day of our march from the shores of the Tanganika we again perceived our Magdala Mount, rising like a dark cloud to the northeast, by which I knew that we were approaching Mrera, and that our Icarian attempt to cross the uninhabited jungle of Ukawendi would soon be crowned with success. Against the collective counsel of the guides, and hypothetical suggestions of the tired and hungry souls of our expedition, I persisted in being guided only by the compass and my chart. The guides strenuously strove to induce me to alter my course and strike in a southwest direction, which, had I listened to them, would have undoubtedly taken me to southwestern Ukonongo, or northeastern Ufipa. The veteran and experienced soldiers asked mournfully if I were determined to kill them with famine, as the road I should have taken was northeast, but I preferred putting my trust in the compass. No sun shone upon us as we threaded our way through the primeval forest, by clumps of jungles, across streams, up steep ridges, and down into deep valleys. A thick haze covered the forests, rain often pelted us, the firmament was an unfathomable depth of grey vapour. The doctor had perfect confidence in me, and I held on my way. As soon as we arrived at our camp the men scattered themselves through the forest to search for food. A grove of singwa trees was found close by. Mushrooms grew in abundance, and these sufficed to appease the gnawing hunger from which the people suffered. Had it not been such rainy weather, I should have been enabled to procure game for the camp, but the fatigue which I suffered, and the fever which enervated me, utterly prevented me from moving out of the camp after we once came to a halt. The fear of lions, which were numerous in our vicinity, whose terrible roaring was heard by day and by night, daunted the hunters so much that though I offered 5 doti of cloth for every animal brought to camp, none dared penetrate the gloomy glades, or awesome belts of timber, outside the friendly defence of the camp. End of chapter 14, part 2. Chapter 14, part 3 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 14, Part 3. Our Journey from Ujiji to Unyanyembe. The morning of the 10th day I assured the people that we were close to food, cheered the most amiable of them with promise of abundant provender, and hushed the most truculent knaves with a warning not to tempt my patient too much, lest we came to angry blows, and then struck away east by north through the forest, with the almost exhausted expedition dragging itself weakly and painfully behind me. It was a most desperate position certainly, and I pitied the poor people far more than they pitied themselves, and, though I fumed and stormed in their presence when they were disposed to lie down and give up, never was a man further from doing them injury. I was too proud of them, but under the circumstances it was dangerous, nay, suicidal, to appear doubtful or dubious of the road. The mere fact that I still held on my way according to the doctor's little pearly monitor, the compass, had a grand moral effect on them, and, though they demurred in plaintive terms and with pinched faces, they followed my footsteps with a trustfulness which quite affected me. For long miles we trudged over smooth sloping sward, with a vision of forest and parkland beauty on our right and left, and in front of us such as is rarely seen. At a pace that soon left the main body of the expedition far behind, I strode on with a few gallant fellows, who despite their heavy loads kept pace with me. After a couple of hours we were ascending the easy slope of a ridge, which promised to decide in a few minutes the truth or the inaccuracy of my chart. Presently we arrived at the eastern edge of the ridge, and 1,000 feet below the high plateau on which we stood, we distinguished the valley of Mrera. By noon we were in our old camp. The natives gathered round, bringing supplies of food, and to congratulate us upon having gone to Ujiji and returned. But it was long before the last member of the expedition arrived. The doctor's feet were very sore, bleeding from the weary march. His shoes were in a very worn-out state, and he had so cut and slashed them with a knife to ease his blistered feet, that any man of our force would have refused them as a gift, no matter how ambitious he might be to encase his feet a la Wasungu. Asmani, the guide, was very much taken aback when he discovered that the tiny compass knew the way better than he did, and he declared it as his solemn opinion that it could not lie. He suffered much in reputation from having contested the palm with the little thing, and ever afterwards his boasted knowledge of the country was considerably doubted. After halting a day to recruit ourselves, we continued our journey on the 18th January, 1872, towards Unyanyembe. A few miles beyond Mrera, Asmani lost the road again, and I was obliged to show it to him, by which I gained additional honour and credit as a leader and guide. My shoes were very bad, and it was difficult to decide whose were the worst in condition, the doctor's or mine. A great change had come upon the face of the land since I had passed northward en route to Ujiji. The wild grapes now hung in clusters along the road, the corn ears were advanced enough to pluck and roast for food, the various plants shed their flowers, and the deep woods and grasses of the country were greener than ever. On the 19th we arrived at Mpokwa's deserted village. The doctor's feet were very much chafed and sore by the marching. He had walked on foot all the way from Urimba, though he owned a donkey, while I, considerably to my shame be it said, had ridden occasionally to husband my strength, that I might be enabled to hunt after arrival at camp. 2 huts were cleared for our use, but, just as we had made ourselves comfortable, our sharp-eyed fellows had discovered several herds of game in the plain west of Mpokwa. Hastily devouring a morsel of cornbread with coffee, I hastened away, with Bilali for a gun-bearer, taking with me the famous Riley rifle of the doctor and a supply of Fraser's shells. After plunging through a deep stream, and getting wet again, and pushing my way through a dense brake, I arrived at a thin belt of forest, through which I was obliged to crawl, and in half an hour I had arrived within 140 yards of a group of zebras, which were playfully biting each other under the shade of a large tree. Suddenly rising up, I attracted their attention, but the true old rifle was at my shoulder, and crack crack went both barrels, and 2 fine zebras, a male and a female, fell dead under the tree where they had stood. In a few seconds their throats were cut, and after giving the signal of my success, I was soon surrounded by a dozen of my men, who gave utterance to their delight by fulsome compliments to the merits of the rifle, though very few to me. When I returned to camp with the meat, I received the congratulations of the doctor, which I valued far higher, as he knew from long experience what shooting was. When the edible portions of the 2 zebras were hung to the scale, we found, according to the doctor's own figures, that we had 719 pounds of good meat, which, divided among 44 men, gave a little over 16 pounds to each person. Bombay especially was very happy, as he had dreamed a dream wherein I figured prominently as shooting animals down right and left, and when he had seen me depart with that wonderful Riley rifle he had not entertained a doubt of my success, and accordingly had commanded the men to be ready to go after me as soon as they should hear the reports of the gun. The following is quoted from my diary. January 20th, 1872. Today was a halt. On going out for a hunt I saw a herd of 11 giraffes. After crossing Mpokwa stream I succeeded in getting within 150 yards of one of them, and fired at it, but though it was wounded, I did not succeed in dropping it, though I desired the skin of one of them very much. In the afternoon I went out to the east of the village and came to a herd of 6 giraffes. I wounded one of them, but it got off despite my efforts. What remarkable creatures they are! How beautiful their large limpid eyes! I could have declared an oath that both shots had been a success, but they sheered off with the stately movements of a clipper about to tack. When they ran they had an ungainly, dislocated motion, somewhat like the contortions of an Indian nautch or a Theban danseuse, a dreamy, undulating movement, which even the tail, with its long fringe of black hair, seemed to partake of. The doctor, who knew how to console an ardent but disappointed young hunter, attributed my non-success to shooting with leaden balls, which were too soft to penetrate the thick hide of the giraffes, and advised me to melt my zinc canteens with which to harden the lead. It was not the first time that I had cause to think the doctor an admirable travelling companion. None knew so well how to console one for bad luck, none knew so well how to elevate one in his own mind. If I killed a zebra, did not his friend Oswell, the South African hunter, and himself long ago come to the conclusion that zebra meat was the finest in Africa? If I shot a buffalo cow, she was sure to be the best of her kind, and her horns were worth while carrying home as specimens, and was she not fat? If I returned without anything, the game was very wild, or the people had made a noise, and the game had been frightened, and who could stalk animals already alarmed? Indeed, he was a most considerate companion, and knowing him to be literally truthful, I was proud of his praise when successful, and when I failed I was easily consoled. Ibrahim, the old pagazi whose feelings had been so lacerated in Ukawendi, when his ancient kibuyu broke, before leaving Ujiji invested his cloth in a slave from Manyuema, who bore the name of Ulimengo, which signifies the world. As we approached Mpakwa, Ulimengo absconded with all his master's property, consisting of a few cloths and a bag of salt, which he had thought of taking to Unyanyembe for trade. Ibrahim was inconsolable, and he kept lamenting his loss daily in such lugubrious tones that the people, instead of sympathizing, laughed at him. I asked him why he purchased such a slave, and while he was with him, why he did not feed him. Replied he, tartly, was he not my slave? Was not the cloth with which I bought him mine? If the cloth was my own, could I not purchase what I liked? Why do you talk so? Ibrahim's heart was made glad this evening by the return of Ulimengo with the salt and the cloth, and the one-eyed old man danced with his great joy, and came in all haste to impart to me the glad news. Lo, the world has come back. Sure, my salt and my cloth are also with him. Sure. To which I replied that he had better feed him in future, as slaves required food as well as their masters. From 10 p.m. to midnight the doctor was employed in taking observations from the star Canopus, the result of which was that he ascertained Mpakwa, district of Utanda, Ukonongo, to be in south latitude 6 degrees 18 minutes 40 seconds. On comparing it with its position as laid down in my map by dead reckoning, I found we differed by 3 miles, I having laid it down at 6 degrees 15 minutes south latitude. The day following was a halt. The doctor's feet were so inflamed and sore that he could not bear his shoes on. My heels were also raw, and I viciously cut large circles out of my shoes to enable me to move about. Having converted my zinc canteens into bullets, and provided myself with a butcher and a gun-bearer, I set out for the lovely parkland and plain west of Mpakwa stream, with the laudable resolution to obtain something, and seeing nothing in the plain, I crossed over a ridge, and came to a broad basin covered with tall grass, with clumps here and there of fefene palm, with of stray mimosa or so scattered about. Nibbling off the branches of the latter, I saw a group of giraffes, and then began stalking them through the grass, taking advantage of the tall grass-grown ant-hills that I might approach the wary beasts before their great eyes could discover me. I contrived to come within 175 yards, by means of one of these curious hummocks, but beyond it no man could crawl without being observed. The grass was so thin and short. I took a long breath, wiped my perspiring brow, and sat down for a while. My black assistants also, like myself, were almost breathless with the exertion, and the high expectations roused by the near presence of the royal beasts. I toyed lovingly with the heavy Riley, saw to my cartridges, and then stood up and turned, with my rifle ready, took one good long steady aim, then lowered it again to arrange the sights, lifted it up once more, dropped it. A giraffe half turned his body, for the last time I lifted it, took one quick sight at the region of the heart, and fired. He staggered, reeled, and then made a short gallop, but the blood was spouting from the wound in a thick stream, and before he had gone 200 yards he came to a dead halt, with his ears drawn back, and allowed me to come within 20 yards of him, when, receiving a zinc bullet through the head, he fell dead. Allahu Akbar, cried Khamisi, my butcher, fervently. This is meat, master. I was rather saddened than otherwise at seeing the noble animal stretched before me. If I could have given him back his life, I think I should have done so. I thought it a great pity that such splendid animals, so well adapted for the service of man in Africa, could not be converted to some other use than that of food. Horses, mules, and donkeys died in these sickly regions, but what a blessing for Africa would it be if we could tame the giraffes and zebras for the use of explorers and traders. Mounted on a zebra, a man would be enabled to reach Ujiji in 1 month from Bagamoyo, whereas it took me over 7 months to travel that distance. The dead giraffe measured 16 feet 9 inches from his right forehoof to the top of his head, and was one of the largest size, though some have been found to measure over 17 feet. He was spotted all over with large black, nearly round patches. I left Kamisi in charge of the dead beast, while I returned to camp to send off the men to cut it up, and convey the meat to our village. But Kamisi climbed a tree for fear of the lions, and the vultures settled on it, so that when the men arrived on the spot, the eyes, the tongue, and a great part of the posteriors were eaten up. What remained weighed as followed when brought in and hung to the scales: 1 hind leg, 134 pounds. 1 hind leg, 136 pounds. 1 foreleg, 160 pounds. 1 foreleg, 160 pounds. Ribs, 158 pounds. Neck, 74 pounds. Rump, 87 pounds. Breast, 46 pounds. Liver, 20 pounds. Lungs, 12 pounds. Heart, 6 pounds. Total weight of edible portions, 993 pounds. Skin and head, 181 pounds. The 3 days that followed I suffered from a severe attack of fever, and was unable to stir from bed. I applied my usual remedies for it, which consisted of colocynth and quinine, but experience has shown me that an excessive use of the same cathartic weakens its effect, and that it would be well for travellers to take with them different medicines to cause proper action in the liver, such as colocynth, calomel, resin of jalap, Epsom salts, and that no quinine should be taken until such medicines shall have prepared the system for its reception. The doctor's prescription for fever consists of 3 grains of resin of jalap and 2 grains of calomel, with tincture of cardamoms put in just enough to prevent irritation of the stomach, made into the form of a pill, which is to be taken as soon as one begins to feel the excessive languor and weariness which is the sure forerunner of the African type of fever. An hour or 2 later a cup of coffee, unsugared and without milk, ought to be taken, to cause a quicker action. The doctor also thinks that quinine should be taken with the pill, but my experience, though it weighs nothing compared against what he has endured, has proved to me that quinine is useless until after the medicine has taken effect. My stomach could never bear quinine unless subsequent to the cathartic. A well-known missionary at Constantinople recommends travellers to take 3 grains of tartar emetic for the injection of the bilious matter in the stomach, but the Reverend Doctor possibly forgets that much more of the system is disorganized than the stomach, and, though in 1 or 2 cases of a slight attack this remedy may have proved successful, it is altogether too violent for an enfeebled man in Africa. I have treated myself faithfully after this method 3 or 4 times, but I could not conscientiously recommend it. For cases of urticaria, I could recommend taking 3 grains of tartar emetic, but then a stomach pump would answer the purpose as well. On the 27th we set out for Misonghi. About halfway I saw the head of the expedition on the run, and the motive seemed to be to communicate quickly, man after man, to those behind, until my donkey commenced to kick and lash behind with its heels. In a second I was made aware of the cause of this excitement by a cloud of wild bees buzzing about my head, 3 or 4 of which settled on my face and stung me frightfully. We raced madly for about half a mile, behaving in as wild a manner as the poor bestung animals. As this was an unusually long march, I doubted if the doctor could march it, because his feet were so sore, so I determined to send 4 men back with the kitanda, but the stout old hero refused to be carried, and walked all the way to camp after a march of 18 miles. He had been stung dreadfully in the head and in the face, the bees had settled in handfuls in his hair, but after partaking of a cup of warm tea and some food, he was as cheerful as if he had never travelled a mile. At Mrera, central Ukonongo, we halted a day to grind grain, and to prepare the provision we should need during the transit of the wilderness between Mrera and Manyara. End of chapter 14, part 3. Chapter 14, Part 4 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 14, Part 4, Our Journey from Ujiji to Unyanyembe. On the 31st of January, at Muaru, Sultan Ka Mirambo, we met a caravan under the leadership of a slave of Said bin Habib, who came to visit us in our camp, which was hidden in a thick clump of jungle. After he was seated and had taken his coffee, I asked, "What is the news, my friend, that thou hast brought from Unyanyembe?" "My news is good, master." "How goes the war?" "Ah, Mirambo is where? He eats the hides even. He is famished. Said bin Habib, my master, hath possession of Kirira. The Arabs are thundering at the gates of Wilyankuru. Said bin Majid, who came from Ujiji to Useguhha in 20 days, hath taken and slain Moto, Fire, the king. Simba of Kasera hath taken up arms for the defence of his father, Makasiwa of Unyanyembe. The chief of Uganda hath sent 500 men to the field. Ugh, Mirambo is where? In a month he will be dead of hunger. Great and good news truly, my friend. Yes, in the name of God. And whither art thou bound with thy caravan? Said, the son of Majid, who came from Ujiji, hath told us of the road that the white man took, that he arrived at Ujiji safely, and that he was on his way back to Unyanyembe. So we have thought that if the white man could go there, we could also. Lo, the Arabs come by the 100 by the white man's road, to get the ivory from Ujiji. I am that white man. You? Yes. Why was it reported that you were dead, that you fought with the Wazavira? Ah, my friend, these are the words of Njara, the son of Kamis. See, pointing to Livingstone, this is the white man, my father. It is a courteous custom in Africa to address elderly people as Baba, or father, whom I saw at Ujiji. He is going with me to Unyanyembe to get his cloth, after which he will return to the great waters. Wonderful! Thou sayest truly. What hast thou to tell me of the white man at Unyanyembe? Which white man? The white man I left in the house of Said, the son of Salim, my house at Kwihara. He is dead. Dead? True. You do not mean to say that the white man is dead? True, he is dead. How long ago? Many months now. What did he die of? Homa, or fever. Any more of my people dead? I know not. Enough. I looked sympathetically at the doctor, and he replied, I told you so. When you described him to me as a drunken man, I knew he could not live. Men who have been habitual drunkards cannot live in this country, any more than men who have become slaves to other vices. I attribute the deaths that occurred in my expedition on the Zambezi much to the same cause. Ah, doctor, there are 2 of us gone. I shall be the 3rd if this fever lasts much longer. Oh no, not at all. If you would have died from fever, you would have died at Ujiji when you had that severe attack of remittent. Don't think of it. Your fever now is only the result of exposure to wet. I never travel during the wet season. This time I have travelled because I was anxious, and I did not wish to detain you at Ujiji. Well, there is nothing like a good friend at one's back in this country to encourage him and keep his spirits up. Poor Shah! I am sorry, very sorry for him. How many times have I not endeavoured to cheer him up? But there was no life in him. And among the last words I said to him before parting were, Remember, if you return to Unyanyembe, you die. We also obtained news from the chief of Said bin Habib's caravan that several packets of letters and newspapers, and boxes had arrived for me from Zanzibar by my messengers and Arabs, that Salim, the son of Sheikh Hashid of Zanzibar, was amongst the latest arrivals in Unyanyembe. The doctor also reminded me with the utmost good nature that, according to his accounts, he had a stock of jellies and crackers, soups, fish, and potted ham, besides cheese, awaiting him in Unyanyembe, and that he would be delighted to share his good things. Whereupon I was greatly cheered, and during the repeated attacks of fever I suffered about this time, my imagination loved to dwell upon the luxuries at Unyanyembe. I pictured myself devouring the hams and crackers and jellies like a madman. I lived on my raving fantasies. My poor vexed brain rioted on such homely things as wheaten bread and butter, hams, bacon, caviar, and I would have thought no price too high to pay for them. Though so far away and out of the pale of Europe and America, it was a pleasure to me, during the athumia or despondency into which I was plunged by ever-recurring fevers, to dwell upon them. I wondered that people who had access to such luxury should ever get sick and become tired of life. I thought that if a wheaten loaf with a nice pat of fresh butter were presented to me, I would be able, though dying, to spring up and dance a wild fandango. Though we lacked the good things of this life above named, we possessed salted giraffe and pickled zebra tongues, we had ugali made by Halima herself, we had sweet potatoes, tea, coffee, dampers, or slapjacks, but I was tired of them. My enfeebled stomach, harrowed and irritated with medicinal compounds, with ipecac, colocynth, tartar emetic, quinine, and such things, protested against the coarse food. Oh, for a wheaten loaf, my soul cried in agony, $500 for one loaf of bread. The doctor, somehow or other, despite the incessant rain, the dew, fog, and drizzle, the marching, and sore feet, ate like a hero, and I, manfully, sternly resolved to imitate the persevering attention he paid to the welfare of his gastric powers, but I miserably failed. Dr. Livingstone possesses all the attainments of a traveller. His knowledge is great about everything concerning Africa. The rocks, the trees, the fruits, and their virtues are known to him. He is also full of philosophic reflections upon ethnological matters. With campcraft, with its cunning devices, he is au fait. His bed is luxurious as a spring mattress. Each night he has it made under his own supervision. First he has 2 straight poles cut, 3 or 4 inches in diameter, which are laid parallel one with another, at the distance of 2 feet. Across these poles are laid short sticks, saplings 3 feet long, and over them is laid a thick pile of grass. Then comes a piece of waterproof canvas and blankets, and thus a bed has been improvised fit for a king. It was at Livingstone's instigation I purchased milch goats, by which, since leaving Ujiji, we have had a supply of fresh milk for our tea and coffee 3 times a day. Apropos of this, we are great drinkers of these welcome stimulants. We seldom halt drinking until we have each had 6 or 7 cups. We also have been able to provide ourselves with music, which, though harsh, is better than none. I mean the musical screech of parrots from Manyuema. Halfway between Muraru, Kamarambo's village, and the deserted Tongondi of Ukamba, I carved the doctor's initials and my own on a large tree, with the date February 2nd. I have been twice guilty of this in Africa. Once when we were famishing in southern Uvinza, I inscribed the date, my initials, and the word starving in large letters on the trunk of a sycamore. In passing through the forest of Ukamba, we saw the bleached skull of an unfortunate victim to the privations of travel. Referring to it, the doctor remarked that he could never pass through an African forest, with its solemn stillness and serenity, without wishing to be buried quietly under the dead leaves, where he would be sure to rest undisturbed. In England there was no elbow-room, the graves were often desecrated, and ever since he had buried his wife in the woods of Champanga he had sighed for just such a spot, where his weary bones would receive the eternal rest they coveted. The same evening, when the tent door was down, and the interior was made cheerful by the light of a paraffin candle, the doctor related to me some incidents respecting the career and the death of his eldest son, Robert. Readers of Livingstone's first book, South Africa, without which no boy should be, will probably recollect the dying Sebutane's regard for the little boy Robert. Mrs. Livingstone and family were taken to the Cape of Good Hope, and thence sent to England, where Robert was put in the charge of a tutor. But wearied of inactivity, when he was about 18, he left Scotland and came to Natal, whence he endeavoured to reach his father. Unsuccessful in the attempt, he took ship and sailed for New York, and enlisted in the Northern Army, in a New Hampshire regiment of volunteers, discarding his own name of Robert Moffat Livingstone, and taking that of Rupert Vincent, that his tutor, who seems to have been ignorant of his duties to the youth, might not find him. From one of the battles before Richmond, he was conveyed to a North Carolina hospital, where he died from his wounds. On the 7th of February we arrived at the Gombe, and camped near one of its largest lakes. This lake is probably several miles in length, and swarms with hippopotami and crocodiles. From this camp I dispatched Feraji, the cook, and Chelpera to Unyanyembe, to bring the letters and medicines that were sent to me from Zanzibar, and meet us at Ugunda, while the next day we moved to our old quarters on the Gombe, where we were first introduced to the real hunter's paradise in Central Africa. The rain had scattered the greater number of the herds, but there was plenty of game in the vicinity. Soon after breakfast I took Khamisi and Kalulu with me for a hunt. After a long walk we arrived near a thin jungle, where I discovered the tracks of several animals: boar, antelope, elephant, rhinoceros, hippopotamus, and an unusual number of imprints of the lion's paw. Suddenly I heard Khamisi say, "Master, master, here is a Simba (lion), and he came up to me trembling with excitement and fear, for the young fellow was an arrant coward, to point out the head of a beast, which could be seen just above the tall grass, looking steadily toward us. It immediately afterwards bounded from side to side, but the grass was so high that it was impossible to tell exactly what it was. Taking advantage of a tree in my front, I crept quietly onwards, intending to rest the heavy rifle against it, as I was so weak from the effects of several fevers that I felt myself utterly incapable of supporting my rifle for a steady aim. But my surprise was great when I cautiously laid it against the tree, and then directed its muzzle to the spot where I had seen him stand. Looking further away, to where the grass was thin and scant, I saw the animal bound along at a great rate, and that it was a lion, the noble monarch of the forest, was in full flight. From that moment I ceased to regard him as the mightiest among the brutes, or his roar as anything more fearful in broad daylight than a sucking dove's. The next day was also a halt, and unable to contain my longing for the chase, where there used to be such a concourse of game of all kinds, soon after morning coffee, and after dispatching a couple of men with presents to my friend Ma Manyara, of ammonia bottle memory, I sauntered once more out for the park. Not 500 yards from the camp, myself and men were suddenly halted by hearing in our immediate vicinity, probably within 50 yards or so, a chorus of roars, issuing from a triplet of lions. Instinctively my fingers raised the two hammers, as I expected a general onset on me, for though one lion might fly, it was hardly credible that three should. While looking keenly about I detected, within easy rifle shot, a fine hartebeest, trembling and cowering behind a tree, as if it expected the fangs of the lion in its neck. Though it had its back turned to me, I thought a bullet might plough its way to a vital part, and without a moment's hesitation I aimed and fired. The animal gave a tremendous jump, as if it intended to take a flying leap through the tree, but recovering itself it dashed through the underbrush, in a different direction from that in which I supposed the lions to be, and I never saw it again, though I knew I had struck it from the bloody trail it left. Neither did I see or hear anything more of the lions. I searched far and wide over the parkland for prey of some kind, but was compelled to return unsuccessful to camp. Disgusted with my failure, we started a little after noon for Manyara, at which place we were hospitably greeted by my friend, who had sent men to tell me that his white brother must not halt in the woods, but must come to his village. We received a present of honey and food from the chief, which was most welcome to us in our condition. Here was an instance of that friendly disposition among Central African chiefs when they have not been spoiled by the Arabs, which Dr. Livingstone found among the Babisi and Ba Alunga, and in Manyueme. I received the same friendly recognition from all the chiefs, from Mrera in Ukawendi to Unyanyembe, as I did from Ma Manyara. On the 14th we arrived at Ugunda, and soon after we had established ourselves comfortably in a hut which the chief lent us for our use, in came Fariji and Chowpereh, bringing with them Sarmian and Uledi Manwasera, who, it will be recollected, were the two soldiers sent to Zanzibar with letters, and who should Sarmian have in charge but the deserter Hamdallah, who decamped at Manyara as we were going to Ujiji. This fellow, it seems, had halted at Kaganda, and had informed the chief and the doctor of the village that he had been sent by the white man to take back the cloth left there for the cure of Mabruk Salim, and the simple chief had commanded it to be given up to him on his mere word, in consequence of which the sick man had died. Upon Sarmian's arrival in Unyanyembe from Zanzibar, about 50 days after the expedition had departed for Ujiji, the news he received was that the white man, Shaw, was dead, and that a man called Hamdallah, who had engaged himself as one of my guides, but who had shortly after returned, was at Unyanyembe. He had left him unmolested until the appearance of Faraji and his companion, when they at once, in a body, made a descent on his hut and secured him. With the zeal which always distinguished him in my service, Sarmean had procured a forked pole, between the prongs of which the neck of the absconder was placed, firmly lashed, effectually prevented him from relieving himself out of the encumbrance attached to him so deftly. There were no less than 7 packets of letters and newspapers from Zanzibar, which had been collecting during my absence from Unyanyembe. These had been entrusted at various times to the chiefs of caravans, who had faithfully delivered them at my tembe, according to their promise to the consul. There was 1 packet for me, which contained 2 or 3 letters for Dr. Livingstone, to whom, of course, they were at once transferred, with my congratulations. In the same packet there was also a letter to me from the British consul at Zanzibar, requesting me to take charge of Livingstone's goods and do the best I could to forward them on to him, dated 25th September 1871, 5 days after I left Unyanyembe on my apparently hopeless task. "Well, Doctor," I said to Livingstone, "the English consul requests me to do all I can to push forward your goods to you. I am sorry I did not get the authority sooner, for I should have attempted it, but in the absence of these instructions I have done the best I could by pushing you towards the goods. The mountain has not been able to advance toward Mohammed, but Mohammed has been compelled to advance toward the mountain." But Dr. Livingstone was too deeply engrossed in his own letters from home, which were just a year old. I received good and bad news from New York, but the good news was subsequent, and wiped out all feelings that might have been evoked had I received the bad only. But the newspapers, nearly 100 of them, New York, Boston, and London journals, were full of most wonderful news. The Paris Commune was in arms against the National Assembly, the Tuileries, the Louvre, and the ancient city Lutetia Parisorium had been set in flames by the blackguards of Saint Antoine. French troops massacring and murdering men, women, and children, rampant diabolism, and incarnate revenge were at work in the most beautiful city in the world. Fair women converted into demons, and dragged by ruffianly soldiers through the streets to universal execration and pitiless death, children of tender age pinned to the earth and bayoneted, men innocent or not, shot, cut, stabbed, slashed, or destroyed, a whole city given up to the summa injuria of an infuriate, reckless, and brutal army. O France! O Frenchmen! Such things are unknown even in the heart of barbarous Central Africa. We spurned the newspapers with our feet, and for relief to sickened hearts gazed on the comic side of our world, as illustrated in the innocent pages of Punch. Poor Punch! Good-hearted, kindly-natured Punch, a traveller's benison on thee. Thy jokes were as physic, thy innocent satire was provocative of hysteric mirth. Our doors were crowded with curious natives, who looked with indescribable wonder at the enormous sheets. I heard them repeat the words Kabari Kisungu, white man's news, often, and heard them discussing the nature of such a quantity of news, and expressing their belief that the Wasungu were Mubaya Sani, and very Mkalii, by which they meant to say that the white men were very wicked, and very smart and clever, though the term wicked is often employed to express high admiration. On the 4th day from Uganda, or the 18th of February, and the 53rd day from Ujiji, we made our appearance with flags flying and guns firing in the valley of Kwihara, and when the doctor and myself passed through the portals of my old quarters, I formally welcomed him to Unyanyembe and to my house. Since the day I had left the Arabs, sick and weary almost with my life, but nevertheless imbued with the high hope that my mission would succeed, 131 days had elapsed, with what vicissitudes of fortune the reader well knows, during which time I had journeyed over 1,200 miles. The myth after which I travelled through the wilderness proved to be a fact, and never was the fact more apparent than when the living man walked with me, arm in arm, to my own room, and I said to him, "Doctor, we are at last home." End of chapter 14, part 4. Chapter 15, Part 1 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 15. Part 1. Homeward Bound. Livingstone's Last Words. The Final Farewell. Unyanyembe was now to me a terrestrial paradise. Livingstone was no less happy. He was in comfortable quarters, which were a palace compared to his hut in Ujiji. Our storerooms were full of the good things of this life, besides cloth, beads, wire, and the 1,001 impedimenta and paraphernalia of travel, with which I had loaded over 150 men at Bagamoyo. I had 74 loads of miscellaneous things, the most valuable of which were now to be turned over for Livingstone for his march back to the sources of the Nile. It was a great day with us when, with hammer and chisel, I broke open the doctor's boxes, that we might feast our famished stomachs on the luxuries which were to redeem us from the effect of the cacotrophic doura and maize food we had been subjected to in the wilderness. I conscientiously believed that a diet on potted ham, crackers, and jellies would make me as invincible as Talus, and that I only required a stout flail to be able to drive the mighty Ugogo into the regions of annihilation, should they dare even to wink in a manner I disapproved. The first box opened contained 3 tins of biscuits, 6 tins of potted hams, tiny things, not much larger than thimbles, which when opened proved to be nothing more than a tablespoonful of minced meat plentifully seasoned with pepper. The doctor's stores fell 500 degrees below zero in my estimation. Next were brought out 5 pots of jam, one of which was opened. This was also a delusion. The stone jars weighed a pound, and in each was found a little over a teaspoonful of jam. Verily, we began to think our hopes and expectations had been raised to too high a pitch. 3 bottles of curry were next produced, but who cares for curry? Another box was opened, and out tumbled a fat, dumpy Dutch cheese, hard as a brick, but sound and good, though it is bad for the liver in Unyanyembe. Then another cheese was seen, but this was all eaten up. It was hollow and a fraud. The third box contained nothing but 2 sugar loaves, the 4th candles, the 5th bottles of salt, Harvey, Worcester, and Reading sauces, essence of anchovies, pepper, and mustard. Bless me! What food were these for the revivifying of a moribund such as I was? The 6th box contained 4 shirts, 2 pairs of stout shoes, some stockings and shoestrings, which delighted the doctor so much when he tried them on that he exclaimed, "Richard is himself again." "That man," said I, "whoever he is a friend indeed." "Yes, that is my friend Waller." The 5 other boxes contained potted meat and soups, but the 12th, containing 12 bottles of medicinal brandy, was gone, and a strict cross-examination of Asmani, the head man of Livingstone's caravan, elicited the fact that not only was 1 case of brandy missing, but also 2 bales of cloth and 4 bags of the most valuable beads in Africa, sami, which are as gold with the natives. I was grievously disappointed after the stores had been examined. Everything proved to be deceptions in my jaundiced eyes. Out of the tins of biscuits when opened there was only 1 sound box, the whole of which would not make 1 full meal. The soups, who cared for meat soups in Africa? Are there no bullocks and sheep and goats in the land from which far better soup can be made than any that was ever potted? Peas or any other kind of vegetable soup would have been a luxury, but chicken and game soups? What nonsense! I then overhauled my own stores. I found some fine old brandy and 1 bottle of champagne still left, though it was evident, in looking at the cloth bales, that dishonesty had been at work, and some person happened to suggest Asmani, the head man sent by Dr. Kirk in charge of Dr. Livingstone's goods, as the guilty party. Upon his treasures being examined, I found 8 or 10 coloured cloths with the mark of my own agent at Zanzibar on them. As he was unable to give a clear account of how they came in his box, they were at once confiscated and distributed among the most deserving of the doctor's people. Some of the watchmen also accused him of having entered into my storeroom, and of having abstracted 2 or 3 goras of domestics from my bales, and of having, some days afterwards, snatched the keys from the hands of one of my men, and broken them, lest other people might enter and find evidences of his guilt. As Asmani was proved to be another of the moral idiots, Livingstone discharged him on the spot. Had we not arrived so soon at Unyanyembe, it is probable that the entire stock sent from Zanzibar had in time disappeared. Unyanyembe being rich in fruits, grain, and cattle, we determined to have our Christmas dinner over again in style, and being fortunately in pretty good health, I was enabled to superintend its preparation. Never was such prodigality seen in a tembe of Unyamwezi as was seen in ours, nor were ever such delicacies provided. There were but few Arabs in Unyanyembe when we arrived, as they were investing the stronghold of Mirambo. About a week after our return, the little mannikin, Sheikh Said bin Salim el-Walhi, who was the commander-in-chief of their forces, came to Kwihara from the front. But the little sheikh was in no great hurry to greet the man he had wronged so much. As soon as we heard of his arrival, we took the opportunity to send men immediately after the goods, which were forwarded to the Wali's care soon after Livingstone's departure for Mikindani Bay. The first time we sent men for them, the governor declared himself too sick to attend to such matters, but the second day they were surrendered, with a request that the doctor would not be very angry at their condition, as the white ants had destroyed everything. The stores that this man had detained at Unyanyembe were in a most sorry state. The expenses were prepaid for their carriage to Ujiji, but the goods had been purposely detained at this place by Said bin Salim since 1867, that he might satisfy his appetite for liquor, and probably fall heir to 2 valuable guns that were known to be with them. The white ants had not only eaten up bodily the box in which the guns were packed, but they had also eaten the gun stocks. The barrels were corroded, and the locks were quite destroyed. The brandy bottles, most singular to relate, had also fallen a prey to the voracious and irresistible destroyers, the white ants, and, by some unaccountable means, they had imbibed the potent Hennessy and replaced the corks with corn cobs. The medicines had also vanished, and the zinc pots in which they had been snugly packed up were destroyed by corrosion. 2 bottles of brandy and 1 small zinc case of medicines only were saved out of the otherwise utter wreck. I also begged the doctor to send to Sheikh Said, and ask him if he had received the 2 letters dispatched by him upon his first arrival at Ujiji for Dr. Clerk and Lord Clarendon, and if he had forwarded them to the coast as he was desired to do. The reply to the messengers was in the affirmative, and subsequently I obtained the same answer in the presence of the doctor. On the 22nd of February, the pouring rain, which had dogged us the entire distance from Ujiji, ceased, and we had now beautiful weather, and while I prepared for the homeward march, the doctor was busy writing his letters, and entering his notes into his journal, which I was to take to his family. When not thus employed, we paid visits to the Arabs at Tabora, by whom we were both received with that bounteous hospitality for which they are celebrated. Among the goods turned over by me to Dr. Livingstone, while assorting such cloths as I wished to retain for my homeward trip, were: first-class American sheeting, 285 doti, 1140 yards. First-class kaniki, blue stuff, 16 doti, 64 yards. Medium kaniki, blue stuff, 60 doti, 240 yards. Medium dabwani cloth, 41 doti, 64 yards. Medium barsati cloth, 28 doti, 112 yards. Printed handkerchiefs, 70 doti, 280 yards. Medium rahani cloth, 127 doti, 508 yards. Medium Ismahili cloth, 20 doti, 80 yards. Medium Sohari cloth, 20 doti, 80 yards. 4 pieces fine Kungara, red check, 22 doti, 88 yards. 4 gar Rahani, 8 doti, 32 yards. Total number of cloths, 697 doti, 2,788 cloths. Besides cloth, 2,788 yards, there were assorted beads, 16 sacks, weight equals 992 pounds. Brass wire, number 5 and 6, 10 frasliha, 250 pounds. 1 canvas tent, waterproof. 1 airbed. 1 boat, canvas. 1 bag of tools, carpenters. 1 rip saw, 2 barrels of tar, 12 sheets of ship's copper, equals 60 pounds. Clothes. 1 Jocelyn breech loader, metallic cartridge. 1 Stars breech loader, metallic cartridge. 1 Henry 16-shooter breech loader. 1 revolver. 200 rounds revolver ammunition. 2,000 rounds Jocelyn and Stars ammunition. 1,500 rounds Henry rifle ammunition. Cooking utensils, medicine chest, books, sextant, canvas bags, etc., etc., etc. The above made a total of about 40 loads. Many things in the list would have brought fancy prices in Unyanyembe, especially the carbines and ammunition, the saw, carpenter's tools, the beads and wire. Out of the 33 loads which were stored for him in my tembe, the stock sent to Livingstone November 1st, 1870, but few of them would be available for his return trip to Rua and Mantiuema. The 696 doti of cloth which were left to him formed the only marketable articles of value he possessed, and in Manyuema, where the natives manufacture their own cloth, such an article would be considered a drug, while my beads and wire, with economy, would suffice to keep him and his men over 2 years in those regions. His own cloth, and what I gave him, made in the aggregate 1,396 doti, which at 2 doti per day for food were sufficient to keep him and 60 men 696 days. He thus had 4 years' supplies. The only articles he lacked to make a new and completely fitted up expedition were the following, a list of which he and I drew up. A few tins of American wheat flour, a few tins of soda crackers, a few tins of preserved fruits, a few tins of salmon, 10 pounds of Hyson tea, some sewing thread and needles, 1 dozen official envelopes, nautical almanac for 1872 and 1873, 1 blank journal, 1 chronometer stopped, 1 chain for refractory people. With the articles just named he would have a total of 70 loads, but without carriers they were an encumbrance to him, for, with only the 9 men which he now had, he could go nowhere with such a splendid assortment of goods. I was therefore commissioned to enlist, as soon as I reached Zanzibar, 50 freemen, arm them with a gun and a hatchet each man, besides accoutrements, and to purchase 2,000 bullets, 1,000 flints, and 10 kegs of gunpowder. The men were to act as carriers, to follow wherever Livingstone might desire to go. For without men he was simply tantalized with the aspirations roused in him by the knowledge that he had an abundance of means, which were irrealizable without carriers. All the wealth of London and New York piled before him were totally unavailable to him without the means of locomotion. No Mnyamwezi engages himself as carrier during wartime. You who have read the diary of my life at Unyanyembe know what stubborn conservatives the Wanyamwezi are. A duty lay yet before me which I owed to my illustrious companion, and that was to hurry to the coast as if on a matter of life and death, act for him in the matter of enlisting men as if he were there himself, to work for him with the same zeal as I would for myself, not to halt or rest until his desires should be gratified. And this I vowed to do, but it was a death blow to my project of going down the Nile and getting news of Sir S. Baker. The doctor's task of writing his letters was ended. He delivered into my hand 20 letters for Great Britain, 6 for Bombay, 2 for New York, and 1 for Zanzibar. The 2 letters for New York were for James Gordon Bennett, Jr., as he alone, not his father, was responsible for the expedition sent under my command. I beg the reader's pardon for republishing one of these letters here, as its spirit and style indicate the man, the mere knowledge of whose life or death was worth a costly expedition. Ujiji on Tanganyika, East Africa, November 1871. James Gordon Bennett, Jr., Esquire. My dear Sir, it is in general somewhat difficult to write one we have never seen. It feels so much like addressing an abstract idea. But the presence of your representative, Mr. H. M. Stanley, in this distant region takes away the strangeness I should otherwise have felt, and in writing to thank you for the extreme kindness that prompted you to send him, I feel quite at home. If I explain the forlorn condition in which he found me, you will easily perceive that I have good reason to use very strong expressions of gratitude. I came to Ujiji off a tramp of between 400 and 500 miles, beneath a blazing vertical sun, having been baffled, worried, defeated, and forced to return, when almost in sight of the end of the geographical part of my mission, by a number of half-caste Muslim slaves sent to me from Zanzibar instead of men. The sore heart, made still sorer by the woeful sights I had seen of man's inhumanity to man, racked and told on the bodily frame, and depressed it beyond measure. I thought that I was dying on my feet. It is not too much to say that almost every step of the weary, sultry way was in pain, and I reached Ujiji a mere ruckle of bones. There I found that some £500 sterling worth of goods which I had ordered from Zanzibar had unaccountably been entrusted to a drunken half-caste Muslim tailor, who, after squandering them for 16 months on the way to Ujiji, finished up by selling off all that remained for slaves and ivory for himself. He had divined on the Koran and found that I was dead. He had also written to the governor of Unyanyembe that he had sent slaves after me to Manyuma, who returned and reported my decease and begged permission to sell off the few goods that his drunken appetite had spared. He, however, knew perfectly well from men who had seen me that I was alive, and waiting for the goods and men. But as for morality, he is evidently an idiot, and there being no law here except that of the dagger or musket, I had to sit down in great weakness, destitute of everything save a few barter cloths and beads, which I had taken the precaution to leave here in case of extreme need. The near prospect of beggary among Ujijians made me miserable. I could not despair, because I laughed so much at a friend who, on reaching the mouth of the Zambesi, said that he was tempted to despair on breaking the photograph of his wife. We could have no success after that. Afterward, the idea of despair had to me such a strong smack of the ludicrous that it was out of the question. Well, when I had got to about the lowest verge, vague rumours of an English visitor reached me. I thought of myself as the man who went down from Jerusalem to Jericho, but neither priest, Levite, nor Samaritan could possibly pass my way. Yet the Good Samaritan was close at hand, and one of my people rushed up at the top of his speed, and in great excitement gasped out, "An Englishman coming! I see him!" and off he darted to meet him. An American flag, the first ever seen in these parts, at the head of a caravan, told me the nationality of the stranger. I am as cold and non-demonstrative as we islanders are usually reputed to be, but your kindness made my frame thrill. It was indeed overwhelming, and I said in my soul, "Let the richest blessings descend from the highest on you and yours." The news Mr. Stanley had to tell was thrilling. The mighty political changes on the continent, the success of the Atlantic cables, the election of General Grant, and many other topics riveted my attention for days together, and had an immediate and beneficial effect on my health. I had been without news from home for years save what I could glean from a few Saturday Reviews and Punch of 1868. The appetite revived, and in a week I began to feel strong again. Mr. Stanley brought a most kind and encouraging despatch from Lord Clarendon, whose loss I sincerely deplore, the first I have received from the Foreign Office since 1866, and information that the British Government had kindly sent £1,000 sterling to my aid. Up to his arrival I was not aware of any pecuniary aid. I came unsalaried, but this want is now happily repaired, and I am anxious that you and all my friends should know that, though uncheered by letter, I have stuck to the task which my friend Sir Roderick Murchison sent me with John Bullish tenacity, believing that all would come right at last. The watershed of south-central Africa is over 700 miles in length. The fountains thereon are almost innumerable. That is, it would take a man's lifetime to count them. From the watershed they converge into 4 large rivers, and these again into 2 mighty streams in the great Nile Valley, which begins in 10 degrees to 12 degrees south latitude. It was ere long light dawned on the most ancient problem and gave me a clear idea of the drainage. I had to feel my way, and every step of the way, and was, generally, groping in the dark. But who cared where the rivers ran? We drank our fill and let the rest run by. The Portuguese who visited Cazembe asked for slaves and ivory, and heard of nothing else. I asked about the waters, questioned and cross-questioned, until I was almost afraid of being set down as afflicted with hydrocephalus. My last work, in which I have been greatly hindered from want of suitable attendance, was following the central line of drainage down through the country of the cannibals, called Manyema, or shortly Manyema. This line of drainage has 4 large lakes in it. The 4th I was near when obliged to turn. It is from 1 to 3 miles broad, and never can be reached at any point, or at any time of the year. 2 western drains, the Lufira or Bartle Frere's River, flow into it at Lake Comolando. Then the great river Lomam flows through the Lake Lincoln into it too, and seems to form the western arm of the Nile, on which Petherick traded. Now, I knew about 600 miles of the watershed, and unfortunately the 700th is the most interesting of the whole, for in it, if I am not mistaken, 4 fountains arise from an earthen mound, and the last of the 4 becomes, at no great distance off, a large river. 2 of these run north to Egypt, Lufira and Lomam, and 2 run south into inner Ethiopia, as the Lambai or Upper Zambezi and the Kofel. Are not these sources of the Nile mentioned by the Secretary of Minerva in the city of Sais to Herodotus? I have heard of them so often, and at great distances off, that I cannot doubt their existence, and in spite of the sore longing for home that seizes me every time I think of my family, I wish to finish up by their rediscovery. 500 pounds sterling worth of goods have been unaccountably entrusted to slaves, and I have been over a year on the way, instead of 4 months. I must go where they lie at your expense, ere I can put the natural completion to my work. And if my disclosures regarding the terrible Ujiji slavery should lead to the suppression of the East Coast slave trade, I shall regard that as a greater matter by far than the discovery of all the Nile sources together. Now that you have done with domestic slavery forever, lend us your powerful aid toward this great object. This fine country is blighted, as with a curse from above, in order that the slavery privileges of the petty Sultan of Zanzibar may not be infringed, and the rights of the Crown of Portugal, which are mythical, should be kept in abeyance till some future time, when Africa will become another India to Portuguese slave traders. I conclude by again thanking you most cordially for your great generosity, and am gratefully yours, David Livingstone. To the above letter I have nothing to add. It speaks for itself. But then I thought it was the best evidence of my success. For my own part, I cared not 1 jot or tittle about his discoveries, except so far as it concerned the newspaper which commissioned me for the search. It is true I felt curious as to the result of his travels, but since he confessed that he had not completed what he had begun, I felt considerable delicacy to ask for more than he could afford to give. His discoveries were the fruits of his own labors. To him they belonged. By their publication he hoped to obtain his reward, which he desired to settle on his children. Yet Livingstone had a higher and nobler ambition than the mere pecuniary sum he would receive. He followed the dictates of duty. Never was such a willing slave to that abstract virtue. His inclinations impelled him home. the fascinations of which it required the sternest resolves to resist. With every foot of new ground he travelled over he forged a chain of sympathy which should hereafter bind the Christian nations in bonds of love and charity to the heathen of the African tropics. If he were able to complete this chain of love, by actual discovery and description of them to embody such peoples and nations as still live in darkness, so as to attract the good and charitable of his own land to bestir themselves for the redemption and salvation, this Livingstone would consider an ample reward. A delirious and fatuous enterprise, a quixotic scheme, some will say. Not it, my friends, for as sure as the sun shines on both Christian and infidel, civilized and pagan, the day of enlightenment will come, and though Livingstone, the apostle of Africa, may not behold it himself, nor we younger men, nor yet our children, the hereafter will see it, and posterity will recognize the daring pioneer of its civilization. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, part 2 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone, Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 15, Part 2, Homeward Bound, Livingstone's Last Words, The Final Farewell. The following items are extracted in their entirety from my diary. March 12th. The Arabs have sent me as many as 45 letters to carry to the coast. I am turned courier in my latter days, but the reason is that no regularly organized caravans are permitted to leave Unyanyembe now, because of the war with Mirambo. What if I had stayed all this time at Unyanyembe waiting for the war to end? It is my opinion that the Arabs will not be able to conquer Mirambo under 9 months yet. Tonight the natives have gathered themselves together to give me a farewell dance in front of my house. I find them to be the pagazis of Singari, chief of Mtesa's caravan. My men joined in, and captivated by the music despite myself, I also struck in, and performed the light fantastic, to the intense admiration of my braves, who were delighted to see their master unbend a little from his usual stiffness. It is a wild dance altogether. The music is lively, and evoked from the sonorous sound of 4 drums, which are arranged before the bodies of 4 men, who stand in the centre of the weird circle. Bombay, as ever comical, never so much at home as when in the dance of the Marima, has my water bucket on his head. Chowpara, the sturdy, nimble, sure-footed Chowpara, has an axe in his hand, and wears a goat skin on his head. Baraka has my bear skin, and handles a spear. Mabruki, the bull-headed, has entered into the spirit of the thing, and steps up and down like a solemn elephant. Ulimengo has a gun, and is a fierce draw-canseer, and you would imagine he was about to do battle to 100,000, so ferocious is he in appearance. Kamisi and Kamna are before the drummers, back to back, kicking up ambitiously at the stars. Asmani, the embodiment of giant strength, a towering Titan, has also a gun, with which he is dealing blows in the air, as if he were Thor, slaying myriads with his hammer. The scruples and passions of us all are in abeyance. We are contending demons under the heavenly light of the stars, enacting only the part of a weird drama, quickened into action and movement by the appalling energy and thunder of the drums. The warlike music is ended, and another is started. The choragus has fallen on his knees, and dips his head 2 or 3 times in an excavation in the ground, and a choir, also on their knees, repeat in dolorous tones the last words of a slow and solemn refrain. The words are literally translated. Choragus. Oh, 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 the white man is going home. Choir. Oh, 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 going home, oh, oh, oh. Choragus. To the happy island on the sea, where the beads are plenty, oh, oh, oh. Choir. Oh, 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 where the beads are plenty, oh, oh, oh. Choragus. While Singiri has kept us, oh, very long, from our homes, very long, oh, oh, oh. Choir. From our homes, oh, 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 oh. Choragus. And we have had no food for very long. We are half starved, oh, for so long. Bana Singiri. Choir. For so very long, oh, oh, oh. Bana Singiri, 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 oh, Singiri. Choragus. Mirambo has gone to war to fight against the Arabs. The Arabs and Wangwana have gone to fight Mirambo. Choir. Oh, 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 to fight Mirambo. Oh, Mirambo, Mirambo, oh, to fight Mirambo. Choragus. But the white man will make us glad he is going home, for he is going home and he will make us glad. Shh, shh. Choir. The white man will make us glad. Shh, 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 shh. Shh. This is the singular farewell which I receive from the Unyanyembe of Singiri, and for its remarkable epic beauty, rhythmic excellence, and impassioned force, I have immortalized it in the pages of this book as one of the most wonderful productions of the chorus-loving children of Unyanyembe. March 13th. The last day of my stay with Livingstone has come and gone, and the last night we shall be together is present, and I cannot evade the morrow. I feel as though I would rebel against the fate which drives me away from him. The minutes beat fast and grow into hours. Our door is closed, and we are both of us busy with our own thoughts. What his thoughts are I know not. Mine are sad. My days seem to have been spent in an Elysian field. Otherwise, why should I so keenly regret the near approach of the parting hour? Have I not been battered by successive fevers, prostrate with agony day after day lately? Have I not raved and stormed in madness? Have I not clenched my fists in fury and fought with the wild strength of despair when in delirium? Yet I regret to surrender the pleasure I have felt in this man's society, though so dearly purchased. I cannot resist the sure advance of time, which flies this night as if it mocked me, and gloated on the misery it created. Be it so. How many times have I not suffered the pang of parting with friends? I wished to linger longer, but the inevitable would come. Fate sundered us. This is the same regretful feeling, only it is more poignant, and the farewell may be forever. Forever? And forever echo the reverberations of a woeful whisper. I have noted down all he has said tonight, but the reader shall not share it with me. It is mine. I am as jealous as he is himself of his journal, and I have written in German text and in round hand on either side of it, on the waterproof canvas cover, positively not to be opened, to which he has affixed his signature. I have stenographed every word he has said to me respecting the equitable distribution of certain curiosities among his friends and children, and his last wish about his dear old friend, Sir Roderick Murchison, because he has been getting anxious about him ever since we received the newspapers at Uganda, when we read that the old man was suffering from a paralytic stroke. I must be sure to send him the news as soon as I get to Aden, and I have promised that he will receive the message from me quicker than anything was ever received in Central Africa. Tomorrow night, Doctor, you will be alone. Yes, the house will look as though a death had taken place. You had better stop until the rains, which are now near, are over. I would to God I could, my dear Doctor, but every day I stop here, now that there is no necessity for me to stay longer, keeps you from your work and home. I know, but consider your health. You are not fit to travel. What is it, only a few weeks longer? You will travel to the coast just as quickly when the rains are over as you will by going now. The plains will be inundated between here and the coast. You think so, but I will reach the coast in 40 days. If not in 40, I will in 50 certain. The thought that I am doing you an important service will spur me on. March 14th. At dawn we were up, the bales and baggage were taken outside of the building, and the men prepared themselves for the first march towards home. We had a sad breakfast together. I could not eat, my heart was too full, neither did my companion seem to have an appetite. We found something to do which kept us longer together. At 8 o'clock I was not gone, and I had thought to have been off at 5 a.m. "Doctor," said I will leave 2 men with you who will stop today and tomorrow with you, for it may be that you have forgotten something in the hurry of my departure. I will halt a day at Tura on the frontier of Unyanyembe for your last word, and your last wish, and now we must part. There is no help for it. Goodbye." "Oh, I am coming with you a little way. I must see you off on the road." "Thank you. Now my men home. Kirangozi, lift the flag and march." The house looked desolate. It faded from our view. Old times and the memories of my aspirations and kindling hopes came strong on me. The old hills round about, that I once thought tame and uninteresting, had become invested with histories and reminiscences for me. On that Burzani I have sat hour after hour, dreaming and hoping and sighing. On that col I stood, watching the battle and the destruction of Tabora. Under that roof I have sickened and been delirious, and cried out like a child at the fate that threatened my mission. Under that banyan tree lay my dead comrade, poor Shaw. I would have given a fortune to have had him by my side at this time. From that house I started on my journey to Ujiji. To it I returned as to a friend, with a newer and dearer companion, and now I leave all. Already it appears like a strange dream. We walked side by side, the men lifted their voices into a song. I took long looks at Livingstone to impress his features thoroughly on my memory. "The thing is, Doctor, so far as I can understand it, you do not intend to return home until you have satisfied yourself about the sources of the Nile. When you have satisfied yourself, you will come home and satisfy others. Is it not so?" "That is it exactly. When your men come back, I shall immediately start for Ufipa. Then, crossing the Rungwa River, I shall strike south, and round the extremity of the Tanganika. Then, a southeast course will take me to Chikumbis on the Laopula. On crossing the Laopula, I shall go direct west to the copper mines of Katanga. 8 days south of Katanga the natives declare the fountains to be. When I have found them, I shall return by Katanga to the underground houses of Rua. From the caverns, 10 days northeast will take me to Lake Komolondo. I shall be able to travel from the lake, in your boat, up the river Lufira to Lake Lincoln. Then coming down again I can proceed north, by the Lualaba, to the 4th lake, which I think will explain the whole problem, and I will probably find that it is either Chawambe, Baker's Lake, or Piaggia's Lake." "And how long do you think this little journey will take you?" "A year and a half at the furthest from the day I leave Unyanyembe." "Suppose you say 2 years. Contingencies might arise, you know. It will be well for me to hire these new men for 2 years, the day of their engagement to begin from their arrival at Unyanyembe." "Yes, that will do excellently well. Now, my dear doctor, the best friends must part. You have come far enough. Let me beg of you to turn back." "Well, I will say this to you. You have done what few men could do, far better than some great travellers I know. And I am grateful to you for what you have done for me. God guide you safe home, and bless you, my friend. And may God bring you safe back to all of us, my dear friend. Farewell. Farewell." We wrung each other's hands, and I had to tear myself away before I unmanned myself. But Susie and Choma and Hamoyada, the doctor's faithful fellows, they must all shake and kiss my hands before I could quite turn away. I betrayed myself. "Good-bye, doctor, dear friend. Good-bye." The farewell between Livingstone and myself had been spoken. We were parted, he to do whatever fate destiny had yet in store for him, to battling against difficulties, to many, many days of marching through wildernesses, with little or nothing much to sustain him save his own high spirit and enduring faith in God, who would bring all things right at last, and I to that which destiny may have in store for me. But though I may live half a century longer, I shall never forget that parting scene in Central Africa. I shall never cease to think of the sad tones of that sorrowful word farewell, how they permeated through every core of my heart, how they clouded my eyes, and made me wish unutterable things which could never be. An audacious desire to steal one embrace from the dear old man came over me, and almost unmanned me. I felt tempted to stop with him and assist him on his long return march to the fountain region, but these things were not to be, any more than many other impulsive wishes, and despite the intensified emotions which filled both of us, save by silent tears and a tremulous parting word, we did not betray our stoicism of manhood and race. I assumed a gruff voice and ordered the expedition to march, and I resolutely turned my face toward the eastern sky. But ever and anon my eyes would seek that deserted figure of an old man in grey clothes, who with bended head and slow steps was returning to his solitude, the very picture of melancholy, and each time I saw him, as the plain was wide and clear of obstructions, I felt my eyes stream, and my heart swell with a vague, indefinable feeling of foreboding and sorrow. I thought of his lonely figure sitting day after day on the burzani of his house, which by all caravans from the coast would have to pass, and of the many, many times he would ask the newcomers whether they had passed any men coming along the road for him, and I thought, as each day passed and his stores and letters had not arrived, how he would grieve at the lengthening delay. I then felt strong again, as I had felt that so long ago as I should be doing service for Livingstone. I was not quite parted from him, and by doing the work effectively and speedily the bond of friendship between us would be strengthened. Such thoughts spurred me to the resolution to march so quickly for the coast that Arabs in after times should marvel at the speed with which the white man's caravan travelled from Unyanyembe to Zanzibar. I took one more look at him. He was standing near the gate of Kwikuru with his servants near him. I waved a handkerchief to him as a final token of farewell, and he responded to it by lifting his cap. It was the last opportunity, for we soon surmounted the crest of a land wave, and began the descent into the depression on the other side, and I never saw him more. God grant, dear reader, that if you ever take to travelling in Central Africa, you find as good and true a man for your companion as I found in noble David Livingstone. For 4 months and 4 days he and I occupied the same house, or the same tent, and I never had one feeling of resentment against him, nor did he show any against me, and the longer I lived with him, the more did my admiration and reverence for him increase. What were Livingstone's thoughts during the time which elapsed between my departure for the coast and the arrival of his supplies may be gathered from a letter which he wrote on the 2nd of July to Mr. John F. Webb, American Consul at Zanzibar. I have been waiting up here like Simeon's stylites on his pillar, and counting every day, and conjuring each step taken by our friend towards the coast, wishing and praying that no sickness might lay upon him, no accident befall him, and no unlooked-for combinations of circumstances render his kind intentions vain or fruitless. Mr. Stanley had got over the tendency to the continued form of fever which is the most dangerous, and was troubled only with the intermittent form, which is comparatively safe, or I would not have allowed him, but would have accompanied him to Zanzibar. I did not tell himself so, nor did I say what I thought, that he really did a very plucky thing in going through the Mirambo war in spite of the remonstrances of all the Arabs, and from Ujiji guiding me back to Unyanyembe. The war, as it is called, is still going on. The danger lay not so much in the actual fighting as in the universal lawlessness the war engendered. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. Chapter 15, Part 3 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 15, Part 3. Homeward Bound. Livingstone's Last Words. The Final Farewell. I am not going to inflict on the reader a repetition of our march back, except to record certain incidents which occurred to us as we journeyed to the coast. March 17th. We came to the Koala River. The first rain of the Masika season fell on this day. I shall be mildewed before I reach the coast. Last year's Masika began at Bagamoyo, March 23rd, and ended the 30th of April. The next day I halted the expedition at Western Tura, on the Unyanyembe frontier, and on the 20th arrived at Eastern Tura, when soon after we heard a loud report of a gun, and Susi and Hamoida, the doctor's servants, with Uredi and another of my men, appeared with a letter for Sir Thomas Maclear, Observatory, Cape of Good Hope, and one for myself, which read as follows: Quihara, March 15, 1872. Dear Stanley, if you can telegraph on your arrival in London, be particular, please, to say how Sir Roderick is. You put the matter exactly yesterday, when you said that I was not yet satisfied about the sources. But as soon as I shall be satisfied, I shall return and give satisfactory reasons fit for other people. This is just as it stands. I wish I could give you a better word than the Scotch one to put a stout heart to a stave ray, a steep ascent, for you will do that, and I am thankful that, before going away, the fever had changed into the intermittent or safe form. I would not have let you go, but with great concern, had you still been troubled with the continued type. I feel comfortable in commending you to the guardianship of the good Lord and Father of all. I am gratefully yours, David Livingstone. I have worked as hard as I could copying observations made in one line of the march from Kibir back again to Kazembe, and on to Lake Baguelo, and I am quite tired out. My large figures fill 6 sheets of foolscap, and many a day will elapse ere I take to copying again. I did my duty when ill at Ujiji in 1869, and am not to blame, though they grope a little in the dark at home. Some Arab letters have come, and I forward them to you. D.L. March 16, 1872. P.S. I have written a note this morning to Mr. Murray, 50 Albemarle Street, the publisher, to help you, if necessary, in sending the journal by book post or otherwise to Agnes. If you call on him, you will find him a frank gentleman. A pleasant journey to you. David Livingstone. To Henry M. Stanley, Esquire, wherever he may be found. Several Wangwana arrived at Tura to join our returning expedition, as they were afraid to pass through Ugogo by themselves. Others were reported coming, but as all were sufficiently warned at Unyanyembe that the departure of the caravan would take place positively on the 14th, I was not disposed to wait longer. As we were leaving Tura on the 21st, Susi and Hamoida were sent back to the doctor with last words from me while we continued our march to the Unyanyembe River. 2 days afterwards we arrived before the villages of Ngaresa, into which the head of the caravan attempted to enter, but the angry Wakembu forcibly ejected them. On the 24th we encamped in the jungle, in what is called the Tongoni, or clearing. This region was at one period in a most flourishing state. The soil is exceedingly fertile, the timber is large, and would be valuable near the coast. And, what is highly appreciated in Africa, there is an abundance of water. We camped near a smooth, broad hump of syenite, at one end of which rose, upright and grand, a massive square rock, which towered above several small trees in the vicinity. At the other end stood up another singular rock, which was loosened at the base. The members of the expedition made use of the great sheet of rock to grind their grain, a common proceeding in these lands where villages are not near, or when the people are hostile. On the 27th of March we entered Kiuya. At dawn, when leaving the Badaburu River, the solemn warning had been given that we were about to enter Ugogo, and as we left Kaniyaga village, with trumpet-like blasts of the guide's horn, we filed into the depths of an expanse of rustling Indian corn. The ears were ripe enough for parching and roasting, and thus was one anxiety dispelled by its appearance, for generally in early March caravans suffer from famine, which overtakes both natives and strangers. We soon entered the gum tree districts, and we knew we were in Ugogo. The forests of this country are chiefly composed of the gum and thorn spices, mimosa and tamarisk, with often a variety of wild fruit trees. The grapes were plentiful, though they were not quite ripe, and there was also a round, reddish fruit with the sweetness of the sultana grape, with leaves like a gooseberry bush. There was another about the size of an apricot, which was excessively bitter. Emerging from the tangled thorn jungle, the extensive settlements of Ukwere came into view, and to the east of the chief's village we found a camping place under the shade of a group of colossal baobab. We had barely encamped when we heard the booming, bellowing war horns sounding everywhere, and we espied messengers darting swiftly in every direction, giving the alarm of war. When first informed that the horns were calling the people to arm themselves and prepare for war, I half suspected that an attack was about to be made on the expedition. But the words, "Yuguru, Waguru, thieves," bandied about, declared the cause. Makandoku, the chief of the populous district 2 days to the northeast, where we experienced some excitement when westward bound, was marching to attack the young Mateme, Ukwere, and Ukwere soldiers were called to the fight. The men rushed to their villages, and in short time we saw them arrayed in full fighting costume. Feathers of the ostrich and the eagle waved over their fronts, or the mane of the zebra surrounded their heads. Their knees and ankles were hung with little bells, joho robes floated behind, from their necks, spears, asseges, knob sticks, and bows were flourished over their heads, or held in their right hands as if ready for hurling. On each flank of a large body which issued from the principal village, and which came at a uniform swinging double quick, the ankle and knee bells all chiming in admirable unison, were a cloud of skirmishers, consisting of the most enthusiastic, who exercised themselves in mimic war as they sped along. Column after column, companies and groups from every village hurried on past our camp until probably there were nearly 1,000 soldiers gone to the war. This scene gave me a better idea than anything else of the weakness of even the largest caravans which travelled between Zanzibar and Unyanyembe. At night the warriors returned from the forest. The alarm proved to be without foundation. At first it was generally reported that the invaders were Wahehe, or the Wadi Rigo, as that tribe are scornfully called from their thieving propensities. The Wahehe frequently make a foray upon the fat cattle of Ugogo. They travel from their own country in the southeast, and advance through the jungle, and when about to approach the herds, stoop down, covering their bodies with their shields of bullhide. Having arrived between the cattle and the herdsmen, they suddenly rise up and begin to switch the cattle heartily, and, having started them off into the jungle in the care of the men already detailed for the work, they turn about and plant their shields before them to fight the aroused shepherds. On the 30th we arrived at Cones, which is remarkable for the mighty globes of foliage which the giant sycamores and baobabs put forth above the plain. The chief of Cones boasts of 4 Thames, out of which he could muster in the aggregate 50 armed men. Yet this fellow, instigated by the Unyanyembe residents, prepared to resist our advance, because I only sent him 3 doti, 12 yards of cloth, as hunga. We were halted, waiting the return of a few friendly Wagogo travellers who had joined us, and who were asked to assist Bombay in the negotiation of the tribute, when the Wagogo returned to us at breathless speed, and shouted out to me, "Why do you halt here? Do you wish to die? These pagans will not take the tribute, but they boast that they will eat up all your cloth." The renegade Unyanyembe who had married into Wagogo families were always our bane in this country. As the chief of Cones came up I ordered the men to load their guns, and I loaded my own ostentatiously in his presence, and then strode up to him and asked if he had come to take the cloth by force, or if he were going to accept quietly what I would give him. As the Unyanyembe who caused this show of hostilities was beginning to speak, I caught him by the throat and threatened to make his nose flatter if he attempted to speak again in my presence, and to shoot him first if we should be forced to fight. The rascal was then pushed away into the rear. The chief, who was highly amused with this proceeding, laughed loudly at the discomfiture of the parasite, and in a short time he and I had settled the tribute to our mutual satisfaction, and we parted great friends. The expedition arrived at Sansa that night. On the 31st we came to Kanyenyi, to the great Mtemi, Magomba's whose son and heir is Matundu Magonda. As we passed by the tembe of the great Sultan, the Masagira, or chief councillor, a pleasant grey-haired man, was at work making a thorn fence around a patch of young corn. He greeted the caravan with a sonorous "Yambo," and putting himself at its head, he led the way to our camp. When introduced to me, he was very cordial in his manner. He was offered a kiddie stool and began to talk very affably. He remembered my predecessors, Burton, Speck, and Grant, very well, declared me to be much younger than any of them, and recollecting that one of the white men used to drink ass's milk, Burton, offered to procure me some. The way I drank it seemed to give him very great satisfaction. His son, Unyanyembe, was a tall man of 30 or thereabouts, and he conceived a great friendship for me, and promised that the tribute should be very light, and that he would send a man to show me the way to Myemi, which was a village on the frontier of Kanyenyi, by which I would be enabled to avoid the rapacious Kisawa, who was in the habit of enforcing large tribute from caravans. With the aid of Unyanyembe and his father, we contrived to be mulcted very lightly, for we only paid 10 doti, while Burton was compelled to pay 60 doti, or 240 yards of cloth. On the 1st of April, rising early, we reached Myemi after a 4 hours' march, then plunged into the jungle, and about 2 p.m. arrived at a large ziwa, or pond, situate in the middle of a jungle, and on the next day at 10 a.m. reached the fields of Mapanga. We were passing the village of Mapanga to a resting place beyond the village, where we might breakfast and settle the honga, when a lad rushed forward to meet us, and asked us where we were going. Having received a reply that we were going to a camping place, he hastened on ahead, and presently we heard him talking to some men in a field on our right. In the meantime we had found a comfortable shady place, and had come to a halt. The men were reclining on the ground, or standing up near their respective loads. Bombay was about opening a bale, when we heard a great rush of men, and loud shouts, and, immediately after, out rushed from the jungle near by a body of 40 or 50 armed men, who held their spears above their heads, or were about to draw their bows, with the chief at their head, all uttering such howls of rage as only savages can, which sounded like a long-drawn hot-huh, which meant unmistakably, "You will you? No, you will not," at once determined, defiant, and menacing. I had suspected that the voices I heard boded no good to us, and I had accordingly prepared my weapons and cartridges. Verily, what a fine chance for adventure this was! One spear flung at us, or one shot fired into this minatory mob of savages, and the opposing bands had been plunged into a fatal conflict. There would have been no order of battle, no pomp of war, but a murderous strife, a quick firing of breech-loaders and volleys from flintlock muskets, mixed with the flying of spears and twanging of bows, the cowardly running away at once, pursued by yelping savages, and who knows how it all would have terminated. 40 spears against 40 guns, but how many guns would not have decamped? Perhaps all, and I should have been left with my boy gun-bearers to have my jugular deliberately severed, or to be decapitated, leaving my head to adorn a tall pole in the centre of a Kigogo village, like poor Monsieur Mazarin's at Digla Mohara in Uzaramo. Happy end of an expedition, and the doctor's journal lost forever, the fruits of 6 years' labour. But in this land it will not do to fight unless driven to the very last extremity. No belligerent Mungo Park can be successful in Ugogo unless he has a sufficient force of men with him. With 500 Europeans one could traverse Africa from north to south by tact, and the moral effect that such a force would inspire. Very little fighting would be required. Without rising from the bale on which I was seated, I requested the Kiragozo to demand an explanation of their furious hubbub and threatening aspect, if they were coming to rob us. "No," said the chief, "we do not want to stop the road, or to rob you, but we want the tribute." "But don't you see us halted, and the bale open to send it to you? We have come so far from your village that after the tribute is settled we can proceed on our way, as the day is yet young." The chief burst into a loud laugh, and was joined by ourselves. He evidently felt ashamed of his conduct, for he voluntarily offered the explanation, that as he and his men were cutting wood to make a new fence for his village, a lad came up to him and said that a caravan of Wangwana were passing through the country without stopping to explain who they were. We were very soon good friends. He begged of me to make rain for him, as his crops were suffering, and no rain had fallen for months. I told him that though white people were very great and clever people, much superior to the Arabs, yet we could not make rain. Though very much disappointed, he did not doubt my statement, and after receiving his honga, which was very light, he permitted us to go on our way, and even accompanied us some distance to show us the road. At 3 p.m. we entered a thorny jungle, and by 5 p.m. we had arrived at Mahalata, a district lorded over by the chief Nyamzaga. A Mgogo, of whom I made a friend, proved very staunch. He belonged to Maloa, a country to the south-southeast and south of Kulabi, and was active in promoting my interests by settling the tribute, with the assistance of Bombay, for me. When on the next day we passed through Kulabi on our way to Mvumi, and the Wagogo were about to stop us for the honga, he took upon himself the task of relieving us from further toll by stating we were from Ugogo or Kenyeni. The chief simply nodded his head, and we passed on. It seems that the Wagogo do not exact blackmail of those caravans who intend only to trade in their own country, or have no intention of passing beyond their own frontier. Leaving Kulabi, we traversed a naked, red, loamy plain, over which the wind from the heights of Useguhha, now rising a bluish-black jumble of mountains on our front, howled most fearfully. With clear, keen, incisive force, the terrible blasts seemed to penetrate through and through our bodies, as though we were but filmy gauze. Manfully batting against this mildly pepo storm, we passed through Mkamwaza, and crossing a broad sandy bed of stream, we entered the territory of Mvumi, the last tribute-levying chief of Ugogo. The 4th of April, after sending Bombay and my friendly Mgogo with 8 doti, or 32 yards of cloth, as a farewell tribute to the Sultan, we struck off through the jungle, and in 5 hours we were on the borders of the wilderness of Marenga Mkalii, the hard, bitter, or brackish water. From our camp I dispatched 3 men to Zanzibar with letters to the American consul, and telegraphic despatches for the Herald, with a request to the consul that he would send the men back with a small case or two containing such luxuries as hungry, worn-out, and mildewed men would appreciate. The 3 messengers were charged not to halt for anything, rain or no rain, river or inundation, as if they did not hurry up we should catch them before they reached the coast. With a fervent Inshallah Bana, they departed. On the 5th, with a loud, vigorous, cheery hurrah, we plunged into the depths of the wilderness, which, with its eternal silence and solitude, was far preferable to the jarring, inharmonious discord of the villages of the Wagogo. For 9 hours we held on our way, starting with noisy shouts the fierce rhinoceros, the timid quagga, and the herds of antelopes which crowd the jungles of this broad salina. On the 7th, amid a pelting rain, we entered Mpwapwa, where my Scotch assistant Farquhar died. We had performed the extraordinary march of 338 English miles from the 14th of March to the 7th of April, or within 24 days, inclusive of halts, which was a little over 14 miles a day. Lokoli, the chief of Mpwapwa, with whom I left Farquhar, gave the following account of the death of the latter. The white man seemed to be improving after you left him, until the 5th day, when attempting to rise and walk out of his tent he fell back. From that minute he got worse and worse, and in the afternoon he died, like one going to sleep. His legs and abdomen had swollen considerably, and something, I think, broke within him when he fell, for he cried out like a man who was very much hurt, and his servant said, "The master says he is dying." We had him carried out under a large tree, and after covering him with leaves, there left him. His servant took possession of his things, his rifle, clothes, and blanket, and moved off to the tembe of Unyanyembe, near Useguhha, where he lived for 3 months, when he also died. Before he died he sold his master's rifle to an Arab going to Unyanyembe for 10 doti, 40 yards of cloth. That is all I know about it. He subsequently showed me the hollow into which the dead body of Farquhar was thrown, but I could not find a vestige of his bones, though we looked sharply about that we might make a decent grave for them. Before we left Unyanyembe 50 men were employed 2 days carrying rocks, with which I built up a solid, enduring pile around Shaw's grave, 8 feet long and 5 feet broad, which Dr. Livingstone said would last hundreds of years as the grave of the first white man who died in Unyanyembe. But though we could not discover any remains of the unfortunate Farquhar, we collected a large quantity of stones, and managed to raise a mound near the banks of the stream to commemorate the spot where his body was laid. It was not until we had entered the valley of the Mukondokwa River that we experienced anything like privation or hardship from the Masika. Here the torrents thundered and roared. The river was a mighty brown flood, sweeping downward with an almost resistless flow. The banks were brimful, and broad nullahs were full of water, and the fields were inundated, and still the rain came surging down in a shower that warned us of what we might expect during our transit of the sea-coast region. Still we urged our steps onward like men to whom every moment was precious, as if a deluge was overtaking us. 3 times we crossed this awful flood at the fords by means of ropes tied to trees from bank to bank, and arrived at Kedatamare on the 11th, a most miserable, most woe-begone set of human beings, and camped on a hill opposite Mount Quibwe, which rose on the right of the river, one of the tallest peaks of the range. End of chapter 15, part 3. Chapter 15, Part 4 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 15, Part 4. Homeward Bound, Livingstone's Last Words, The Final Farewell. On the 12th of April, after 6 hours of the weariest march I had ever undergone, we arrived at the mouth of the Mukondokwa Pass, which out of the river debouches into the plain of Makata. We knew that it was an unusual season, for the condition of the country, though bad enough the year before, was nothing compared to this year. Close to the edge of the foaming, angry flood lay our route, dipping down frequently into deep ditches, wherein we found ourselves sometimes up to the waist in water, and sometimes up to the throat. Urgent necessity impelled us onward, lest we might have to camp at one of these villages until the end of the monsoon rains. So we kept on, over marshy bottoms, up to the knees in mire, under jungly tunnels dripping with wet, then into sloughs armpit deep. Every channel seemed filled to overflowing, yet down the rain poured, beating the surface of the river into yellowish foam, pelting us until we were almost breathless. Half a day's battling against such difficulties brought us, after crossing the river, once again to the dismal village of Mvuni. We passed the night fighting swarms of black and ferocious mosquitoes, and in heroic endeavours to win repose and sleep, in which we were partly successful, owing to the utter weariness of our bodies. On the 13th we struck out of the village of Mvumi. It had rained the whole night, and the morning brought no cessation. Mile after mile we traversed, over fields covered by the inundation, until we came to a branch riverside once again, where the river was narrow, and too deep to ford in the middle. We proceeded to cut a tree down, and so contrived that it should fall right across the stream. Over this fallen tree the men, bestriding it, cautiously moved before them their bales and boxes, but one young fellow, Rojab, through overzeal or in utter madness, took up the doctor's box which contained his letters and journal of his discoveries on his head, and started into the river. I had been the first to arrive on the opposite bank, in order to superintend the crossing, when I caught sight of this man walking in the river with the most precious box of all on his head. Suddenly he fell into a deep hole, and the man and box went almost out of sight, while I was in an agony at the fate which threatened the dispatches. Fortunately he recovered himself and stood up, while I shouted to him, with a loaded revolver pointed at his head, "Look out! Drop that box, and I'll shoot you." All the men halted in their work while they gazed at their comrade who was thus imperilled by bullet and flood. The man himself seemed to regard the pistol with the greatest awe, and after a few desperate efforts succeeded in getting the box safely ashore. As the articles within were not damaged, Rojab escaped punishment, with a caution not to touch the box again on any account, and it was transferred to the keeping of the sure-footed and perfect pagazi, Maganga. From this stream in about an hour we came to the main river, but one look at its wild waters was enough. We worked hard to construct a raft, but after cutting down 4 trees and lashing the green logs together and pushing them into the whirling current, we saw them sink like lead. We then tied together all the strong rope in our possession and made a line 180 feet long, with one end of which tied to his body. Chowpra was sent across to lash it to a tree. He was carried far down the stream, but being an excellent swimmer he succeeded in his attempt. The bales were lashed around the middle, and, heaved into the stream, were dragged through the river to the opposite bank, as well as the tent and such things as could not be injured much by the water. Several of the men, as well as myself, were also dragged through the water, each of the boys being attended by the best swimmers, but when it came to the letter boxes and valuables, we could suggest no means to take them over. 2 camps were accordingly made, one on each side of the stream, one on the bank which I had just left occupying an ant-hill of considerable height, while my party had to content itself with a flat, miry marsh. An embankment of soil nearly a foot high was thrown up in a circle 30 feet in diameter, in the center of which my tent was pitched, and around it booths were erected. It was an extraordinary and novel position that we found ourselves in. Within 20 feet of our camp was a rising river, with flat, low banks. Above us was a gloomy, weeping sky. Surrounding us on 3 sides was an immense forest, on whose branches we heard the constant pattering rain. Beneath our feet was a great depth of mud, black and loathsome. Add to these the thought that the river might overflow and sweep us to utter destruction. In the morning the river was still rising, and an inevitable doom seemed to hang over us. There was yet time to act, to bring over the people with the most valuable effects of the expedition, as I considered Dr. Livingstone's journal and letters, and my own papers, of far greater value than anything else. While looking at the awful river, an idea struck me that I might possibly carry the boxes across, one at a time, by cutting 2 slender poles and tying cross sticks to them, making a kind of hand barrow on which a box might rest when lashed to it. 2 men swimming across at the same time holding on to the rope, with the ends of the poles resting on the men's shoulders, I thought would be enabled to convey over a 70-pound box with ease. In a short time one of these was made, and 6 couples of the strongest swimmers were prepared, and stimulated with a rousing glass of stiff grog each man, with a promise of cloth to each, also, if they succeeded in getting everything ashore undamaged by the water. When I saw with what ease they dragged themselves across, the barrow on their shoulders, I wondered that I had not thought of the plan before. Within an hour of the first couple had gone over, the whole expedition was safe on the eastern bank, and at once breaking camp we marched north through the swampy forest, which in some places was covered with 4 feet of water. 7 hours' constant splashing brought us to Rahenko, after experiencing several queer accidents. We were now on the verge only of the inundated plain of the Makata, which, even with the last year's rain, was too horrible to think of undertaking again in cold blood. We were encamped 10 days on a hill near Rehenneko, or until the 25th, when, the rain having entirely ceased, we resolved to attempt the crossing of the Makata. The bales of cloth had all been distributed as presents to the men for their work, except a small quantity which I retained for the food of my own mess. But we should have waited a month longer, for the inundation had not abated 4 inches. However, after we once struggled up to our necks in water, it was useless to turn back. For 2 marches of 8 hours each we plunged through slush, mire, deep sloughs, water up to our necks, and muddy cataclysms, swam across nullahs, waded across gullies, and near sunset of the 2nd day arrived on the banks of the Makata River. My people are not likely to forget that night. Not one of them was able to sleep until it was long past midnight because of the clouds of mosquitoes, which threatened to eat us all up. When the horn sounded for the march of another day, there was not one dissentient amongst them. It was 5 a.m. when we began the crossing of the Makata River, but beyond it for 6 miles stretched one long lake, the waters of which flowed gently towards the Wami. This was the confluence of the streams. 4 rivers were here gathered into one. The natives of Kigongo warned us not to attempt it, as the water was over our heads, but I had only to give a hint to the men, and we set on our way. Even the water, we were getting quite amphibious, was better than the horrible filth and piles of decaying vegetation which were swept against the boma of the village. We were soon up to our armpits, then the water swallowed to the knee, then we stepped up to the neck, and waded on tiptoe, supporting the children above the water, and the same experiences occurred as those which we suffered the day before, until we were halted on the edge of the little Makata, which raced along at the rate of 8 knots an hour. But it was only 50 yards wide, and beyond it rose a high bank and dry parklands which extended as far as Simbo. We had no other option than to swim, but it was a slow operation, the current was so swift and strong. Activity and zeal, high rewards, presents of money, backed by the lively feeling that we were nearing home, worked wonders, and in a couple of hours we were beyond the Makata. Cheery and hopeful, we sped along the dry, smooth path that now lay before us, with the ardor and vivacity of heroes, and the ease and power of veterans. We rolled 3 ordinary marches into one that day, and long before night arrived at Simbo. On the 29th we crossed the Unyanyembe, and as we came to the Simbamwenni, the lion city of Useguhha, lo, what a change! The flooded river had swept the entire front wall of the strongly walled city away, and about 50 houses had been destroyed by the torrent. Villages of Waruguru on the slopes of the Uruguru Mountains, Makambaku Range, had also suffered disastrously. If 1/4 of the reports we heard were true, at least 100 people must have perished. The Sultana had fled, and the stronghold of Kabengo was no more. A deep canal that he had caused to be excavated when alive, to bring a branch of the Unyanyembe to his city, which was his glory and boast, proved the ruin of Simbamwenni. After the destruction of the place, the river had formed a new bed, about 300 yards from the city. But what astonished us most were the masses of debris which seemed to be piled everywhere, and the great numbers of trees that were prostrate, and they all seemed to lie in the same direction, as if a strong wind had come from the southwest. The aspect of the Unyanyembe valley was completely changed. From a paradise it was converted into a howling waste. We continued our march until we reached Olagala, and it was evident as we advanced that an unusual storm had passed over the land, for the trees in some places seemed to lie in swathes. A most fatiguing and long march brought us to Musudi, on the eastern bank of the Unyanyembe, but before long we reached it we realized that a terrific destruction of human life and property had occurred. The extent and nature of the calamity may be imagined when I state that nearly 100 villages, according to Masudi's report, were swept away. Masudi, the Diwan, says that the inhabitants had gone to rest as usual, as they had done ever since he had settled in the valley 25 years ago, when in the middle of the night they heard a roar like many thunders, which woke them up to the fact that death was at work in the shape of an enormous volume of water, that, like a wall, came down, tearing the tallest trees with it, carrying away scores of villages at one fell, sure swoop, into utter destruction. The scene 6 days after the event, when the river has subsided into its normal breadth and depth during the monsoons, is simply awful. Wherever we look, we find something very suggestive of the devastation that has visited the country. Fields of corn are covered with many feet of sand and debris. The sandy bed the river has deserted is about a mile wide, and there are but 3 villages standing of all that I noticed when en route to Unyanyembe. When I asked Masudi where the people had gone to, he replied, "God has taken most of them, but some have gone to Udoe." The surest blow ever struck at the tribe of the Ukami was indeed given by the hand of God, and to use the words of the Diwan, God's power is wonderful, and who can resist him? I again resort to my diary and extract the following. April 30th. Passing Useguhha, we travelled hurriedly through the jungle which saw such hard work with us when going to Unyanyembe. What dreadful odours and indescribable loathing this jungle produces! It is so dense that a tiger could not crawl through it. It is so impenetrable that an elephant could not force his way. Were a bottle full of concentrated miasma, such as we inhale herein, collected, what a deadly poison, instantaneous in its action, undiscoverable in its properties, would it be? I think it would act quicker than chloroform, be as fatal as prussic acid. Horrors upon horrors are in it. Boas above our heads, snakes and scorpions under our feet. Land crabs, terrapins, and iguanas move about in our vicinity. Malaria is in the air we breathe. The road is infested with hot water ants, which bite our legs until we dance and squirm about like madmen. Yet somehow we are fortunate enough to escape annihilation, and many another traveller might also. Yet here, in verity, are the 10 plagues of Egypt, through which a traveller in these regions must run the gauntlet. 1. Plague of boas. 2. Red ants or hot water. 3. Scorpions. 4. Thorns and spear cacti. 5. Numerous impediments. 6. Black mud knee-deep. 7. Suffocation from the density of the jungle. 8. Stench. 9. Thorns in the road. 10. Miasma. May 1st. Kingaru Hera. We heard news of a great storm having raged at Zanzibar, which has destroyed every house and every ship, so the story runs, and the same destruction has visited Bagamoyo and Uwende, they say. But I am by this time pretty well acquainted with the exaggerative tendency of the African. It is possible that serious loss has been sustained, from the evidence of the effects of the storm in the interior. I hear also that there are white men at Bagamoyo, who are about starting into the country to look after me. Who would look after me? I cannot imagine. I think they must have some confused idea of my expedition, though how they came to know that I was looking for any man I cannot conceive, because I never told a soul until I reached Unyanyembe. May 2nd. Rosako. I had barely arrived at the village before the 3 men I dispatched from Mvumi, Ugogo, entered, bringing with them from the generous American consul a few bottles of champagne, a few pots of jam, and 2 boxes of Boston crackers. These were most welcome after my terrible experiences in the Makata Valley. Inside one of these boxes, carefully put up by the council, were 4 numbers of the Herald, one of which contained my correspondence from Unyanyembe, wherein were some curious typographical errors, especially in figures and African names. I suppose my writing was wretched, owing to my weakness. In another are several extracts from various newspapers, in which I learn that many editors regard the expedition into Africa as a myth. Alas! It has been a terrible, earnest fact with me, nothing but hard, conscientious work, privation, sickness, and almost death. 18 men have paid the forfeit of their lives in the undertaking. It certainly is not a myth, the death of my 2 white assistants. They, poor fellows, found their fate in the inhospitable regions of the interior. One of my letters received from Zanzibar by my messenger states that there is an expedition at Bagamoyo called the Livingstone Search and Relief Expedition. What will the leaders of it do now? Livingstone is found and relieved already. Livingstone says he requires nothing more. It is a misfortune that they did not start earlier, then they might with propriety proceed and be welcomed. May 4th. Arrived at King Ware's ferry, but we were unable to attract the attention of the canoe paddler. Between our camp and Bagamoyo we have an inundated plain that is at least 4 miles broad. The ferrying of our expedition across this broad, watery waste will occupy considerable time. May 5th. King Ware, the canoe proprietor, came about 11 a.m. from his village at Gongongi, beyond the watery plain. By his movements I am fain to believe him to be a descendant of some dusky king log, for I have never seen in all this land the attributes and peculiarities of that royal personage so faithfully illustrated as in King Ware. He brought 2 canoes with him, short, cranky things, in which only 12 of us could embark at a time. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon before we arrived at Gongongi village. May 6th. After impressing King Ware with the urgent necessity of quick action on his part, with the promise of an extra $5 gold piece, I had the satisfaction to behold the last man reach my camp at 3:30 p.m. An hour later, and we are en route, at a pace that I never saw equalled at any time by my caravan. Every man's feelings are intensified, for there is an animated, nay, headlong impetuosity about their movements that indicates but too well what is going on in their minds. Surely my own are a faithful index to their feelings, and I do not feel a whit too proud to acknowledge the great joy that possesses me. I feel proud to think that I have been successful, but honestly I do not feel so elated as at the hope that tomorrow I shall sit before a table bounteous with the good things of this life. How I will glory in the hams, and potatoes, and good bread! What a deplorable state of mind, is it not? Ah, my friend, wait till you are reduced to a skeleton by gaunt famine and coarse, loathsome food, until you have waded a Makata swamp and marched 525 miles in 35 days through weather such as we have had, then you will think such pabula food fit for gods. Happy are we that, after completing our mission, after the hurry and worry of the march, after the anxiety and vexation suffered from fractious tribes, after tramping for the last 15 days through mire and Stygian marsh, we near Beulah's peace and rest. Can we do otherwise than express our happiness by firing away gunpowder until our horns are emptied, then shout our hurrahs until we are hoarse-than, with the hearty, soul-inspiring yambos, greet every mother's son fresh from the sea? Not so. Think the Wangwana soldiers, and I so sympathize with them that I permit them to act their maddest without censure. At sunset we entered the town of Bagamoyo. More pilgrims come to town, were the words heard in Beulah. The white man has come to town, were the words we heard in Bagamoyo. And we shall cross the water tomorrow to Zanzibar, and shall enter the Golden Gate. We shall see nothing, smell nothing, taste nothing that is offensive to the stomach any more. The Kirangozi blows his horn, and gives forth blasts potential as Astolfo's, as the natives and Arabs throng about us. And that bright flag, whose stars have waved over the waters of the great lake in Central Africa, which promised relief to the harassed Livingstone when in distress at Ujiji, returns to the sea once again, torn it is true, but not dishonored, tattered but not disgraced. As we reached the middle of the town, I saw on the steps of a large white house a white man, in flannels and helmet similar to that I wore. I thought myself rather akin to white men in general, and I walked up to him. He advanced towards me, and we shook hands, did everything but embrace. "Won't you walk in?" said he. "Thanks." "What will you have to drink? Beer, stout, brandy? Ah, by George, I congratulate you on your splendid success," said he impetuously. I knew him immediately. He was an Englishman. He was Lieutenant William Henn, R.N., Chief of the Livingstone Search and Relief Expedition, about to be dispatched by the Royal Geographical Society to find and relieve Livingstone. The former chief, as the expedition was at first organized, was Lieutenant Llewellyn S. Dawson, who, as soon as he heard from my men that I had found Livingstone, had crossed over to Zanzibar and, after consultation with Dr. John Kirk, had resigned. He had now nothing further to do with it, the command having formally devolved on Lieutenant Henn. A Mr. Charles New, also, missionary from Mombasa, had joined the expedition, but he had resigned too. So now there were left but Lieutenant Henn and Mr. Oswell Livingstone, second son of the doctor. "Is Mr. Oswell Livingstone here?" I asked with considerable surprise. "Yes, he will be here directly." "What are you going to do now?" I asked. "I don't think it will be worth my while to go now. You have taken the wind out of our sails completely. If you have relieved him, I don't see the use of my going. Do you?" "Well, it depends. You know your own orders best. If you have come only to find and relieve him, I can tell you truly he is found and relieved, and that he wants nothing more than a few canned meats and some other little things which I dare say you have not got. I have his list in his own handwriting with me. But his son must go anyhow, and I can get men easily enough for him. Well, if he is relieved, it is of no use my going." At this time walked in a slight, young, gentlemanly man, with a light complexion, light hair, dark, lustrous eyes, who was introduced to me as Mr. Oswell Livingstone. The introduction was hardly necessary, for in his features there was much of what were the specialities of his father. There was an air of quiet resolution about him. In the greeting which he gave me he exhibited a rather reticent character, but I attributed that to a receptive nature, which augured well for the future. "I was telling Lieutenant Henn that, whether he goes or not, you must go to your father, Mr. Livingstone." "Oh, I mean to go." "Yes, that's right. I will furnish you with men and what stores your father needs. My men will take you to Unyanyembe without any difficulty. They know the road well, and that is a great advantage. They know how to deal with the Negro chiefs, and you will have no need to trouble your head about them, but march. The great thing that is required is speed. Your father will be waiting for the things. I will march them fast enough, if that is all. Oh, they will be going up light, and they can easily make long marches." It was settled then. Henn made up his mind that, as the doctor had been relieved, he was not wanted, but before formally resigning, he intended to consult with Dr. Kirk, and for that purpose he would cross over to Zanzibar the next day with the Herald expedition. At 2 a.m. I retired to sleep on a comfortable bed. There was a great smell of newness about certain articles in the bedroom, such as haversacks, knapsacks, portmanteaus, leather gun cases, etc. Evidently the new expedition had some crudities about it, but a journey into the interior would soon have lessened the stock of superfluities which all new men at first load themselves with. Ah, what a sigh of relief was that I gave as I threw myself on my bed at the thought of, "Thank God, my marching was ended." End of chapter 15, part 4. Chapter 16 of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures, and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone. By Sir Henry M. Stanley. Chapter 16. Valedictory. At 5 p.m. on the 7th of May, 1872, the dhow which conveyed my expedition back to Zanzibar arrived in the harbour, and the men, delighted to find themselves once more so near their homes, fired volley after volley. The American flag was hoisted up, and we soon saw the house roofs and wharves lined with spectators, many of whom were Europeans, with glasses levelled at us. We drew ashore slowly, but a boat putting off to take us to land, we stepped into it, and I was soon in the presence of my friend the consul, who heartily welcomed me back to Zanzibar, and soon after was introduced to the Reverend Charles New, who was but a day or two previous to my arrival an important member of the English search expedition, a small, slight man in appearance, who, though he looked weakly, had a fund of energy or nervousness in him which was almost too great for such a body. He also heartily congratulated me. After a bounteous dinner, to which I did justice in a manner that astonished my new friends, Lieutenant Dawson called to see me, and said, "Mr. Stanley, let me congratulate you, sir." Lieutenant Dawson then went on to state how he envied me my success, how I had taken the wind out of his sails, a nautical phrase similar to that used by Lieutenant Henn, how, when he heard from my men that Dr. Livingstone had been found, he at once crossed over from Bagamoyo to Zanzibar, and after a short talk with Dr. Kirk, at once resigned. But do you not think, Mr. Dawson, you have been rather too hasty in tendering your resignation, from the mere verbal report of my men? Perhaps, said he, but I heard that Mr. Webb had received a letter from you, and that you and Livingstone had discovered that the RUSIZI ran into the lake, that you had the doctor's letters and dispatches with you. Yes, but you acquired all this information from my men. You have seen nothing yourself. You have therefore resigned before you had personal evidence of the fact. Well, Dr. Livingstone is relieved and found, as Mr. Henn tells me, is he not? Yes, that is true enough. He is well supplied, he only requires a few little luxuries, which I am going to send him by an expedition of 50 freemen. Dr. Livingstone is found and relieved, most certainly, and I have all the letters and dispatches which he could possibly send to his friends. But don't you think I did perfectly right? Hardly, though perhaps it would come to the same thing in the end. Any more cloth and beads than he has already would be an encumbrance. Still, you have your orders from the Royal Geographical Society. I have not seen those yet, and I am not prepared to judge what your best course would have been. But I think you did wrong in resigning before you saw me, for then you would have had, probably, a legitimate excuse for resigning. I should have held on to the expedition until I had consulted with those who sent me, though in such an event as this the order would perhaps be to come home. As it has turned out, though, don't you think I did right? Most certainly it would be useless for you to go search for and relieve Livingstone now, because he has already been sought, found, and relieved, but perhaps you had other orders. Only if I went into the country was I then to direct my attention to exploration, but the primary object having been forestalled by you, I am compelled to return home. The Admiralty granted me leave of absence only for the search, and never said anything about exploration. That evening I dispatched a boy over to the English consulate with letters from the great traveller for Dr. Kirk and Mr. Oswell Livingstone. I was warmly greeted by the American and German residents, who could not have shown warmer feelings than if Dr. Livingstone had been a near and dear relative of their own. Captain H.A. Fraser and Dr. James Christie were also loud in their praises. It seems that both of these gentlemen had attempted to dispatch a private expedition to the relief of their countrymen, but through some means it had failed. They had contributed the sum of $500 to effect this laudable object, but the man to whom they had entrusted its command had been engaged by another for a different purpose at a higher sum. But instead of feeling annoyed that I had performed what they had intended to do, they were among my most enthusiastic admirers. The next day I received a call from Dr. Kirk, who warmly congratulated me upon my success. Bishop Tozer also came, and thanked me for the service I had rendered to Dr. Livingstone. On this day I also discharged my men, and re-engaged 20 of them to return to the great master. Bombay, though in the interior he had scorned the idea of money rewards, and though he had systematically, in my greatest need, endeavoured to baffle me in every way, received besides his pay a present of $50, and each man according to his merits from $20 to $50. This was a day to bury all animosities and condone all offences. They, poor people, had only acted according to their nature, and I remembered that from Ujiji to the coast they had all behaved admirably. I saw I was terribly emaciated and changed when I presented myself before a full-length mirror. All confirmed my opinion that I was much older in my appearance, and that my hair had become grey. Captain Fraser had said, when I hailed him, "You have the advantage of me, sir," and until I mentioned my name he did not know me. Even then he jocosely remarked that he believed that it was another Tichborne affair. I was so different that identity was almost lost, even during the short period of 13 months, that is, from March 23, 1871, to May 7, 1872. Lieutenant Henn, the morning after my arrival, formally resigned, and the expedition was from this time in the hands of Mr. Oswell Livingstone, who made up his mind to sell the stores, retaining such as would be useful to his father. After disbanding my exhibition, I set about preparing another, according to Dr. Livingstone's request. What the English expedition lacked I purchased, out of the money advanced by Mr. Oswell Livingstone. The guns, 50 in number, were also furnished out of the stores of the English expedition by him, and so were the ammunitions, the honga cloth for the tribute to the Ugogo, and the cloth for provisioning the force. Mr. Livingstone worked hard in the interest of his father, and assisted me to the utmost of his ability. he delivered over to me to be packed up nautical almanacs for 1872, 1873, 1874, also a chronometer, which formerly belonged to Dr. Livingstone. All these things, besides a journal, envelopes, notebooks, writing paper, medicines, canned fruits and fish, a little wine, some tea, cutlery and tableware, newspapers, and private letters and dispatches, were packed up in airtight tin boxes, as well as 100 pounds of fine American flour and some boxes of soda biscuits. Until the 19th of May it was understood that Mr. Oswell Livingstone would take charge of the caravan to his father. But about this date he changed his mind, and surprised me with a note stating he had decided not to go to Unyanyembe for reasons he thought just and sufficient. Under these circumstances my duty was to follow out the instructions of Dr. Livingstone in procuring a good and efficient leader to take charge of the caravan as far as Unyanyembe. In a few hours I succeeded in obtaining an Arab, highly recommended from Sheikh Hashid, whom I engaged at an advance of $100. The young Arab, though not remarkably bright, seemed honest and able, but I left his further employment after reaching Unyanyembe to Dr. Livingstone, who would be able to decide then whether he was quite trustworthy. The next day I collected the men of the new Livingstone expedition together, and as it was dangerous to allow them to wander about the city, I locked them up in a courtyard and fed them there until every soul, 57 in number, answered to their names. In the meantime, through the American consul's assistance, I obtained the services of Johari, the chief dragoman of the American consulate, who was charged with the conduct of the party across the inundated plain of the Kingani, and who was enjoined on no account to return until the expedition had started on its march from the western bank of the Kingani River. Mr. Oswell Livingstone generously paid him a douceur for the promise of doing his work thoroughly. A dhow having been brought to anchor before the American consulate, I then addressed my old companions, saying, "You are now about to return to Unyanyembe, to the great master. You know him, you know he is a good man and has a kind heart. He is different from me, he will not beat you as I've done. But you know I have rewarded you all, how I have made you all rich in cloth and money. You know how, when you behaved yourselves well, I was your friend. I gave you plenty to eat and plenty to wear. When you were sick, I looked after you. If I was so good to you, the great master will be much more so. He has a pleasant voice and speaks kind. When did you ever see him lift his hand against an offender? When you were wicked, he did not speak to you in anger, he spoke to you in tones of sorrow. Now, will you promise me that you will follow him, do what he tells you, obey him in all things, and not desert him?" We will, my master," they all cried fervently. "Then there is one thing more. I want to shake hands with you all before you go and we part forever." And they all rushed up at once, and a vigorous shake was interchanged with each man. "Now, let every man take up his load." In a short time I marched them out into the street, and to the beach, and saw them all on board, and the canvas hoisted, and the dhow speeding westward on her way to Bagamoyo. I felt strange and lonely somehow. My dark friends, who had travelled over so many hundreds of miles, and shared so many dangers with me, were gone, and I was left behind. How many of their friendly faces shall I see again? On the 29th the steamer Africa, belonging to the German consulate, was chartered by a party of 5 of us, and we departed from Zanzibar to Seychelles, with the good wishes of almost all the European residents on the island. We arrived at Seychelles on the 9th of June, about 12 hours after the French mail had departed for Aden. As there is only monthly communication between Mahe, Seychelles, and Aden, we were compelled to remain on the island of Mahe 1 month. My life in Mahe is among the most agreeable things connected with my return from Africa. I found my companions estimable gentlemen and true Christians. Mr. Livingstone exhibited many amiable traits of character, and proved himself to be a studious, thoughtful, earnest man. When at last the French steamer came from Mauritius, there was not one of our party who did not regret leaving the beautiful island, and the hospitable British officers who were stationed there. The Civil Commissioner, Mr. Hales Franklin, and Dr. Brooks did their utmost to welcome the wanderer, and I take this opportunity to acknowledge the many civilities I personally received from them. At Aden, the passengers from the south were transferred on board the French mail steamer, the Mekong, en route from China to Marseilles. At the latter port I was received with open arms by Dr. Hosmer and the representatives of the Daily Telegraph, and was then told how many men regarded the results of the expedition, but it was not until I arrived in England that I realized it. Mr. Bennett, who had originated and sustained the enterprise, now crowned it by one of the most generous acts that could be conceived. I had promised Dr. Livingstone that 24 hours after I saw his letters to Mr. Bennett, published in the London journals, I would post his letters to his family and friends in England. In order to permit me to keep my plighted word, and in order that there might be no delay in the delivery of his family letters, Mr. Bennett's agent telegraphed to New York the Herald letters I had received from Dr. Livingstone at an expense of nearly £2,000. And now, dear reader, the time has come for you and I to part. Let us hope that it is not final. A traveller finds himself compelled to repeat the regretful parting words often. During the career recorded in the foregoing book, I have bidden many farewells. To the Ugogo, with their fierce effrontery; to Mionvu, whose blackmailing once so affected me; to the Uvinza, whose noisy clatter promised to provoke dire hostilities; to the inhospitable Warundi; to the Arab slave traders and half-castes; to all fevers, remittent and intermittent; to the sloughs and swamps of Makata; to the brackish waters and howling wastes; to my own dusky friends and followers; and to the hero traveller and Christian gentleman, David Livingstone. It is with kindliest wishes to all who have followed my footsteps on these pages that I repeat once more, farewell. End of chapter 16.
The concluding chapter of How I Found Livingstone. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Useguhha. How I Found Livingstone. Travels, Adventures and Discoveries in Central Africa, including 4 months' residence with Dr. Livingstone, by Sir Henry M. Stanley. Concluding chapter. The following correspondence, and especially the last letter, which was accompanied by a beautiful and valuable gold snuff-box set with brilliants, will be treasured by me as among the pleasantest results of my undertaking. HMS. Foreign Office, August the 1st. Sir, I am directed by Earl Granville to acknowledge the receipt of a packet containing letters and dispatches from Dr. Livingstone, which you were good enough to deliver to Her Majesty's Ambassador at Paris for transmission to this department, and I am to convey to you his Lordship's thanks for taking charge of these interesting documents. I am, sir, your most obedient humble servant, Enfield. Henry M. Stanley, Esquire, New York Herald Bureau, 46 Fleet Street, London. London, August the 2nd. Henry M. Stanley, Esquire, has handed me today the diary of Dr. Livingstone, my father, sealed and signed by my father, with instructions written on the outside, signed by my father, for the care of which, and for all his actions concerning and to my father, our very best thanks are due. We have not the slightest reason to doubt that this is my father's journal, and I certify that the letters he has brought home are my father's letters, and no others. Tom S. Livingstone. August the 2nd, 1872. Sir, I was not aware until you mentioned it that there was any doubt as to the authenticity of Dr. Livingstone's dispatches, which you delivered to Lord Lyons on the 31st of July, but in consequence of what you said, I have inquired into the matter, and I find that Mr. Hammond, the Under-Secretary of the Foreign Office, and Mr. Wilde, the head of the Consular and Slave Trade Department, have not the slightest doubt as to the genuineness of the papers which have been received from Lord Lyons, and which are being printed. I cannot omit this opportunity of expressing to you my admiration of the qualities which have enabled you to achieve the object of your mission, and to attain a result which has been hailed with so much enthusiasm both in the United States and in this country. I am, sir, your obedient, Granville, Henry Stanley, Esquire. Foreign Office, August the 27th. Sir, I have great satisfaction in conveying to you by command of the Queen Her Majesty's high appreciation of the prudence and zeal which you have displayed in opening a communication with Dr. Livingstone, and relieving Her Majesty from the anxiety which, in common with her subjects, she had felt in regard to the fate of that distinguished traveller. The Queen desires me to express her thanks for the service you have thus rendered, together with Her Majesty's congratulations on your having so successfully carried on the mission which you fearlessly undertook. Her Majesty also desires me to request your acceptance of the memorial which accompanies this letter. I am, sir, your most obedient humble servant, Granville. End of the concluding chapter. End of How I Found Livingstone by Sir Henry M. Stanley.